how did they manage to pull this off despite the strict US export controls and SMIC's struggles with manufacturing? And what does it mean for the global AI race? Let me explain. US-China export controls on AI chips and semiconductor technology are clearly stimulating domestic developments in China. While Nvidia dominates globally, Huawei is designing an entirely parallel ecosystem for the Chinese market. And honestly, what they are doing, their solutions and their decisions are very interesting, and I will break it down today. In fact, they are establishing their own supply chain, starting from securing the wafer manufacturing to tools, to chip design tools, all the way up to designing their custom silicon. Currently, the most competitive GPU designed in China is Huawei's Ascend 910C GPU. In fact, it's their answer to Nvidia's state-of-the-art Great Blackwell 200 GPU. And now they're already shipping it to customers. Let me break down their new GPU first, before we go all the way up to their new Cloud Matrix 384. Looking at the design of the new Ascend 910C GPU, Huawei has followed a similar strategy to Nvidia's. They are shifting towards larger GPUs, one of the key trends in the industry. As AI models are growing exponentially in size and the amount of data is processed by AI models is also increasing, we are throwing more and more silicon in it. Here, Huawei followed Nvidia's approach with their Blackwell architecture. They've introduced a double die design. At the high level, there are two GPU dies linked by an interconnect bridge, with each die surrounded by 4 memories. That's how they've doubled the amount of compute and memory per GPU. Now, according to official specs, this new Huawei GPU delivers 800 teraflops of compute at 16-bit precision. Just for comparison, this is 4 times more powerful than Nvidia's H20, the most advanced chip Nvidia is allowed to sell in China. However, it's still 3 times less powerful than the GB200, the chip Huawei's new GPU ultimately aims to compete with. Nvidia's GPU also features the state-of-the-art memory, has higher memory bandwidth, and at least twice as efficient in terms of performance per watt. What's interesting, this new Huawei GPU is reportedly manufactured in 7nm by TSMC. And we will talk more about this towards the end of the video. Now, Huawei didn't just build these GPUs, they used it to power their new AI Cloud Matrix 384. And what's interesting here, if in raw performance this new GPU is clearly behind Nvidia's GPU, its system-level architecture flips the game. In fact, Huawei did something quite crazy here. They went full optical. Cloud Matrix 384 built out of 384 910C GPUs and has been positioned as China's homegrown alternative to Nvidia's NVL72. Well, what is the trick here? If we look at Nvidia's system, we have 72 GPUs connected via NVLink. Here, they used 36 NVLink switches to interconnect all GPUs in the flat approach, allowing multiple GPUs to communicate with each other. And these connections are mostly electrical, meaning it's copper. And altogether, the system is capable of 180 petaflops of FP16 compute. But when we look at Huawei's new Cloud Matrix, it's built of 384 GPUs, which is 5 times more GPUs. And with that, they've managed to almost double the performance of the system. And I think there is still room to scale it up further. Now, looking at the power efficiency, it doesn't look good. At the system level, the Cloud Matrix consumes around 600 kilowatt versus Nvidia's 145 kilowatt. So Huawei's solution eats up 4 times more power. But why? First of all, the silicon itself is way less efficient, but the key difference comes from the system level. And here Huawei did something crazy. Both Nvidia and Huawei having flat all-to-all architecture, meaning every GPU communicates with every other GPU. But the key difference is that Huawei relies on the optical links, not just between the racks, but between the GPUs as well. while Nvidia uses mostly copper here for the NVL72. They have 50-100 copper cables to interconnect all 72 Blackwell GPUs and NVLink switches within the rack, which significantly reduces the complexity and the cost. It's actually 6 times cheaper and way more power efficient than using optics here. Here they save roughly 20 kW of power per rack. However, Huawei went fully optical here. Just imagine each of 384 GPUs optically connected to the network with multiple optical transceivers, meaning thousands of transceivers. So, going optical means huge bandwidth, so you can send a lot of data simultaneously. But these optical transceivers drain a lot of power, and it's a really challenge to maintain them, to maintain the system. It's really failure-prone. Now you get the idea, right? Why Huawei's solution is so crazy and so complicated. And that's why Nvidia is now moving towards silicon photonics, so integrated solution, because it saves a lot of power. And if you want to know more, make sure to subscribe to the channel right now and then watch this deep dive episode on this later on. Now, before we continue to break down this new Huawei solution, some very interesting decisions they've made, let's first talk about tariffs. Trump recently announced a major tariff exemption for electronics to protect US consumers from price hikes and ease pressure for tech giants. While this sounds like good news, go to groundnews.com/Anastasia to properly understand how geopolitics shapes the future of technology. Founded by a former NASA engineer, Ground News built the only app and website bringing clarity to today's most critical issues. By gathering news from all around the world, then breaking down each source political lean, credibility, and ownership, we can understand the biases driving each perspective. Here, you can sort through the hundreds of sources covering this exemption to see how some highly factual outlets frame this move as a huge sigh of relief for tech giants, while others expose how destabilizing Trump's tariffs have been. Most of you will see only one of these two perspectives on your typical news feed. Yet both are important on the conversation on how this trade war could impact Nvidia's sales in China. The future of technology is becoming increasingly complex, and I believe Ground News is the great tool to find the most actual information on it. And because they're independent and funded by readers like us, I got for you an exclusive 40% off on their unlimited Vantage plan I've been using. Just go to groundnews.com/Anastasia or scan this QR code or click the link below. That's just $5 a month to see how credible resources report on technology, trade war, and other important aspects that impact our lives.
We have moved from a monolithic general-purpose computing platform to next-generation AI computing platform on cloud metrics.
We've already discussed that Huawei went fully optical, using thousands of optical transceivers for direct connection between GPUs. They've explored it in greater detail in their recent paper, but there is a catch. Using that many optical transceivers, exploding the power consumption and the complexity of the system. So clearly this is not the direct one-to-one replacement to Nvidia's state-of-the-art system, but for sure good enough to replace Nvidia's H20 GPU. And they're still beating Nvidia performance at the cluster, so at the system level. Yes, twice less efficient, but guess what? Chinese customers won't care much in this case about power consumption. Unlike the US and Europe, China is much less concerned about power limitations. In fact, the cost of energy in China is cheaper than in the US. And over the past few years, they've managed to greatly extend their power grid with renewables like solar, hydro, wind, and now nuclear. Unfortunately, their energy split is still not looking very good, with 50% of energy coming from burning coal and oil, and it's very polluting. Eventually, in the long term, the cost of intelligence will converge to the cost of energy. And this is another very important sector to invest in, and I also have it as a part of my portfolio. And here we're talking not just about renewables, but about infrastructure, storage, grid, resilience. Well, not just energy, but also water supply. We'll talk more about this towards the end of the video. Now, let me know your thoughts in the comments. This Huawei story, this DeepSeek moment for data centers, is a great illustration of something we've talked a lot on this channel, that nowadays is not about just building the best GPU. It's building the infrastructure, the system. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang says that Nvidia is now an infrastructure company. And in the real world, systems and infrastructure matters more than chips. We see here that Huawei is clearly years behind in silicon, but they found a workaround in the system level, in the networking and in the software stack. And in general, China is very strong in software. The Cloud Matrix runs on their proprietary CAN software stack. It is similar to Nvidia's CUDA stack, but built for their GPUs, optimized for their NPUs, neural processing unit. NPU is a specialized part of silicon designed to accelerate AI tasks like matrix multiplication or tensor processing, and is built upon Huawei's proprietary DaVinci architecture. This CANN software stack handles everything from compilers to graph optimization to workload distribution across the hardware. And it plays a critical role in this new cloud matrix system. Because when system is complex and prone to failures, this software plays a critical role in making everything run smoothly. Well, at the moment, the next generation of Huawei's GPU, Ascend 910D GPU and 920 GPU are in production. And of course, I will share more details on it when available, so make sure to subscribe to the channel not to miss this big update. Still, manufacturing remains one of the biggest challenges for China. In fact, there have been reports that the 910C GPU dies that we've discussed today are apparently still manufactured by TSMC at 7 nanometers and brought to China. Well, I don't have any data to prove that. What we know for sure is that they're still heavily relying on the US and Europe for the most critical technologies and tools. And even though they're still figuring out the right recipe to come to the high yield in manufacturing, it's just a matter of time, funding, and perseverance, which they have no shortage of. In the long term, it all will come down to the access to energy, abundant cheap energy, and water. I wrote a post about it on LinkedIn. If we are not connected yet, make sure to connect. Because water is another very critical resource for the planet as well as for data centers. Now, just think about it. A typical 100 megawatt data center consumes roughly 2 million liters per day. And of course, there are some recycling techniques, but it can't be recycled indefinitely. In the majority of the cases, around 70 to 80% is just evaporated. And that's quite harsh. Just think about the consequences of building a 2000 megawatt data center in the area with limited water resources. Not looking good. And China is exploring different ways to address it. For example, they've been experimenting with an underwater data center. The idea here, of course, is to reduce power consumption and the resources spent on cooling. In March this year, they've launched the first operational underwater AI data center off the coast of Sanya, Hainan. Just think about it. Placing data centers underwater allows for direct water cooling. But of course, the maintenance of this is a pure nightmare. In this case, repairs would require retrieving data center pods from the sea, meaning huge downtimes. And honestly, I hope it won't work, because this would have a huge negative effect on the marine ecosystem, and I don't want this to happen. Looking forward to reading your thoughts and feedback in the comments, and now check out this episode on Nvidia going optical, or this one on a new quantum computer that runs on light. Please help this channel to grow by sharing this video with your friends and colleagues and on social media. I really appreciate it. Love you guys. Now I have to run to catch a plane. See you in the next one. Ciao.
Today, we've got a big update from Kling, namely the 2.1 version of their AI video model, clearly coming on the heels of Veo 3. So has a challenger appeared? Well, yes and no. There are certainly some things that Kling is doing better, cost being one of them. And while 2.1 is still a bit up there in terms of cost, there is now a lower cost option. So today, we'll dive into Kling 2.1 to see where it's excelling and what it's still missing. Naturally, of course, we will do a bit of a Veo 3 shootout, and I do have some news on, I don't want to call it a price break, but at least more generations and like a couple of like kind of free generations via Veo 3 as well. All right, let's dive in. So obviously the world of AI video has been pretty rocked by the release of Veo 3. That said, we knew that it wouldn't be long before other video models were trying to close the gap, and it does look like Kling is first out of the gate with the 2.1 model. Now, one thing to note is that what we're looking at here today is early access, but I have been told that the model will release by the end of the week. And just to set expectations, remember this is a 0.1 update, not like a full numbered version. But I do have to say, through testing it out, I think it actually does kind of show some of the inherent weaknesses within Veo. We'll go over that in just a little bit, but in the meantime, Kling 2.1 is touting the usual improvements of prompt coherence and image quality. Again, I wasn't expecting anything super massive in terms of features. This is not Kling 3.0. Kicking it off with this kind of Michael Bay inspired hero shot. I think we generated this up in Kling 2.0. This was after a weekend of watching the first 3 Transformer movies back to back because, well, I had brain cells to kill. Overall, I did think that this was a pretty solid output from Kling 2.0. Lots of, kind of stuff happening in the background of this shot. Nice camera movement. Yeah, overall, decent. Let's try it out in 2.1. The 2.1 output, and obviously this is image to video run with the exact same prompt. There's just an overall level of a lot more clarity in this output. There are definitely a lot less explosions and, lens flares and kind of particle effects happening in the background, but I think that actually manages to hold everything together a lot more. Additionally, our character's features and face actually kind of lighten up through the course of the generation, but stay very, accurate and consistent, much more so than the 2.0 version. Here's another Kling 2.0 image to video that we've always had a little bit of trouble running, given her resemblance to Megan Fox. I can only presume that this was generated in the same weekend. I gotta say, 2.0 went a little bit on the nuts side here. I actually kind of appreciate it. Definitely gets the Michael Bay vibes with everything that's going on here, but it is also kind of a mess, a glorious mess that I could watch over and over and over again, but it is a mess. 2.1 definitely seems to get the assignment is, it's not Megan Fox with a flamethrower. It's a flamethrower. It's not an exploding laser gun. It's just a flamethrower. There are some problems here. You'll notice with her arm back here as she reaches around, it kind of occludes through this strap, but you could probably run this a few other times and get a decent generation out of it. Overall, that does seem to be more or less my findings with 2.1 is that it does feel a lot more controlled. Not to say that it can't get hyperactive from time to time, as we see in this Superman versus Godzilla shot. There's definitely a lot packed into this shot. At some point, Godzilla's mouth kind of hits a water main, but then after that, he comes up and it's now sand and dust. Sure, it's a bit of a mess, but I'm okay with it because it's Superman versus Godzilla. And yes, Warner Brothers, I am available to produce this for you. I'd say in general, for the most part, things are just a lot more on the stable side. Take this kind of French New Wave Vogue-inspired shot that we ran in 2.0. Yeah, good up until that guy teleports into that woman. Whereas in 2.1, we don't get as much morph and distortion. Things are actually a little bit on the sharper side as well. I do want to point out, it may not necessarily stop being weird considering that this guy just decides to kind of climb into the side of this bus. That happens around the 6-second mark. That tends to be the case. I'm not exactly sure how they're doing extensions, but I am convinced that there is some sort of handoff at around the 5-second mark. For example, here we had our prompt of the woman walks forward and then the man turns and walks behind her. And you can see at the 5-second mark, well, it kind of ignores our directions and our guy just walks off in the opposite direction. But on a subsequent roll, we do get the action that we requested Interestingly, though, it happens at almost the exact same time, as our guy starts walking away in the other generation. One shot that I did think very much highlighted the improvements to the 2.1 model is this kind of like dystopian revolution shot, which I thought was pretty good in 2.0. There are some problems like with the fire burning here, like that guy's beard should be on fire. But in general, I thought this looked pretty decent. Running that exact same image and prompt in 2.1 yields us this as a result. Fire is definitely not out of control in the background. And as we push in here, you can really see a lot more like natural skin texture on our main character here. Walk cycles do seem to be pretty good, as we see in this shot, kind of inspired by the Taylor Sheridan show Lioness. I'm not a Yellowstone fan, but I can't stop watching Lioness. I will say that 2.1 definitely does like its handheld camera movement, and that does help mask any kind of like inconsistencies. I will say that there's this guy in the background who keeps kind of stumbling around, but I think he got a rock in his shoe. We'll talk about text to video in the next section a little bit more, but I quickly did want to point out that, fight sequences in 2.1 are still pretty much the same thing that we saw in VO3, very like rock'em sock'em robots, just guys kind of punching each other, not really reacting to any of the physics. Although I will say a lot more camera movement in 2.1 as opposed to VO3. So before we head over to like the face-to-face, I did want to showcase a couple of Kling 2.0 community outputs. Marcio Lima gives us this, I don't know if it's Abe's World Odyssey inspired, but it kind of has that vibe to me. Again, showcasing, 2.1 loves its handheld camera movement. Additionally, I'm not sure if Marcio used first frame, last frame here. Kind of looks like he did. Amira Zairi gives us this shot, which I think looks really cool. Lots of like awesome energy and motion happening here. Love the color grading and vibe. Pierrick Chevier gives us this output that, at least to me, says, tell me it's Cloverfield without telling me it's Cloverfield. Ludovic Creator gives us this guy just chopping greens. I think it's kind of important to go back to just like these really just like basic shots from time to time. I know we like to do like sci-fi extravaganzas all the time, but I think that when you see just a guy chopping greens, like this is really good. And rounding out, Hideyuki Ashizawa gives us this sea serpent just kind of splashing around. This is really good. I mean, like, just think about like 10 years ago, this would have taken like an entire VFX team like a week to accomplish. So all of that kind of brings us to the 800-pound gorilla in the room. How does Kling 2.1 compare against VO3? Well, I do have to say, at least on the text-to-video side, I mean, Google still has the edge. Beyond the now famous fact that dialogue and sound effects are integrated into VO3's outputs, as we have seen many times with YouTuber interviews on the street, which is something that Kling does not do. They do have a lip sync feature and kind of a sound effect generator feature, but I mean, definitely the Google model is a step above that. That said, even running a prompt inspired by Pierrick's Cloverfield, but not, in VO, we end up with a result like this, whereas running that same prompt in Kling 2.1, it gives us, well, I'm just gonna say it gives us something that is not quite as good. And that is not to say that Kling 2.1 isn't capable of producing good text-to-video results. For example, I did rerun our We Can Fix the End of Game of Thrones VO output that I did the other day, this time without subtitles.
My queen, we have translated the scrolls. We have the magic to fix the ending.
Yeah, I don't know why the queen ended up hacking up a hairball at the end of that. I definitely know it has something to do with Hodor. Meanwhile, Kling with the exact same prompt gives us this. Again, the characters can't talk because, well, they can't talk. I think it's fairly serviceable in terms of prompt adherence. It got everything that we asked for. In fact, actually, I think the throne looks a little bit cooler in this one. It does have a little bit more of like kind of a green screeny like vibe to it, but for the most part, again, I think it's serviceable. So I really think that it's in image to video that Kling holds its edge. I have said many times in the past that I do not think image to video is VO's strong point. Even going back to that Michael Bay inspired shot that we looked at the beginning of this video, the VO version of this, same prompt and everything, it's got problems. And again, I'm not saying in all cases, but in a lot of cases, I am finding Kling 2.1's image to video to feel a lot more natural. Take, for example, here, the prompt here is simply the woman invites you to sit next to her on the couch. The Kling output comes out like this, which admittedly does look a little bit on the strange side, but she's really fancy, and I don't know how fancy people invite other people to sit down the couch next to them. Whereas with VO3, yeah, we do get the benefit of added sound, but, well, I'll let you see. I mean, somebody definitely dropped a billiard ball in the background, and I'm not sure exactly, is she inviting us to sit on the armrest? That's not very cool, fancy lady. I do have to note that I got significant more pushback in image to video on VO3 than, well, I ever got in VO2. For example, that like Superman versus Godzilla thing, I mean, that was just like a straight up no way. Interestingly, it was fine with doing it in text to video. It's just that this was the output. Again, anyone at Warner Brothers, just feel free to give me a call. But there were others that I ended up getting pushback on, like this one that I did generate in Kling 2.1. And admittedly, when she turns, she does look a little bit on the Evangeline Lilly side. But still, like this got pushed back. There was also this one in which the prompt was just stands up and looks determined. Now, I will give you, she is in a, pretty tight latex black outfit there, but, no mention of the gun, no violence or anything like that. And, VO3 was like, nope, not going to do it. And look, there were a few other spots where Kling 2.1 just straight up outperformed VO3. For example, I did want to see how both would handle a 9:16 image, so I thought it'd be a good time to check in on our girl, Daniela Van de Donk, dressed as a pirate. So the prompt here was nothing more than she waves hello, because we haven't seen her in a while. Kling does do a weird thing with the aspect ratio where it kind of stretches it out a little bit, but overall, I mean, I think this is a great output. I mean, I know that all of you are paying a great amount of detail to the textures in her hat, the catch lights in her eyes, and then clearly like the water physics in the background. That's all you're looking at. Meanwhile, I gotta say the VO3 output, kind of a mess. Not only does it take it out to 16:9, but it decides to go into like full like 2001 era CGI. In general, stylized animation looks are not very good in VO3. For example, this shot, heavily stylized animated shot, I think the prompt here is that she talks considering a dangerous plan. There are some like weird kind of like frame rate issues that are going on here. It's like this, it stutters just a bit, but it also kind of has like an animated look to it. Whereas VO3, well, it went in a whole other direction here. And again, to note, if you're using image to video, VO3 will not produce any dialogue. You occasionally get sound effects, but you don't really get dialogue. So, of the two, clearly I prefer at least the Kling output. Now, in terms of cost, well, Kling 2.1 does now have a turbo mode that will only run you 70 credits per generation. Although obviously you are taking a quality hit when compared to the master version, as they call it, which is, the big boy version, which does still run 200 credits. On the VO side, there has at least been some movement. Generations now cost 100 credits as opposed to 150 credits. And if you're on the Ultra plan, the expensive one, you can generate an additional 5 text-to-video outputs per day on Gemini. I mean, it's not much, but it is at least a step in the right direction. All that said, Kling 2.1 should be available to all of you within the next few days. It may even be available to you right now, depending on when you're watching this. I am sure that this is not the last big update that we'll see over the next few weeks. There are a number of other heavy hitters out there that are lurking. And of course, as they drop, I will brew up more coffee. In the meantime, I thank you for watching. My name is Tim.
Today, AMD's new GPU goes up for pre-order. Prices are finally getting better, Nvidia is having even more issues, and RX 10000 GPUs are the biggest overhaul ever. This is huge. Welcome everyone to Gamer Meld. Okay, It's news time, and first up for today, AMD's upcoming 9060 XT has just gone up for pre-order in China, so we get a chance to look at pricing and some availability. And I'll have affiliate links down in the description for when the GPU is actually released, so it doesn't cost you anything more and it helps the channel out. Regardless, as you can see here, this does come from the official Sapphire store, and they're now offering an option to place a deposit on the 9060 XT. It says this is not a full prepayment for the upcoming GPU. Instead, it's a way for gamers to secure a pre-order slot once the cards go on sale. So they basically just make a small pre-order. In this case, it's 50 RMB, and buyers will be first in line when orders officially open. Now, I will state that video cards actually makes a good point here. It's kind of wild how they're even allowed to do this because board partners are technically collecting money before any reviews are released. Either way, this is happening, and it does at least give us an idea of what the MSRP is in China. This is obviously with taxes and things like that, with the value-added taxes, different things that they have that say the US doesn't. Either way, as you can see, so it does seem like the 8GB model's MSRP is $24.99, then the 16GB models is $28.99 RMB. Obviously, there are tons of GPUs that are more expensive than that, but it does at least look like they do have those GPUs at MSRP. Of course, the actual release date is June 5th. And next up, it finally happened. Prices are actually coming down. I almost don't want to say it too loud because it could vanish. Kind of like in Gladiator when Marcus Aurelius said that there was a time when you said anything more than a whisper and Rome would vanish. But first, while GPU prices are finally starting to go down, you can get them even lower when you visit today's sponsor, Jawa, the online marketplace that was literally made for gamers by gamers. And let's just say you can save a ton of money. For example, you can buy a very nice 6600 XT right now for just $250, or even an RX 580 for $80. The ultimate goal of Jawa is to put the market back into the hands of gamers, and they do that with things like their GPU resale program, so you can help offset the price of your new GPU. And GPUs aren't all they sell, they also have tons of accessories and gear for your perfect gaming setup. Don't want to build your PC? No problem. Jawa offers pre-built PCs from boutique sellers, so you can get some fantastic deals there as well. Simply put, Jawa is the best place for gamers to go and discuss, buy, and sell their gaming gear. And if you're worried about the authenticity of the seller, don't be. Just look for the verified seller badge, which lets you know that Jawa has personally vetted the seller themselves. So stop buying your parts at absurd prices and visit Jawa by clicking my link down in the description below. Now back to the story. It's kind of how I feel right here. The 5090 has not only gotten 2 MSRP in one location, but we'll take what we can get. It's actually dropped below MSRP. As you can see right down here, this is specifically in Europe, and as of right now, it is actually dropped just 2% below Nvidia's official MSRP. Okay, it's still 2,299 euros. Man, it's really hard to make this a positive. I mean, let's be honest. Yes, this is good that prices are finally starting to get around MSRP, and even in this case, ever so slightly below it, because the MSRP is still absurd. Regardless, this is good news, of course. As you can see right down here, the MSRP is normally 2,339 euros, but right now a couple very different GPUs are now selling it for below that. Hopefully this is a sign of things to come, but we'll take the wins where we can get them. And next up for today, Nvidia is having yet another issue. This time, it's regarding their brand new GPUs. I guess the idea of Nvidia GPUs just working is kind of out the window at this point. As you can see right down here, it says many RTX 5060 and 5060 Ti users are encountering blank screens when restarting their system. But here's the thing, this isn't just a normal driver update, this is actually a firmware update for the vBIOS, which means that when you're doing it, if let's say you lose power, there's a chance you could brick your GPU. And that's of course why they are strictly advising that only users experiencing this problem should update their firmware. And of course, this is after tons of issues Nvidia was having with their R570 branch of drivers. I mean, they flat affected older GPUs as well. Remember, that was a blank screen issue when you restarted as well. And get this, it gets even worse because you obviously have to do this within Windows, and because of that, they actually suggest that you boot using an alternate graphics source, i.e. a secondary card or integrated GPU, meaning you just spent tons of money on this new graphics card, and just to update it, you gotta have another graphics card to obviously boot the system, given the fact that you're having blank screen when booting. So yeah, I really don't know what's going on over at Nvidia's drivers teams, but this is seriously getting out of hand. I mean, Nvidia was known for having some of the best drivers out there. It's one argument people used against buying an AMD GPU. But just like with the performance from Nvidia's 50 series cards, Nvidia has disappointed here as well. I guess they really need to focus a bit less on their AI accelerators. And lastly for today, we have yet another massive leak on AMD's next-gen GPUs. I am of course talking about their new unified UDNA architecture, which AMD has themselves confirmed, but I'll get to all of those implications in a minute because, as you can see here, the very well-known leaker and, well, accurate leaker Kepler on Twitter recently shared this. A bunch of numbers that look like absolutely nothing. But don't worry, because I'll decode them. These are GFX version numbers for AMD's MI accelerators. Now, I know what you're thinking. Who cares about AMD's MI GPUs? Those are essentially server/AI crap. But that's where we weave our way back to UDNA. Ordinarily, we would say that, but remember that UDNA brings the two architectures together. Obviously, there will still be some differences, but this is a fundamental one, which I'll get to in a second, so it actually does matter here. And I guess the second's up because that fundamental change, as you can see right here, HXL responds and says RDNA 4, referencing to this 12.5 question mark here. And it actually says no, it seems to have some differences from RDNA 4, and this isn't some differences, this is seriously a huge one. It says, for example, 256 shaders per CU. Now, that may not seem much to you, but if you know AMD's older generation architectures all the way up to RDNA 4, you know that there's only 64 shaders or cores, I guess you could say, per CU, which means we are talking a 4x increase, meaning this isn't just some small insignificant change, this is a massive fundamental change that has some huge implications. If this is correct, and AMD's upping their core count per CU like this, once again 4x, it means that we should truly expect huge things from UDNA, because there's simply no reason to make such a monumental change unless AMD has a really good reason. Time, of course, will tell, but AMD is cooking something up here that I don't think many people will see coming.
Let's say you have a fight with your girlfriend. You want to do the right thing. So you go to ChatGPT and you be like, this is exactly what happened. Tell me what to do. And you go, babe, I just want you to know I want to take full accountability and I care about this relationship. And she says, did you get this answer from ChatGPT? And you go, I did. How's that gonna go? Now, you did everything right, but what makes people beautiful is not that we get everything right, it's that we get many things wrong. And I think in the modern world we live in, we forget that.
Simon Sinek is back.
He's the visionary thinker inspiring millions to cultivate human connection.
Find their purpose and overcome any modern-day challenges.
So with AI, do you think it really is cause for concern and deeper thought?
So I'm not in the AI business, but I am in the humanity business. And here's the problem that we never talk about. People keep telling us, life is not about the destination, life is about the journey. But when we think about AI, we only think about the destination. And its remarkable ability to write the book, paint the painting, solve the problem. But we forget the importance of doing the work yourself. And I think in our modern day and age, we have underrepresented the value of struggle. I am smarter, better at problem solving, more resourceful, not because a book exists with my ideas in it, but because I wrote it. That excruciating journey is what made me grow. But it's the same for love, friendships, conflict. And I think that we forget that we give up certain skills or abilities because of technology. But it's like saying AI will provide boats for everyone, except for the time there's a storm and you don't know how to swim. And unless we take personal accountability to teach and learn human skills, they will disappear. Sure, you can have an AI friend trained, like the best psychologist to affirm you, the best listening skills that exist, but my ability to know what to do when my friend is struggling, my ability to function in the world, or my ability to cope with stress. These very, very human skills are suffering.
So what are the other skills we need to equip ourselves with based on the way that the world is heading?
Two things. One is,
this has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much. Simon. Good to see you again. Why are you laughing?
it's just familiar.
Familiar. It's so interesting because when I sit down to talk to you, you're one of the very few people that I don't come with a preconception as to what we're going to talk about. But I come with a feeling. And the feeling that I bring forth is the feeling of change and transition. I have lived for 32 years, but I don't think I can ever think of a time where the future has felt unclear, uncertain, scary, exciting, and I guess unknown. And I don't just mean with technology, but technology is one protagonist in the story, and there's many other social stories playing out, from politics to relationships to all of these things. So my first question to you, Simon, is what are those things? What are the biggest forces of changes that you see happening at the moment in all of our lives that you think we should probably talk about today?
That is a big question. And I think one of the mistakes we make, and this is in general, is we like things to be very neatly organized. We like them to be black and white, yes or no, right or wrong. And as you know, the world is messier than that. It is more nuanced than that. And nothing operates in a vacuum. Everything is connected to everything, especially in a world that's filled with this rising technology called the internet and this burgeoning technology called the social media. And desires and feeling like belonging become more and more important. We're struggling to find them. Loneliness epidemic, stress epidemic, suicide epidemics. These are all feelings of disconnection, lack of control, and loneliness. And so that only exaggerates our feeling of loneliness and despair and wanting more, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then you add in AI. And now those feelings of insecurity are just exaggerated like crazy, right? So now I find AI, there's an irony to AI, right? So if you go back to the 70s and 80s, right, you had the rise of robotics. And so robots are now coming into our factories, and we're able to cut employees by dramatic amounts. And we put people out on the street who they worked in a factory, their father worked in a factory, their father's father worked in a factory. Like this is what they know. And they say, but these robots are changing, they're taking our jobs. And the ruling classes and the Wall Street classes and the CEO classes, they go, yeah, I know, technology. You're gonna have to find a new skill, reskill. That's what you have to do, reskill. Okay, flash forward to AI. Here's where the irony comes in. Because the world is always, nature pours vacuum and life seeks balance at all times, right? Not always immediately, but it seeks balance at all times. It's always seeking equilibrium. Okay, so flash forward to AI. Now you hear the knowledge workers. It's the knowledge workers who are going, my job. It's the coders. It's the finance people. My job. The plumber is not worried about AI at all. The baggage handler at the airport cares zero about AI. And so maybe the right response is, it's the future, man. It's technology. Reskill, you know? Maybe become a plumber, you know? By the way, money's really good. You get to work for yourself if you want, you know? So I just find the pendulum kind of funny.
With AI, do you think it's overblown, or do you think it really is cause for concern and deeper thought?
The honest answer is, I don't know. Everybody falls on one side of the sky is not falling, Chicken Little, or the sky is falling and we're all going to die, right? The truth, like most things, is probably somewhere in the middle. But the real answer is I don't know, and neither does anybody else.
Yeah.
And it seems that we should have some sort of controls, because we didn't put any controls on the internet. They did put controls on the internet in China. Like, children don't have the same access to social media like kids do here. Europe has controls on the internet, and America doesn't. And we're the ones that seem to be suffering more because of the lack of controls on the internet. So I think some, and by the way, when people, talk about deregulation and no controls, I mean, they make us wear seatbelts in our cars. Yeah. There's nothing, we have speed limits, and it's for the greater good. And yeah, sure, your seatbelt's uncomfortable, but you'll get used to it. And it's fine, So I think the call for no reform is wrong. There are correct limits to keep things safe. I am fascinated by AI, both the benefits and the weaknesses of it. But it is revealing to me something more important than what other people are talking about, which is we're a results-obsessed society, right?
Yeah.
We care about output, we care about performance, we care about numbers, we care about final product more than anything, right? And when people talk about AI, they talk about its remarkable ability to write the symphony, paint the painting, write the book, write the article, solve the problem. It is, and by the way, the technology is incredible. I asked it only a few months ago to please take this and put it in the style of me. And it was fine. I did it with a friend of mine who's also an author, and we both did it for ourselves. We did it on each other. It was really fun. And it was fine. I don't think it was good. It gave me a good start, and I could edit it. I did it recently. We both did it. It was damn near flawless. It was scary good, right? Now, AI doesn't know the thing I'm thinking about. It doesn't know that the next book I'm going to write about is friendship. It doesn't know the point of view I'm going to have on friendship. If you ask it, what would Simon Sinek say about friendship? It's going to be why this and why that, So it's derivative, right? We know that. It's not original. We know that. But at the end of the day, the work is good. The symphony is good. The art is good. The article is good. The book is decent. It's getting better and better and better. But here's the problem that we keep not talking about. People keep telling us that life is not about the destination. Life is about the journey. That's what we keep being told, right? But when we think about AI, we only think about the destination. We only think about the output. We never think about the input, right? I can tell you that, and you and I can both say the same thing, which is I am smarter, better at problem solving, more resourceful, better at pattern recognition, not because a book exists with my ideas in it, but because I wrote it. The excruciating pain of organizing ideas, putting them in a linear fashion, trying to put them in a way that other people can understand what I'm trying to get out of my brain, that excruciating journey is what made me grow. And sure, you can have an AI friend, and that AI friend has been trained like the best psychologist to affirm you, the best listening skills that exist. Tell me about your day. That sounds difficult. Boy, it's hard being you. Oh my God, it's so great being you. Have you, it's an affirmation machine built by a for-profit company that wants you to stay on. Can't neglect that. But for the fact that nobody's learning how to be a friend. It'll feel good. You'll feel like you have a friend, but you're not learning to be a friend. right? And what made you a great entrepreneur is not that the company exists, is that you built it with your hands and you've got the scars to show for it.
Yeah.
It was when things went wrong and you were forced to fix them and think that now, when problems show up, you're quick, you're smarter. You're a much smarter businessman now than you were 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Because you did it. And I think what we're forgetting is that there's something to be said for, and by the way, I'm a fan of AI. I want AI to make things. But I would hate to lose out on becoming a better version of me. And I think that to really learn to grow, and by the way, I used to have a steel trap for phone numbers. I knew everybody's phone number. And then all of a sudden my phone, my PDA, God, I don't need to memorize a phone number anymore. I don't know most of the people that I love. I don't know their phone numbers. I type their name in, right? I just have to know their name. And so my brain literally went on strike. It said, fine. You no longer have the capacity to remember phone numbers, and I can't remember phone numbers to save my life, right? So we give up certain skills or abilities because of technology regularly, right? That's fine. I don't have a problem with any of those things because whether I can remember a phone number or not will not affect my relationships, my ability to function in the world, or my ability to cope with stress. But my ability to know what to do when my friend is struggling, my ability to know what to do when I have a fight with my spouse or my partner, my ability to know what to do when my boss yells at me but I don't want to escalate it, or my employee is acting out and I don't want to escalate it or fire them. Well, how do I resolve this? I've missed out on those skills. And simply asking AI, how should I resolve this thing? It'll give you an answer and it may work and you've learned nothing, right? And so it's the difference between, it's like saying AI will provide boats for everyone, except for the time there's a storm and you don't know how to swim. And I'm okay, use the boat. Also learn to swim. So I think there's something to be said for writing your own symphony, painting your own painting, building your own business, writing your own book. Not for them, not for the output, for your personal growth.
Before I got here today, I was writing a post for LinkedIn, and I was trying to make the case that everybody using ChatGPT to write their emails, their social media posts, their investment pitches that I received is now making the internet feel really inauthentic, because people that I knew for many, many years are now sending me these perfect cookie cutter emails with words that I've never heard them use before.
Yeah, of course.
And so when I read it, my brain mentally discounts it as not being their opinion, not actually being them.
Yeah.
And when you feel like you're speaking to someone's AI, the meaning is gone. So I was writing this post about how actually now there's this premium on human written language. Like if you make a couple of mistakes and you use the old words, you don't use words like forged and robust. I'd like to forge a partnership with you, Stephen. Furthermore, can we? I'm like, you've never said that to me, mate. So
the end dashes.
Oh my gosh,
it's funny, right?
It's crazy.
Yeah, but you're talking about what you're talking about. Have you ever heard of the Japanese concept of wabi-sabi?
No.
So wabi-sabi is a Japanese design concept, which is beauty in that which is temporary or imperfect. Okay? So have you ever seen Japanese ceramics?
Yeah.
They're wonky, or the glaze is not even.
Yeah.
And they're beautiful. You know why? Because they're handmade. Tree bark, trees. When you have a wooden bowl, wood is beautiful. Why? It's imperfect. Right? Unique. Things made on a machine are the same and less beautiful. And things made by hand are beautiful because they're imperfect. What makes people beautiful is not that we get everything right. It's that we get many things wrong. And what makes us fall in love is not the person who's perfect. It's the person who accepts our imperfections, and we know we're in love when we learn to accept theirs, not learn to, want to, right? And you're 100% right. I now know in the art world, artists are being asked to sign affidavits that say, I painted this, I made this, not AI. Not because it's better or worse, it's because I want to know it was touched by human hands. And so I think you're right. What will happen is everything will be so perfect that it'll be as if we're all driving or using things that everything came off a conveyor belt. And what we will start to desire is things that are made by hand. Because, by the way, we think Rolls-Royce, Ferrari. It takes 39 months to get a Ferrari. You know why? It was made by hand. Right? Yeah. And one of the things that makes it expensive is the technology and the carbon fiber and all that. But the other thing is it's slow and it was made by people.
Human error, the value of human error.
The value of human error.
Scooter Braun said to me the other day, he said, we could watch a computer play chess with another computer. He goes, but the chess games that have the highest demand are one human versus another, because when a computer plays a computer, the moves are predictable and they're the same and they're perfect. But it's the human error of two human chess players who are worse, objectively worse at chess, that makes it so fascinating.
Yes, that's any sporting event. Any sporting event. It's not the perfection of the game, it's the error that loses the game that adds the drama. And it's like trying not to make a mistake is as powerful as trying to get everything right. And it's the humanity of the sport, the humanity of the competition. It is the imperfection. And I think that we forget as people what makes us beautiful. Like when you go on a first date or a first interview, all you do is present perfection. Put on my best clothes, dressed up. And I don't dress like this every day. I dressed up on my date, right? My interview, I don't wear this. This is what I wore for my interview because I want to put out a good impression. And I practiced, and I make myself confident. I've got a great job, and I've got a great personality, and I love my mother, and my goodness, everything's great. And then you get in the relationship, you get the job, and you become a slob, right? This is what AI is. It's to your point. It's fake.
It's on the interview example. The minute you started describing that, I immediately flashed back to an interview I had last week at our company where a young kid walks in wearing a suit. And I thought, now I have no idea who you are, because I know that's not you. I know that you don't wear a suit. You're 22 years old. You do not wear a suit. So I have no indication. I have no clues as to who you are. And therefore, it's harder for me to figure out if you fit here. And I think because what he tried to do there was show up perfect, what he thought perfect was, and in some ways to hide who he actually was. Whereas this is why I like now on the internet sloppy text. I like grammatical mistakes.
But at the same time, you don't want him to show up and kick his shoes off and put his feet on the table either.
In the same way that
there's an element of respect you want, and you want somebody in a first interview to put on some effort. Now, too much effort is pretty inauthentic, but too little effort. What's that?
This is my diagram. You've got perfect on one end, which is low, and then you've got poor, which is also low.
Yeah.
The sweet spot is right here in the middle.
Yeah, well, I think there's some truth to that. And so there's a level of, it's the same thing as like we all want vulnerability in our relationships, but not on the first date. Like I don't need to know that quite yet,
What are the other skills that you think we need to equip ourselves with based on the way that the world is heading? Because we're, like the calculator came along and we no longer needed to be able to do complicated maths.
Yeah, completely forgotten my times tables.
I can't spell anymore. So if I said to my friends, the most I can do is 9 times 9. That's like the top end of my range. But with spelling, it's the same. I get like half the word correct now with AI, and it does the rest.
But again,
So what are those skills?
I think it's all human skills. I think so I think where the world is going to go, and at least this is where I'm taking a bet, is that as the end product becomes easier to produce, it's the humanity that's going to suffer. And unless we take personal accountability, both as individuals and organizations, to teach and learn human skills, they will disappear for all the reasons we're talking about. So how do I listen? How do I hold space? How do I resolve conflict peacefully? How do I give and how do I receive feedback? Those are two different skills. How do I have an effective confrontation? You pissed me off. Do I know how to approach you as a friend, as a colleague, without creating a massive fight or losing a friendship over it? How to take accountability, how to express empathy. These skills, these very, very human skills, are the things that we're already starting to see just with the internet and social media are suffering. And so I think AI will only exaggerate the loss of those skills, and those skills are more important than learning how to spell.
One of the concerning things was I heard Sam Altman, who's the founder of OpenAI and ChatGPT, launch this thing called WorldCoin a couple of years ago when ChatGPT really started taking off. And it has been closely tied to the concept of universal basic income. The idea, the overarching idea is that in a world where AI and automation eliminate many jobs, UBI may be necessary. WorldCoin is one way to help implement it. That was stated by the founder of ChatGPT, Sam Altman.
Yeah. Again, I'll go back to my ironic statement before. Isn't it ironic that they want to do a universal income, a standard universal income, now that the knowledge workers are losing their jobs? But when the factory workers were losing their jobs, those same people were massively against these kinds of things. So, I mean, yes.
What happens to purpose?
It's ironic.
And meaning, if we're being, because for anybody that doesn't know what universal basic income is, the idea is the government, the state, whatever, would pay you a certain amount of money every single
minimum
month.
salary.
So $2,000, $3,000, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Because they don't think many of us are going to have, there's not going to be enough jobs to go around. And I wonder what happens to purpose and meaning and pursuit and challenge and all these things in a world where we're just being handed money.
So we're not being given wealth. There's a difference. We're being given survival money, right? And so, we have to be very careful that says, everybody who's on welfare is lazy. That's not true, So we have to be very careful that just because we give somebody something doesn't mean that they cease to have ambition or purpose or drive. It's like somebody who makes a commission salary, works on commission, and they make just enough to pay their rent and buy food, and that's it. Like, that's a lack of ambition, The cases, at least the people I've heard talk about it, they make a compelling case for it, especially in a world where there is plenty of wealth. But I don't know enough about it to make an argument for or against it, if I'm honest. But I do find it ironic that the Sam Altmans of the world are calling for it, given the fact that there's going to be so many job losses when it's jobs of their kind. And I also think that's funny. What's going to happen when Sam Altman's product gets good enough that he can lay off most of his staff? Just curious what happens.
He has made a point of having, I think it's 100 people or less in his company. He doesn't have a big team. And I think part of that is because when I heard his TED Talk a couple of days ago, he's saying, I think AGI is sooner than we think, actually. And I think we're going to have a fast takeoff, which means it's going to arrive very quickly and accelerate very quickly. So I think he's actually preparing not to.
Yeah, but what happens to the 90 people he lays off when he doesn't need 100, he only needs 10?
This is the question.
I'm just curious. I don't know. And this is why anybody who has an opinion about it, the answer is we don't know. But I think people react very differently when it's their job on the line, when it's their income on the line, when it's their pride, when it's their ego. I keep hearing from companies. I mean, we were talking about this before we turned on the cameras. You talk to, if you want a new website, I guarantee you, I don't care which company you talk to, they will all talk about how they're AI this, AI that. And you ask the question, are you using AI? Yes, we're using AI. We're doing it differently. We're the future, blah, blah, blah. And then you ask them for a proposal. It's going to look like all the other proposals from 2015, and this is how many hours it's going to take our people to program this and code this. And I was like, what happened to all the AI? Why is this slow and expensive when everything's supposed to be fast and inexpensive?
Because they're taking the margin.
Of course they're taking the margin. And they've got a lot of people doing things the old-fashioned way because the business model, people work very hard to protect. The status quo exists because there are people who benefit from the status quo. That's why there is a status quo. And it's, like I said, everybody's into change, the future, until it's them that's threatened, or their income.
The billionaires that I know, the one consistent thing they've whispered to me about AI is that people are going to have a lot of free time. That's one of the things that's been really consistent. You're so right when you say that. When I asked you about the future of AI, you said, I don't know. The reason why I know that's probably the correct answer generally is because when I sat with the most advanced people in AI, whether it's Mustafa, who's head of Microsoft AI, now CEO of Microsoft AI, or people from Google, or the CEO of Google, or Reid Hoffman, who's the founder of LinkedIn, they all had different opinions, which made me to think actually the right answer is nobody knows.
The right answer is nobody. That is correct. And you always be aware of the messenger, right? You won't have anybody who owns an AI company talking doomsday scenarios. It's not in their economic interest, even if they secretly harbor that. It's like people who used to run cigarette companies didn't smoke and they didn't let their family smoke. It's like, I remember visiting Facebook in the earlier days, and I went into the cafeteria and they had like picnic benches. And I was like, and they were telling me with pride how they have these communal eating areas to help people maintain relationship. And I was like, this is hilarious. You literally have a product that breaks relationships, and yet you understand enough to make people eat together at lunchtime so that they'll maintain relationship. I mean, the point being, if your economic interest, show me how someone's paid and I'll show you how they behave, One
of the scariest conversations I was privy to was a friend of mine who's a billionaire in London. He knows the CEO of one of the biggest AI companies in the world, who I can't name. And he said, by the way, what he tells me in private is not what he's saying publicly.
Yeah.
He said to me that what this particular CEO thinks is going to happen with AI is pretty horrific. Mm-hmm. And the CEO of this big AI company is totally cool with it. It's horrific what he thinks is about to happen. And then when I watch this guy do his like online talks and give his opinion, he's so nuanced and everything will be fine and he's an AI optimist. Then I heard this scenario at this kitchen table in East London from his friend about what he really thinks, and it was chilling.
Yeah.
Like actually the lack of empathy.
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
The obsession with power was shocking to me.
Yeah. The obsession with power and money and all the rest of it. Yeah. But this is because the internet has done something really strange and challenged one of my theories head on, right? So I talk about in an infinite game, Jim Carse, his theory, in an infinite game, there's no winners or losers, right? And so like nobody wins, fast food. Nobody wins cars. Like General Motors, Ford, Vauxhall, they can all exist at the same time, right? And they'll have degrees of success or not success, but they can all exist simultaneously. Nobody's going to win. The exception is in the internet. In the like Amazon, it won.
Yeah.
Like, Google for search, yep, they won, right? And if you start going down like the big tech companies, there is only one. I mean, sure, there's competition, but not really, right? Walmart is making a run of it to threaten Amazon, but Amazon's still so damn big, All of these companies, there's only one. And that's not good. That you can't have winners in a category. And so this is why I think the race for AI is so aggressive, for AI dominance is so aggressive, and which is why people are not being careful, and which is why they're not putting controls, is because the way that tech seems to work is there probably will be one dominant standard, and then that's it. And the question is which one? Because I don't think it just seems to be the way it is, which is a very scary prospect to me, that the fact that we can have winners is a bad thing, especially if we pride ourselves on being capitalists. Then there cannot be a winner, and there cannot be one that is so dominant that nobody else can even compete except for scraps.
What are your emotions when you think about AI and what's happening? Because I feel like the moment we're living in is a profound one, and that we don't actually realize it. Because when these tools come out, OpenAI released yesterday 3.0, it's the best model ever. The day after, my life was the same. So we don't really notice it because we go back to work, our clients ask for the same thing, we have the same team members sat around us. It almost seems like the sand timer is rotated and we're on a clock, and it's a slow disruption of our everyday lives. Sam Altman the other day on his TED Talk 3-4 days ago said, in the short term, everything will appear the same, but in the long term, he goes, life is going to be completely different.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, and look at any technology like AI, it was kind of the same until it wasn't. And these are evolutions, not revolutions. Like there's a revolutionary bit, Like I remember when the internet showed up, and like brick and internet shopping showed up, and all the technologists were like, it's the end of stores, it's the end of bricks and mortar. Like they're done, like we'll never go to a shop again. Well, that didn't happen. Now, shops struggle to compete against internet, but that's a price thing, right? That's a business model thing. Yeah. But we like going shopping because again, all of these companies always forget, especially technologists, they all forget that the end user is a human being. And most of us don't fully understand everything. Even our iPhones, most people use a small percentage of all the capabilities of our iPhones. Most of us don't even know how to change the damn settings to make it do something we want, right? Neither do your kids. It's not an adult thing, right? It's not an old person thing. And there's a few people who get more out of it, and good for them. Some people use it just as a phone, fine. And it's a bell curve. So I think there will be a few people and a few companies that will get more value out of these things than the rest of us. But I think he's right. I think There'll be a revolutionary bit, and then it'll settle. I find this whole thing fascinating. When you ask me how do I feel, depending on what subject I'm talking about, absolute fear and absolute amazement. I have both and everything in between. When I think about how it affects democracy and the ability to make deep fakes and how it can manipulate people and their opinions to vote one way or another, I have real fear.
Yeah.
Right? When it comes to like productivity and the reshaping of business, technologists and people who were part of the internet revolution, they love to say, 20 years ago, 80% of the jobs we have now didn't exist. They love to say that, right? But when you ask them now, they seem to think that I think it's the same, which is all those people who are going to lose those jobs in white collar jobs and knowledge workers, they're not going to not work. There's going to be new jobs. The IRS digitized a whole bunch of years ago, right? They got rid of all the accountants and they put in all the computers, right? Do you know how much money the IRS saved when it completely changed the way it looked?
No.
The answer is zero. Yes, they got rid of all the accountants. They need to hire all the IT people. So the workforce looked different, but it didn't get smaller. And so I think it's the same thing. We already know the massive, incredible amounts of energy that it takes for AI to work. Data centers that use up massive amounts of electricity like we've never seen in our lives. Like nuclear has to be a thing. There isn't enough coal or oil or solar or wind to power these things. It just doesn't exist. So nuclear has to be a thing. So go be a nuclear engineer. You want to get an advanced degree? I don't need you to be a coder. Coding was a thing go be a nuke. Because by the way, you got to be just as smart to be a nuke as you have to be so you're going to start to see that. You're going to see energy work. I just think the jobs will change. I don't think they're going to one thing I do disagree with, it's just not like you're going to be a bunch of people walking around bored. I just think the jobs will change.
If there was a 10-year-old kid stood here now and the 10-year-old said to us, guys, what do you think I should focus on?
I would say two things. One is going back to human skills. Learn how to be a good friend to your friends.
Okay, how do I learn that?
You're going to really need that. How does a 10-year-old learn that, or how do you and I learn that?
Both.
A 10-year-old learns it, that when they go and have a play date at a friend's house, a smart parent takes away all the phones. I would hate that the 10-year-old has a phone in the first place, but if they do, take away all the phones and make the kids go play. That when they have a fight, the parents make them say sorry, go over to your friend's house and knock on the door and you're going to say sorry for the thing that you did. We're going to teach kids how to resolve conflict. We're going to teach kids how to pay compliments. We're going to teach kids how to take accountability. And these are all the skills of, well, what did you do wrong versus it's not like, it's not always the school or the teacher. Maybe your kid is disruptive, And so accountability is a real thing. And so I think if we teach those things to 10-year-olds and to adults, I think it makes for a better society. And the other thing is go learn a real skill. And I don't mean like that, prompting isn't a real skill. That's not what I mean. It's what I said before, which is it's the excruciating, what makes great relationships great is not that you get along all the time. The best marriages, the best relationships, they're not absent of conflict. It's they know how to resolve conflict peacefully. By the way, I believe in world peace. I don't believe in a world without conflict. I believe a world in which we can resolve our conflict peacefully without the need to go to war to resolve conflict. This is why I like democracies, because democracies can solve conflict without bullets. So the human skills one, but I say a real skill, mean go do something difficult. Build something, design something, imagine something, write something. And by the way, I'm totally fine even if you plug it into ChatGPT and say, tell me what's wrong with this. Your grammar's all screwed up, And like I said, I am smarter because I did it. The reason I'm more confident than when I was younger. And I think that's one of the things people talk about, you get wise with age, you have more confidence as you get older. And yes, that's all true. And there's multiple reasons for it. But I think one of the reasons is the things that are happening to me now, I've gone through those things before. They were scary and kept me up at night the first time. And now I know how to do it. I'm not afraid of it anymore. And so I think what happens as you gain experience is you lose fear. And if ChatGPT or whatever AI product we use does everything for us, I think you just end up scared.
One of the things that I'm contending with at the moment, with this new technology that's arrived, being an entrepreneur, seeing this huge opportunity, thinking about the dot-com boom and all the great opportunity that that created, people talking about the age of abundance and all these things, is I'm contending with the question on a personal level, which is, when is enough enough? And maybe this question is more pertinent now than ever in a world where creating stuff, building stuff, starting a company, launching a book, the cost of creating these things, whether they're good or not so good, has gone to basically zero. So we can all theoretically, from our computers now, become movie directors and authors and software developers. And so with this possibility, opportunity, and the thing we need to deploy is intention. Like, what do I do? What is the thing that's going to lead me to happiness? Do I pursue all of these things and start building and creating and running off down that path to climb some ladder? Or do I take a second? When is enough enough? And as an entrepreneur who is in this moment, has a lot of resources, could roll the dice, could start all these new companies, could do all of these things. When is enough enough?
Now. Right, like, there's something to be said for gratitude. And if you want to make it money, we know the data on this, right? I think once you reach, I can't remember the number, it's $70,000 a year of income. Like when you're talking about money, you can't buy happiness. Like, it absolutely buys happiness up to a certain level, which is survival and then a little bit more, you know? But once you reach a certain level, like, there's no discernible increase in happiness that comes with money. Now, what money buys is options, you know? What money buys is time, you know? Those things are true. And you said it, like, some of the people that you and I know who have made generational wealth, they're not discernibly happy. The ones that are happier were happy before they made the money. And the ones who thought the money would buy them happiness, or worse, the money took away their purpose, because when they made the money, they were driven by something that they accidentally made the money. They built businesses those were their passions and their cause. And then the money came and they weren't building the thing anymore. And, you know, this is the difference. It's like, why, it's really interesting. It also gets to the question is, why is it that small companies are more innovative than big companies, right? Like, you think about it, when you say, what's the secret for innovation? Well, you want to have resources, you want to have great people, and you want to have great market opportunities, and then you can have great ideas. Okay, so big companies have tons of money, they have all the best people, they have mature marketplaces that people generally know who they are, and they're the least innovative organizations on the planet, right? Then you have little companies that have no money, they're bootstrapping it, they don't have enough people, nobody knows who they are, and there's shit market conditions, and yet they're more innovative. And then big companies innovate by buying the little companies. Mm-hmm. You know, that's basically what happens. Your exit, big company kind of innovates, they just bought you, right? Why is that? Why is that the rule? And so it goes directly to this, I think. I think the reason is because when you're small, your ambitions are bigger than the resources you have to achieve those ambitions. Mm-hmm. Every small business has outsized ambitions, like beyond objectively stupid. Like, you look at what they have and what they've got, and they tell you where they're going to be, and you're just like, no. And yet some of them do. And I think the problem with big companies is their ambitions are well within their capabilities and their resources. In other words, their vision isn't big enough. Mm. And I think your vision has to be bigger than the amount of money, resources, and intelligence that you have to achieve that. And what that produces is creativity. And so it goes right back to this, which is if we can do so much with AI, then we need bigger visions. And so when you ask me, how do you find happiness? I think that we need to set our sights on things that are bigger than finite success. And I think we do need a gratitude practice, regardless of how little or how much you have. To be grateful for what you do have is a profound impact. I went through this with the LA fires, right? I was very lucky that my house survived and I didn't have to get evacuated, but the evacuation zones were getting closer and closer. And two things happened that were profound that live with me now. one which is resolvable and one which is unresolvable. We were all obsessed with this app called Watch Duty, which is how we tracked the fires. It basically took all the publicly available information and put it in one place in a really amazing way, right? Started by this amazing entrepreneur named John Mills. And we were all obsessed with Watch Duty. We all were on this app the whole time. And one of the things we were watching was the wind. Because if the wind shifted, it could profoundly impact your life. And I remember having this experience, like we were all watching the wind and the wind went away from me. And I thought, oh, thank God. And in that moment, I knew that somebody was looking at the app going, oh God, no. And it's not like service where I'll eat a little less so that somebody can eat more. Or I'll give up some of my income so that somebody has. It's not one of those. I don't want my house to burn down so somebody else's house doesn't burn down. And I had to live with this paradox of how unfair the world is, that simultaneously my relief and good news was somebody else's stress and bad news, and there was nothing I could do to change that. So that paradox, it is horrible, and it was right in front of me. So that's one. But it's the second part, which is the evacuation zones were coming a little closer, and they were one zone away from where I live. And we didn't know if we were going to be woken in the middle of the night with an alarm to evacuate. We didn't know. And so I had to go through the process of packing up my car and making my go bag. And I put as much stuff in my car as I could. And I had to, we all play that game. It's like, if there's a fire and you have to run out and grab two things, what would you grab? I had to do that, right? A lot of people in LA had to do that, right? You actually had to make the decisions. What am I going to take and what am I going to leave behind? And I found myself bringing things that I never thought were important to me. And I found myself leaving things behind that I thought I would take. But the one thing that was amazing was stuff that I couldn't fit, but I still had love for, like my favorite painting in the world. It's just, I couldn't fit it in my car. I stood there in front of it and I said, thank you. And I said, goodbye. And it was like saying goodbye to a loved one. I hear this, somebody loses a parent. They go, look, it was awful. And, he suffered on his deathbed, but I'm glad I was with him to say goodbye. And it was the most amazing thing to have gratitude for something that I don't want to lose, but accepted that I might. And it's made me a lot more disconnected from my material things, especially the things I said goodbye to, because I've already said goodbye to them. I just sold some of my art for charity, and people said, how did you love your art? I'm like, I know, it's like my art's like my babies. Like, how did you choose? And I said, I've already said goodbye to everything here. I did it months ago. And I think this idea of gratitude for what we have, but also like you're going to lose your parents. All of us will lose our parents. Hopefully, they don't never have to say goodbye to us. But if things go well, we're going to have to say goodbye to our parents. And we can't be angry about it. We want to say thank you for the times we had. And I think to have that level of appreciation for everything in our lives, how temporary all of this is, I think it makes you happier. I know it sounds, it makes you happier to just look at someone and be grateful. Failed relationships. You could be angry at the other person, or you can be grateful for the lessons they taught you or for the good times you had. And I think to change our minds to gratitude, and you can, it's a little bit, hippy-dippy to have a gratitude practice, and that's fine. If that's your thing, lie in bed every night or keep a journal and just say the things you're grateful for. But I don't know if it works without an evacuation zone approaching. I don't know. But to go around your home and just say thank you to the things that you like is a weird thing. How many of us, when was the last time you called a friend out of the blue and just said, thanks for being my friend? Like, hey, just wanted to call and just tell you I love you, just tell you thank you. And, that's all. No, just 2 minutes. Just want to say thank you for being my friend.
I think if I said that to one of my best friends, they'd think I was losing my mind or something, or that something was wrong. They'd be so concerned because it's such an unusual thing for me to have done.
Okay, so you can do it this way. So I had a guest on the podcast, and he came up with this thing that is so outside of my personality, but I'm going to try it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And you can do that.
Yeah.
I'm new to this. I know for years people have been like, you should have a gratitude practice and keep a gratitude journal. And I tried it. I was like, okay, I'm grateful for my sister, grateful for what for my family, grateful for my friends, grateful for the life that I live. All right, good night. All right, next day. I'm grateful for my sister, grateful for my family, grateful for my friends, and I found it so repetitive that I was like, is this worth it? Like, sure, like every now and then something was different and new. And I've come to the conclusion, like, if it's the same 3 things every single day, good.
I was thinking about this a lot the other day when someone asked me, think about all the people in your life and imagine if they were sick, and imagine if you had $1 billion in your bank and the $1 billion could cure their sickness. Like, who would you cure it for? Would you spend $1 billion to cure your girlfriend's sickness, your mother's sickness, your father's sickness, your whatever, even if it was the risk to them was low? And you would. I'd give every penny I had to cure an illness that my girlfriend had, even if the risk was low. And as I was thinking through that, I was like, but then if you look at my calendar and how I'm allocating my time against these individuals and against my priorities, there's a real imbalance here. And over the last couple of weeks in particular, I've been on a bit of a journey of realizing just how important 4 or 5 people in my life are. And how much I neglect them.
Yeah, I mean, like, of course. I mean, only when you're right. Like, which is, if you say, give $1 billion and you can cure this disease that affects, 2 million people, 10 million people, you'd be like, I'll give some money, right? But if it was one family member, you would exhaust every resource. You would quit your job. You would do everything you can
for a 1% chance.
For a 1% chance. Yeah. And people do. They quit their jobs when. And like so many charities have been started because my father died, my mother died, my sister died, my brother died, and now I've devoted my life to right? Mm-hmm. Like literally that's the reason. And it's because it's personal. Of course, that makes sense. It's why are some entrepreneurs good and some entrepreneurs bad? Well, how personal is the thing that you're working on to you? Because then I only like the entrepreneurs that I love, I want to know that they are solving a problem that they struggled with or that somebody they love struggled with. Or something, if they read an article in a magazine and thought this is a great market opportunity, there is no passion there. That is driven by money and power only. I want to know somebody that it's so deeply personal to them that they will stop at nothing. They will run through a brick wall and find every creative solution. And it goes right back to the small company versus big company. It's passion and a vision that is bigger than the resources that I have. Which, I had a conversation with somebody recently actually, where they wanted to, it was a business problem and they wanted to change the goals. And I said, we can't just change the goals because they're difficult, so we might miss the goal. It's true. Yes, we have a very aggressive goal and the likelihood of us hitting it is incredibly low, but why would we lower it? And they said to me, I don't like to fail, they said. I don't like to fail, and I know you don't either. And I said, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. I have spent most of my life a failure, and I'm very comfortable being a failure. And I think of myself not as a success. I think of myself as a failure. And that's because my ambitions are bigger than my skills or my ability to achieve those ambitions. And so almost everything I've done, with a couple of exceptions, have fallen short of what I had hoped for. I'm very comfortable with that. Because failing at 80% is really much better than succeeding at 30%. And I think this idea of fear of failure and embracing failure, I don't want to fail, but I think it's important to have dreams that are beyond your skills or your resources, because that's where creativity comes from. That's where resourcefulness comes from. When you go, how am I going to figure this one out? And you told me the stories of your own team. It's the resourceful ones. And now we go back to AI. AI is not going to figure that out, right? There's data on this. I have actually never thought about this. This is good. There was a book called, it was The Wisdom of Crowds. I think it was that one. I think it was The Wisdom of Crowds by James Surowiecki, where people with experience knew what to do versus people who were just trained. So I'll give you the example. And again, I might have the book wrong, but I remember the case. So there was a bunch of firemen fighting a fire in wildfires, right? And the wind picked up and the fire was coming really fast towards these firemen. True story. And they all started running for their lives as this fire was approaching them unbelievably quickly. But the problem was, if they looked ahead, there was a small hill, which means you're going to slow down because you can't run fast up a hill. And this fire is coming fast, right? The senior guy on the team started screaming, "Get down, get down, get down." And they all ignored him. They were all running for their lives. And he just stopped running and got down and put his hands over his head and just lay in a ball. And the fire was going so fast that it blew right over him. And it caught up with the other guys and burned them all to death. Now, they didn't teach them that in fire school. It was accumulated knowledge of wisdom that came from experience, that he knew the right thing to do in the moment. He was able to read the tea leaves in a way, and his gut, whatever that means, his gut said the right thing to do is to drop down, you'll be okay. And this is why, I'm going to sound like a broken record, the importance of doing the work yourself, of writing the book, painting the painting, choreographing the dance, composing the symphony, building the business, having the difficult conversations, stumbling and bumbling, right? The reason for it, like, let's say you have a fight with your girlfriend. You don't want to be in a fight. You don't like being in a fight. You want to do the right thing. So you go to ChatGPT and you be like, my girlfriend and I had a fight. This is what the fight was about. Okay? I think I did some stuff wrong. I think she did some stuff wrong. This is exactly what happened. Tell me what to do. And you go, babe, I just want you to know I want to take full accountability. I'm really sad that this happened, and I want you to know that I care about this relationship. And she says to you, did you get this answer from ChatGPT? And you go, I did. How's that going to go? Right? Now, you did everything right. You did everything right. You did everything right. But for the fact, and it goes right back to what you said, which is it removed the humanity, it removed the personality, it's artificial, it's fake. It's everything you said about the job interview. It's everything you said about all those other things, about all the resumes, all of the pitch decks. It's not you telling me sorry, it's ChatGPT telling me sorry. And even though you went with good intention to get it right, I would rather you get it wrong and bumble and fumble it with me and be like, babe, I don't know how to do this. I'm an asshole. And then she fights with you because you get it wrong and you rumble through it together. And what happens when you come, you've had this happen. I know because I have, and I know everybody has. When you come out of the fight, you're closer. Mm-hmm. Not because you got it right, because you got it wrong. And if you learn the skill, and you get better and better and better and better, and you do learn the skill of saying the right thing, and you do learn the skill. She knew it wasn't because you asked AI in the moment because you just wanted to resolve the problem and remove the tension. It's because you learned the skill for the time that you don't know when it's going to happen because you're equipped for this relationship. Mm-hmm. And it's that investment in the relationship rather than trying to transactionally solve the problem before me. And that's the difference. Mm-hmm. It's infinite versus finite. It's it's destination versus journey. I'm in the journey of this relationship versus I have a destination. I got to solve this problem now, otherwise this is going to destroy my relationship. And all of this is coming full circle. And it comes right back to everything we started this. I think it's hilarious that you're having a conversation with me about AI because I'm not an AI expert and I'm not in the AI business. But I am in the humanity business. And I think everything we're talking about from every angle, we're battle testing this idea. And what we can't get away from is human beings really want human beings. And human beings really want human experiences. Mm-hmm. And human beings really want things made by human beings. And we are not only okay with, we want imperfection. Because imperfection is the sign of human.
I was just thinking about how when I'm in an argument with my partner, if she was perfect, if she was completely composed, if she was looking at me without emotion, without expression, and if she was spewing ChatGPT-like responses back at me, it would be a little bit infuriating, but also it would be completely dehumanizing, as you say. And it's funny how actually, even in conflict, I want emotion, I want imperfection, I want human resonance. So it's interesting because I've been thinking about what my
struggle is a good thing.
Yeah.
And I think in our modern day and age, we have underappreciated and underrepresented the value of struggle. And if you ask anybody in their life, tell me about a time in your career where you felt like, boy, this is the most amazing thing I've ever done. I'm so glad I'm a part of this. It's not the big win. It's not the big success. It's not we finished everything on time and under budget. Mm-hmm. It's, oh my God, this one thing went horribly wrong. Oh my God, it went so badly. And yet the way we came together, The most important thing in my career was when I lost my passion and went into deep depression. Never want to go through that again. Really glad it happened. And all of our relationships, professional, personal, romantic, whatever they are, right? All of our relationships get better when we go through struggle together. And we know the way the human animal works. We know that oxytocin is released when you have shared struggle. That's why when you put people in boot camp and they go through shit together, or there's a natural disaster, like all of a sudden, I don't care who you voted for. I saw your house blow down in the tornado. I got you. Don't worry, we're neighbors, right? Like we can put aside all the rational nonsense, the intellectual nonsense, and at the end of the day, human beings are good at helping human beings.
Struggle also, in many contexts, is the value. So when I think about a Simon Sinek book, the reason why I value it is because I know that Simon Sinek spent years writing that thing and pulling it together. The reason why certain handmade things that we talked about earlier are valuable is because of the pain and the toil that went into them. And when you think about the art world and other creations through history, the value comes from the fact that human beings came together for a prolonged period of time and did something. And actually the investment is the value. Like the amount that went in the top creates
We're not buying the product, we're buying the story.
Yeah, like the Mona Lisa is...
You're not buying the Mona Lisa, you're not buying a piece of art, you're buying the story that goes with the art. The story that it took to create the art, what the artist was going through, what they were thinking. You're not buying my book, you're buying the story of the making of my book.
And the Mona Lisa was stolen from what I understand.
I mean, we don't even know if the one in the Louvre is the real one.
Because I heard much of the reason why the Mona Lisa is so valuable is because at one point it was stolen and then they like managed to find it again. And actually it's just a painting, but the story of the
story
painting is worth 100 million, 200 million, whatever.
Whatever. I mean, and so this is what we forget. The reason famous artists are famous is because you buy the story of that artist, not their talent. There's a lot of famous singers and actors and painters, dancers, who are a lot less talented than the unknown ones, but you buy into the story. And this is why some celebrities, as much as they talk about the paparazzi and the tabloids, they want to be in the paparazzi and the tabloid. They want the paparazzi to follow them because it keeps their story relevant. It keeps them, they're worth more because they're in the zeitgeist.
Apple know this better than anybody because you go to an Apple store and they've laid out their products as if it was an art gallery. The 3 feet either side of the iPhone create the impression in my mind that this is a piece of art and there's only one of them. And the fact that they've wasted all this space, which I know real estate costs money and that must have been expensive, pours into the device itself. If I'd gone into an Apple store and there was 1,000 iPhones, like the old electronic stops, all stacked on top of each other, I would assume the iPhone was worth less. But the story, just by the frame in which I see it, means that, oh my God, this thing is...
It's theater.
It looks like one of one.
Yeah, it's theater. And some would call it manipulative, but we want things to feel valuable, not just be valuable, right? I could tell you I've got I found a guy who makes cashmere jerseys, and he uses the exact same cashmere as, Laura Piano, whatever, some fancy ass brand, But the problem is it says like Dave's Cashmere Shop, I could tell you everything about where he sources the cashmere, how he makes it, that's the same everything. And you'd be like, yeah, Dave's Cashmere Shop? Because you're not buying the cashmere, you're buying the brand. Yeah. You're buying the story, you're buying the association. That's why brands have value. Because it's irrational.
Yeah.
And humans are irrational. And that's why companies invest in building brands for the story. And so, yeah, I think I'm, as much as AI scares me, I still believe the thing that the technologists don't appreciate and won't appreciate, and there will be a rebellion, and handmade will become more valuable, and handmade will become more expensive, and people will want to say that. It's like, you had that person write your speech for you? Wait, who did the painting for you? They did it themselves? And I think that's good. It's a pendulum, right? We're going to get enamored with the technology until it's boring.
This also just expands generally. I know this sounds quite big and we're talking about these big things, but just everything that you create, it's very, very tempting at the moment to just create something with AI and throw it up on your website, on your social media pages, or present it to the world, a presentation deck at work. But actually, I'm already noticing I'm attributing huge value and interest in things that I can identify as human made. I had a flashback a second ago as we were talking about this idea of scarcity to one of my favorite brands in the world. It's a clothing brand. And I was obsessed with this clothing brand. I'd spend a huge amount I don't spend money on clothes. I would spend a huge amount of money every time they came out with a new item. One day, the founder of the brand, and everybody knows this brand, he posted a photo from his factory. It was a video. And what I saw in the video was the shirt I was currently wearing as I watched the video in a massive bucket with 4,000 others of the exact same shirt. And in that moment,
fell out of love.
I fell out of love.
Exactly.
Because in my head, I painted this like artisan picture of them sewing it. These two guys sewing it in their bedroom and then like sending it to me.
It's probably what it was on the ad too.
I think that's what it kind of like used to be. So I still had that image,
but it got too big. Yeah. The one thing that I've always understood, this is true for businesses, this is true for absolutely everything. Scale breaks things. You know, scale breaks things. In the military, they have special forces, special operating forces, Navy SEALs, SAS, you know, all those folks, right? And there's a saying in the special forces that's basically special. You can't scale special, right? So you can take whatever training skills, whatever you have for the special forces, and you give it to everybody. It's not going to work. Special can only be small, you know, and so scale breaks things. Scale always. I mean, like Microsoft versus Apple. Right? So Apple wanted the highest quality operating system in the world, right? So what did they do? They refused to clone, right? They wouldn't clone their operating system. And they as a result of refusing to do that, they never for years Apple had, like, in the height of the PC wars, maybe 4% of the world's operating systems. Microsoft said, we're happy to clone our operating system. So it was a little bit different on Dell, it was a little bit different on IBM. Wherever you use it was slightly different. And they had 90-something% of the world's operating systems. It's because you have to trade quality for scale every time. There's a reason why buying fancy goods for a lot of money, like, because as you said, the way you make things has to change, and you have to start making them in factories, and you have to scale breaks companies. Think about how beautiful companies are. The number of companies that talk about, our company's like a family. Get to about 150 people, 200 people, get to Dunbar's number. Not so much of a family anymore.
I think B2B marketers keep making this mistake. They're chasing volume instead of quality. And when you try to be seen by more people instead of the right people, all you're doing is making noise, but that noise rarely shifts the needle, and it's often quite expensive. And I know, as there was a time in my career where I kept making this mistake, that many of you will be making it too. Eventually, I started posting ads on our show sponsors platform, LinkedIn, and that's when things started to change. I put that change down to a few critical things. One of them being that LinkedIn was then, and still is today, the platform where decision makers go to, not only to think and learn, but also to buy. And when you market your business there, you're putting it right in front of people who actually have the power to say yes. And you can target them by job title, industry, and company size. It's simply a sharper way to spend your marketing budget. And if you haven't tried it, how about this? Give LinkedIn ads a try, and I'm going to give you a $100 ad credit to get you started. If you visit linkedin.com/diary, you can claim that right now. That's linkedin.com/diary. Is it harder now to find love? Because there's lots of stats that say we're having less sex, we're lonelier than ever before. Interestingly, this is maybe an adjacent point, but I was looking at Bumble's share price. I love the founder of Bumble, the CEO, is a really, really good friend of mine. I think she's amazing.
Whitney,
yes. I think she is amazing.
Has she come on?
She has. And I know her, and she's a wonderful human being. But when I was looking at the Bumble share price, it painted a really interesting picture, because then you overlay that with some of these other dating apps, and you see, I mean, this is the...
Well, she's had to come back.
She's just come back in yet to turn the company around. And actually, interestingly, I saw her do an interview, which is one of these ones here. And in the interview, she says she's going to revamp Bumble to make it not about finding love with others, but falling in love with yourself.
Yeah.
And there's also going to be this dating marketplace, but her first objective is going to be get people to love themselves through coaching and all these kinds of things on the app, and then find a partner.
Sure, yes. I mean, I agree with that. I mean, we're all broken records, right? I don't mean that as like we're all broken souls. Like, you know, your customers will never love you until your employees love you first. You'll never find somebody to love you unless you love yourself first. And look at failed relationships, right? Where there's so much tension. It's somebody's lack of self-love that contributes to the failing of that relationship. I mean, I have a dear friend who's going through it right now. She just can't find love, and but it's because she doesn't love herself, and she knows that, it's a hard thing to do. So if Bumble can crack that code, more power to them. But this is the problem with a lot of these things. They're common knowledge. We just don't do them. Everybody knows how to be healthy. Everybody knows how to exercise. Everybody knows what eating right means. Don't do it, because wrong is easier and right takes effort. Everybody knows what we're supposed to do in a relationship. Everybody knows that we're supposed to hold space. Everybody knows philosophically what we're supposed to do, but we don't do it. By the way, it's the reason why most people, I've written all these lovely books, and it's the reason why most companies don't use them. It's because my work is like exercise, which is I can tell you if you want to get into shape, hey Simon, how do I get into shape? Easy. Every single day, work out for 20 minutes. Every single day. Okay? Can I take the occasional day off? Yes, but not too many. Work out every single day, and 100% of you will get into shape. I know it, 100%. When? I don't know, and neither does any doctor. And that's my work. Yes, I can profoundly help you find purpose, start with why. I can help you build trust on a team with leaders at last. I can help you embrace the infinite mindset and have this incredible calm in life. And the reason most companies won't do it, this is a book for innovation right here. You want to know, innovate, infinite game. The reason most companies won't do it is because they need it to happen by the end of the quarter or the end of the financial year. It may or may not. I have no clue. And I cannot predict that it will or won't. It'll work 100%. I just don't know when. And the problem is, goes right back to the beginning of this conversation, we're all so obsessed with the output, we're all so obsessed with the result, that we've completely ignored the value of the journey. Yeah. And people would rather hit the number at the end of the year than build a good, strong company. Think about it, right? If I meet another entrepreneur, when I say, so tell me about your company, we're hyper-growth. We're a hyper-growth company, we're a gazelle, right? Show me, then I always say the same thing, because I'm an ass. Can you please give me one article from a reputable publication, just one, and I don't care the publication, that says that building a hypergrowth company is good for business? Just one. And the answer is you can't, because it's not. And so why we're so obsessed with high-speed growth? It's because our investors want us to be obsessed with high-speed growth, right? Or our egos want us to be obsessed with high-speed growth, right? And if high-speed growth happens by accident, that happens for many of the unicorns, right? It was an accident. I think building a good company is better than building a fast company. I think building a good relationship is better than building a fast relationship. And we're also obsessed with speed and immediate results, a present company included. I've had to learn this the hard way, that I think there's something joyful and beautiful about slowing down, saying thank you, reprioritizing friends. It's okay. I mean, by the way, cell phones, but before cell phones, we went to work and then we went home. And we didn't do work at home because we couldn't do work at home. Yeah. Because we didn't have computers at home and we didn't have cell phones or people to call us. And so you did work at work and then you left. And I remember when cell phones started, I remember the advertising. AT&T had this campaign that they showed people working on the beach, with their computers. Yeah. I mean, this is like the future, right? And they said, now, what was the tagline? It was really funny. It's like, now you can leave work, right? And that's not what happened. Work came with us. We never left work. Work came with us wherever. This is the problem with cell phones and computers and the internet, which is we do not leave work. Work is with us in our pocket every day, every vacation, every evening, every weekend.
As you said that, I thought, do you know what? That's so interesting because that kind of means that friction creates freedom in that regard, if you know what I'm saying. So the friction of not being able to go home and tap away on my computer all night meant that I had a certain level of freedom because I had to kind of wait for things, right? So in the same context with AI coming along, now I can build software throughout the weekend, whether the agency's working or not. Now I can build anything I want at any time using the phone in my pocket. So the friction has come down again. And therefore the pressure to do it now, because I can do it now, goes up. And this is kind of maybe what I was alluding to earlier on in the, when I was saying about how you're going to get more stressed and more overwhelmed and
that's good.
More isolated.
That's so good. That's so right. We're taking work with it. I mean, it's like, everybody has a story of like where the battery ran out on their phone and they ended up having the best night.
Yeah.
Or the internet went out at work and they actually got more done. Like you hear these stories all the time, that when we're forced not to take work with us, it takes a bit of time sometimes to relax, but it's always better because you learn to stop worrying, stop checking, and you just, one of the things I did, I can't delete Instagram completely as much as I'd love to, but I hid it. So, you can do that on iPhone. Yeah. You can take it off it's gone, it's hidden. Yep. It says hide app. And then when you go into the search, when you go search it, suggest, I took it off the suggestions, which most people don't even know you could do that. So I took it off the suggestions. So when I go because I realized what I was doing is when I'm bored, I just pick up my phone and I just and then I see Instagram and I just click it like a zombie, and then I'm done for an hour, So I hid it. So the only time I go to Instagram is when I have to go to it and I have to type in INST, and then it pops up. And my usage of Instagram has plummeted. Plummeted. Because it has to be intentional. And the problem with most social media is it's unintentional.
One of the big things, talking about community, Instagram, AI, that I think a lot about is the value of in real life community going to rise? And I think we might be on the precipice of the community revolution. I say this because when I think about what's going to remain in a world where creating things goes to zero, like when, once upon a time, if you made a social network, or if you built an app, or if you built a movie or a media company or a podcast, that was half of the job. And the other half of the job was like getting it out there in the world.
Yeah.
And so now the people that have the other half of the job, which hasn't gone to zero, now have this tremendous advantage because we can all create, but we can't all distribute. And so having community and building and fostering community, I think now is one of the things that remains. What are the values of a community? Like, how do I build a community?
Well, I have a definition of community, and I think we said it before, which is the community is a group of people who agree to grow together.
Interesting.
Community is a group of people who agree to grow together. And I believe friends are at least two people who agree to grow together.
In marketing, this is the absolute obsession at the moment. Community, run clubs and brands becoming...
It's offline is the new online, right? Mm-hmm. Offline's the new black. Like there's a company called Clicks, and it was started by... She's a talented entrepreneur, and she was in college, and she suffered severe depression and loneliness, and literally struggled, didn't know how to make friends. And I'll just call her by her name. Her name's Alix. But her company Clicks, she started it to solve her own problem, right? My favorite kind of company. And basically to help her friends at school, quote unquote friends, people at school, make friends. And she did it by taking people offline and taking their phones away. And she would come up with reasons to come together, whether it was running or this or that. Just like, it didn't matter what the reason was. Just a reason to come. That when you saw the ad hung up on a piece of paper at college, that you'd be like, I like horror movies, whatever. I like baking. I'll go to that, right? Just a trick. Mm-hmm. And then basically and so she's built this business predominantly for young people, but it's available to anyone. But she's built this business to just bring people together, to meet people without phones, offline. And and there's a great irony in it. She has an app that she wants people not to be on, And
what is it that holds a community together? Is it, so like, we want to improve together, so we have to have some kind of shared value that we want to improve on, presumably. It's like a community of runners, they're trying to get fit together, or they're trying to improve their
I don't think it matters. I mean, it's like it's shared interests is a way to start a relationship, right? Comic-Con, Nerdvana,
mm-hmm.
Burning Man, all of these larger than life events, big and small, going to the football. It's like you're everybody's friend when you wear the right colors. You see people on the tube who's going to the same game, they're wearing the same jersey.
Your friends, yeah.
Your friends, right? So I think common interest is a trick. It's a way of getting people to come together, and it's a nice place to start because at least conversation is easy,
mm-hmm.
right? You know at least one thing about this person that you have in common with them.
Do you need a shared goal in a community, do you think? Thinking, because in the football analogy, we have a shared goal.
Oh yeah, you want to win. I think that's a very good question. You have a shared goal.
Even in a relationship?
Yeah, I think so. That seems to make sense.
The reason why I'm asking these questions is I am building businesses and brands, and I know that community is one of the most important things that everyone building a brand or business is thinking about at the moment. So there's a big difference between having an audience, which is what you might have on like a podcast or something, and having a community. And I'm, as a brand leader and as an entrepreneur, I'm trying to shift from having an audience over to having a community. And that's about like relationships and
shared values.
Shared values.
I mean, I like to think the people who really like my work, not the ones who just like passively like it, but the ones who really like my work. Like if somebody says, I love Start With Why, or I live my life by the infinite game, that it says something about who they are and how they see the world, and that we share the same values. And that and because I am, you know me, you know, I'm an idealist. And I'm consistent in the way I talk about things from the day I started to now, and won't ever change. And I think that's the value of values. And the problem with the modern world we live in and the pressures that people face is money and fame and all the rest of it, and, you know, influencer status. I think it sometimes forces us to question our values or walk away from them. I was invited to a group of, they called it a mastermind group, where there's a bunch of folks like me, author speakers, who wanted to, this is what they told me, come together to, based on shared goals, shared values, how we can work together to improve the world together. And I'm like, oh, sign me up, I'm in, right? So I went, and we sat around, and you know who some of these people are, you know? And we sat around a room, and they spent all of their time talking about how they can share their lists with each other and how they can cross-promote with each other, and what margins are you getting on this? And I'm like, you guys are, and I spoke up, I was like, you guys are just talking about making more money. I thought we came here to like do common good together. They didn't invite me back. But the point is like the money and the fame is seductive. You know, this is Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, which is you start off as the reluctant hero, and you get called to your mission for some reason. And at some point in your journey, there will be something to seduce you away from your mission, money or power. You know, Luke Skywalker was nearly seduced away from the vision, you know, from the journey. Like this is what the hero has to go through. And do you have the friends who will slap you around and keep you in line and say, no, you signed up for this. You have to stay true to what you're doing? Because I think none of us have the courage or the strength to stay true to our cause by ourselves. Very few of us. Mm-hmm. We need to have at least one person who believes in us to give us the strength to stick to it, because the temptation, you and I have both at various times gone through it. Like when you start making money, and you start making money for something you didn't expect, like I never expected to have a career from any of this stuff, right? It happened by accident. And you get to the point where you start thinking you're more important than you are. Do they know who I am? No, get over yourself, you know? And you start becoming seduced. And I think the seduction, when we turn on social media and we watch the Kardashian model, and like you have people who pursue influence without knowledge or skill, like those two buckets. They have the other three buckets, but they don't have the first two buckets. And it is temporary for some, or unfulfilling for others. And, you know, the funny thing about that job, you know, I went to a concert, and there was this woman who walked down the aisle, and some guy was taking pictures of her, and she was posing, and the person next to me goes, she's a famous influencer. And I said, you mean she's a freelance employee of an algorithm? And somebody who chooses to be an influencer, that's what you are. You are a freelance employee of an algorithm. And the minute they change the algorithm, you might be out of business.
You just lost like 170 followers.
I mean, maybe.
You just lost like 170 blue ticks.
But, like, I don't have a problem with the concept of being an influencer if you bring something of value. The only time I have a problem with it is if you make it about you. And I have to get more of everything. In the early days of influencing, there was a young couple that were trying to get followers, and they would do crazier and crazier things. And so what they did is he took a big book, a dictionary, I think it was, and he put it over his chest, and she took a gun and shot it at the book, thinking that the book would stop the bullet. and she killed him. She killed him on camera, right? Now, she admitted afterwards, he's dead, but she admitted afterwards they were doing it to do bigger and crazier stunts to get more and more followers because the financial pressures of driving at those YouTube views was overwhelming. And so it's an extreme case, obviously, of the how we will lose our minds trying to gain followers. And I don't mind if people gain followers by giving, but to gain followers by taking, look at me, look at me, look at me, versus I have something that I think this will help you. And like, there's not, I don't have a problem with, it's the input, right? It's the intention. Anyway, I sound like an old man complaining about you kids these days and you were influencers.
Simon, I printed off some graphs which I think are absolutely fascinating and dovetail into everything you've said today, but also into your work generally. So I'm just going to give you all of these to give you a second to look through them. And I want to get your read and interpretation on them.
Okay. Adults' lack of meaning and purpose, overall lonely. Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
To me, that didn't make sense. I couldn't understand how, if someone is low in purpose, then they are lonelier.
I mean, it just makes sense that when you have lack of purpose, the likelihood that loneliness comes nearby. Like, I think family gives meaning, friends give meaning. Like, you feel like you're there for someone else. But if you don't know why you're showing up every day, I think it feels like a lonely existence, like you feel like you're searching. When you have a sense of purpose, it gives you a mechanism to meet people. It gives you a mechanism to make decisions. It gives you a mechanism to talk about yourself in a way that's quite inspiring to others. You know, when you say your why and somebody says, so what do you do? You say, I wake up every single day to inspire people to do what inspires them. What do you do? You know, like I do. And I think it's not the thing that makes you less lonely. I think it's a mechanism to make you less lonely.
Just as you said that why you just gave, it becomes a magnet for me.
Yeah.
Because then I know who your people are and I know what to talk to you about, and it throws down this bridge for me to walk across.
Yeah. Versus, I'm a dentist.
Or I don't know, which is even worse.
Which is even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that doesn't seem unusual. Distribution of people feeling lonely worldwide by gender. So it's about 50-50.
Mm. Are you surprised by that? For some reason, I thought men were more lonely.
Not at all lonely looks like women do better. I would think, you thought men were more lonely?
I thought men would be more lonely.
I also don't know what the age groups are. Because I want to know what age are they starting at? Is it 18? I guess if we just put that all aside, I mean, women being slightly less lonely than men, I think makes sense, because I think women are probably better at making friends. Maybe I have that wrong. What else we got here? Adults' mental health ratings. 68% of people who have depression are lonely, and 67% of people who have anxiety are lonely.
Mm. Do you think good mental health is a foundation for being not lonely, I guess?
No. I think having somebody who cares about you is a foundation for not being lonely. And when you're in a period of strained mental fitness, it definitely can manifest as loneliness and anxiety. And the best way to manage through that period is to lean on the people who you know love you. That will help. So I don't think you can separate the two. So does it affect it? Of course it affects it. Can it make you withdraw from your friends? Of course it can. So I don't think you can separate the two.
I read a couple of years ago that when people are lonely, they fall into a state of self-preservation because of some evolutionary sort of mechanism, which meant that if we were alone on the Serengeti in Africa, we would sleep worse, we'd become more selfish, we'd become more angry, our cortisol levels would be up, which means more inflammation. And this idea of self-preservation basically means that lonely people become more selfish, more bitter, more angry, and that's not conducive, ironically, with finding more friends, but it is conducive with survival. It is conducive with being able to fend for yourself.
It's more conducive survival as an individual.
Yeah.
So like if you're on a deserted island and you're lonely and all those things and the cortisol rises and you become better at
being on edge,
which is a survival mechanism, right? Mm-hmm. But if you live in a community with other people, then it is counterproductive because we are social animals and I need you to help me and you need to help me. So if we live in tribe together and I'm the selfish asshole, you're not going to wake me and alert me to danger tonight. You're just going to leave me. So it's a though I think it's 100% true, in a social environment, it becomes counterproductive. And I think you're right. When somebody feels lonely, they do go into survival and they become paranoid and they think everybody's out to get them. But the problem is you don't live on a desert island. And that's one of the reasons I think it's dangerous.
We're increasingly living on islands. The islands are different now. They're four walls in a white city. And it's so funny that so many of my friends are using this word loneliness. When 10, 20 years ago, it wasn't something that I heard frequently from adults, but now it seems to be also common. In fact, my masseuse yesterday was saying to me that she's lonely. And this is a woman that lives in Los Angeles, has people around her, but she's lonely.
Yeah.
And I remember when she went and because we had a conversation and I texted her and said, oh, thank you for being so open and stuff. I was thinking about like what advice I could give her. She's got no friends. She's in Los Angeles. She's desperate for friends. She doesn't have a partner anymore because she's had a divorce. What advice do you give someone? Is it take more risks?
So it's easy to give the obvious advice, like you got to put yourself out there, right? But when you're in a period of loneliness and stress, it's hard to find that energy and that risk taking, right? Especially when you're down on yourself. We've all been there. I've definitely been there. But I think for me, what I've learned is to put myself second, meaning don't worry, don't try and solve my problem, but do I have somebody else who's lonely that I can help? Like, how do I help somebody else who's dealing with their loneliness? And it's the act of service that is so valuable. If you guys are talking and she has many clients and somebody else and her willing to admit that I'm lonely, that one of her clients might say, me too. Like her ability to admit her loneliness out loud creates a safe environment for somebody else to admit the same. And then once she learns that they're lonely, now she can say, tell me about it. And then she can talk them through it and hold space for them. And her ability to help somebody else manage or understand their own loneliness will help her.
So interesting, because one of the hallmarks of her personality, if you met this person, something she says to me every single time she comes over for the treatment, is that she doesn't like sharing herself with people because she thinks if people get to know her, they'll change. So literally, she's been my masseuse for many years now. And
if people get to know her, they will change?
She's scared about people knowing her. She's scared about people knowing the details of her life, so she guards it all. And it took me, and I'm someone that just asks way too many questions of every stranger I meet. It took me like 20 sessions just to figure out she had a family. I had no idea she had 2 kids. It took me, and when I asked her, her body language went like this. Yes, I have kids. And I was like, why are you so guarded with your information? Well, if people know who I really am and they know more about me, then they'll change, or they may not like me anymore, or they'll think differently about me, so I just keep it to myself.
But I mean, this is the age-old problem. I mean, it's everything you said when people who are driven only by the thing that they want, versus the givers. And this is the age-old problem, which is I'm going to keep my walls up high. I never want to love anybody because then I'll get hurt.
Yes.
And then you just end up lonely and hurt. And this goes back to struggle, which is look, you and I both know that if somebody who chooses to go on an entrepreneurial venture or adventure, the statistics bear out that over 90% of all new businesses will fail in the first 3 years, right? What idiot would ever start a business, right? You have to be compelled by something else to make you do something with overwhelming statistical chance of failure, right? And it's opening yourself up to failure. That is the thing that makes it work, at least for a small percentage.
It does.
But it's the same for love, or a relationship or friendship, which is, it absolutely comes with risk. There's nothing risk-free. Like, yeah, some of them might change. Yes. Some of them might not like you for that. Yes. And the odds are equal that somebody will fall in love with you and love you and like you and think you're the best thing and think you're amazing. And so if you can't take the risk, you can't get the reward. If you don't play the lottery, you don't win the jackpot. If you aren't willing to I'm not telling you to open up and tell everybody your deepest, darkest secrets. But if you're not willing to give somebody anything to latch onto, to be like, if you can't give them anything to say, me too, then it's going to be a hard road. Or it'll take somebody to chip away at you 20 times, before you open up. But the fact that you did and she got her to open up a little bit, she could make a friend in you.
Now she's fully open.
Yeah.
And we've been through everything. I know where she wants her house to be.
Well, there you go. You see?
That thing down
so you have to point out to her that this friendship and that so much and that she feels so safe with you only happened because you chipped away at her and she finally, you wore her down and she opened up. And it can happen in two directions, right? Which is sometimes we have to take the little risk to just tell somebody a little something about ourselves to find something. Or sometimes it's somebody who's so curious about us that they chip away and chip away and chip away and chip away and chip away until we give up and open up and that person becomes a friend, you know? And so one of the reasons you should be grateful for the friendship is you kept trying. You could have just tried it 3 times and be like, forget it, I'll just lie here quietly and have a massage, you know? So, yeah, I mean, all of this stuff comes with risk.
I could see it in her face, though. I could see...
But you're also curious.
Yeah, I can see this.
She lucked out because you're curious about people.
Is this what connection is? When you said me too, finding something to say me too with someone, is that the essence of what like connection is?
I mean, it can mean, it could be values, it could be interests, it could be many things. But I think yes, like this is, I mean, if you want to go political, you know, one of the problems in our politics is both sides think they're right and both sides think the other side is wrong. And neither side is willing to try to even understand what the other person's point of view is without thinking them an idiot or thinking them wrong or thinking them sheeple. And the ability to say, can you tell me more about how you came to your beliefs? I'm genuinely curious. And to not agree or disagree, but to be curious, to be an investigator, you know? And I've done this with people who have polar opposite political views with me. At some point, we will get to a level of me just chipping away, trying to understand that they will say something that I'm like, 100% I agree with that. And then from that point on, there's a simple validation, not agreement, but a validation that your opinions do matter and we do have common ground that we can build from there. And on that validation, they become vastly more open to my point of view also and curious to my point of view also. And so, yeah, the person, like the ability to listen and be curious, even if you disagree, is one of the most underappreciated skills on the planet. And yeah, I think when you find the ability to say, I agree, then you can find community, and maybe that's what we need to heal this country, or most of the countries in the world right now, which is one group or one person to just be curious rather than agree or disagree.
There's something about relationships here as well, because my girlfriend you've met my partner, and she's very spiritual, but also, like all of us, she's emotional. So sometimes in those interactions, when we sit down and there's a problem and we spend the first 60 minutes to 90 minutes trying to figure out what the problem is, it doesn't sound very logical to me. And one of the things that I think sort of is adjacent to what you're saying is my job in that moment actually isn't to like pass through truth and to figure and to correct truth. It is to sit and let someone
get it out. So you and I have the same problem.
Yeah, we do.
Which is we live above our necks.
Yeah.
And you and I both have the same struggle, which is to learn to live below our necks, right? Like you and I are head people and we have to learn to be more heart, right? And I want to understand everything, explain everything, you know, evaluate everything, analyze everything. And when I come to my emotions, I'll give you an analysis. You know, when it comes to your emotions, I'll give you an analysis. And so I have to learn to be like, I feel this and that's it. And I feel the same way. It's funny because I'm good at it with art. You know, I always tell people, you don't have to understand art. I'll take you to a museum, I'll take you to a gallery. And if you look at a piece, and I know you're intimidated to come because you don't understand art or you don't understand music, whatever it is. And all you need to do, this is the only rule is, do you like it? I do. Why? I don't know, I just like it. That's it, you're done. You're done. I don't like it. Why? I don't know, I just don't like it. Great. Excellent. And now we're going to look at 4, 5, 6, 10 pieces that you like, and I'm going to see 4, 5, 6, 10 pieces that you don't like. And I'd be like, you like all of the Impressionists, and you hate all the old masters. So why don't we just go see more Impressionists? You know? And so when your girlfriend opens up to you, you know, you don't have to agree, you don't have to disagree. You just have to, and you and I both have to learn to stop thinking and to just like feel something. When somebody says, where do you feel it? I'm like, what? That's the stupidest question I've ever heard. Where do I feel it? And they've literally, like I had somebody take me on this journey and she goes, you told me an emotion you have, Simon. You told me an emotion. Yes. Where do you feel it? In your body, where do you feel it? And I'm sitting there going, you've got to be kidding me, you know? But all right, we'll go through this. All right, And she says, so you said you feel X. I'm like, yes. All right, where in your body did you have some sort of reaction? Here. What happened? It got a little tighter in my chest. Okay. And I went on this journey with my friend, that's my friend Bea Voce. She's incredible. And she took me on this journey, and she does repair with couples, and she's just incredible. And she helped me recognize that my body does react to my feelings. Tension in my shoulders, heavier breathing in my chest, clenching my fists, like my body does react. And so I'm learning to experience feelings beneath my neck when my inclination is to do everything above the neck.
It's a hard skill.
Oh my God, it's hard. And
especially
so I have
for men.
And so when you meet spiritual people, they are all below the neck. And we think it's stupid, but they recognize that we have an ability to feel because we want to think about everything. And so we both have a lot to learn from each other, which is thinking about things has value, not all the time. And so your girlfriend, because I know her ability to know her body when she has feelings, I think is way more, has a lot of value to you and to me.
I think it's like the biggest opportunity that I have to form better relationships. Yeah.
Change in number of posts for automation-prone jobs compared to manual-intensive jobs.
So this is a graph that shows the drop in job postings online for jobs around automation.
The knowledge work is going to get hammered by AI. I met a guy in Japan who he's one of the very few guys left, like 100 of them left, 150 of them left, who make samurai swords in the traditional samurai sword way you make them. You hammer the metal and he folds his own metal and he makes samurai swords. They made them the way they made them 200 years ago. And we went to his little workshop and he's this little old guy and he's telling us the story. Like, how did you do this? He's like, well, I had a desk job. I worked in a company and I woke up one day. I was like, I can't do this. Like, this can't be my life. And I've always been enamored by sword making. So I found an apprenticeship and tried to learn. And, I'm just starting to get the hang of it, but I have a lot of room for improvement. And we're like, how long have you been doing this? He said, 30 years.
30 years.
But that's so Japanese. The Japanese, like, they'll never be good at this. I'll just keep working at it. And like, it's such hard work. But I think there's something to be said for, I think a lot of us, like, think about how many white knowledge workers, like, ask them what their hobbies are. And like, maybe there is an opportunity to learn a skill. I mean, look at lockdown. When we all went through lockdown, I mean, what skill did you practice during lockdown? What did you learn?
DJing, running, cycling.
DJing. Yeah. Right? I did kintsugi.
What's that?
It's the Japanese art of fixing broken things with gold. So basically you take a broken plate or a broken cup. I mean, what skill did you practice during lockdown? What did you learn? Or
DJing, running,
epoxy.
Cycling.
Put it together. DJing. The whole concept is you can make something more beautiful. Like, things can get more beautiful after they're broken, right? I love the philosophy of it. I spent hours doing frickin' kintsugi. Ask me how much kintsugi I've done since we came out of lockdown. How much DJing have you done?
0.
And so maybe all this free time that we're supposed to get, which I still don't think will happen, maybe it's not such a bad thing. Think about the joy you had DJing. I had so much fun doing kintsugi. I had so much fun. I would spend hours just my head down, focused. I was so relaxed, not thinking about work. So why? That's the other question. We're talking about how we're all going to have all the spare time. We've lost all of our spare time. We have no spare time because all we do is work and think about work and talk about work. Like, if we go back 40 years, 50 years, there was plenty of spare time. And people went bowling and they went to the movies and they went over to each other's houses for dinner and they cooked. Isn't it a good thing that we're getting time back? A lot of us got a lot of good things out of lockdown, and that's extreme. So, like, maybe maybe it's okay that we get some time back because it sounds like we've lost all of our own time.
It'd fix the loneliness. You'd have space for relationships.
You'd have space for relationships. You'd have space to try things. And we couldn't bury ourselves in work and escape from our lives that we hate by just burying ourselves in work. Like maybe AI doing some of the work for us is the thing we've been desperate for the past 30 years. Just saying.
This is quite embarrassing for me to admit, but if you know me well, there's something that you know about me, which is a function of my personality, and that is that I lose everything. I've lost my wallet, I've lost multiple passports. I now actually have 2 passports because there's a high probability of me losing one. And when you lose your wallet overseas, as I have many times, it's a particular inconvenience because you also lose your driving license and your credit cards and those kinds of things. And that's why I'm so happy that our show sponsor, Exeter, have invented this thing I have in my hand. They have partnered with Apple's Find My technology. So all I have to do is open their app and play a noise and it will tell me where my wallet is. Exeter wallets are slim, they're made of recycled aluminium, and they block various types of digital theft. And with one click, your cards can pop up and are ready to go. So if this sounds like the kind of thing you or a friend needs, visit exeter.com. You can use code Stephen and you'll get 10% off plus free shipping and a 100-day trial. That's exeter.com and use code Stephen at checkout. For anybody that likes matcha, for anybody that likes lattes, one of my companies has just launched canned matcha lattes. And I was speaking with the founder, Marissa, and she said that creating this product has been no easy feat. They tried launching in 2021, but as is often the case in business, the development process turned out to be extremely complex. So they've spent the last 4 years testing and refining every single detail to create this, which is a Perfect Ted matcha vanilla latte and a Perfect Ted matcha strawberry latte. So what we have here in these cans is barista quality matcha straight from the can, and it tastes like it's just been made from your favorite cafe, naturally sweet and naturally creamy in a can. And the reason why I've invested in this company and I drink matcha is because matcha as an energy source gives me lasting energy without the big crashes that I get from other products. Grab their ready to drink canned matcha lattes at Waitrose, Tesco's and Holland & Barrett and perfectted.com, where you can use code Stephen40 for 40% off your first order. What are you struggling with in this season of life? I think I've asked you this in every conversation we've had, and the answer's evolved conversation to conversation.
Yeah.
We'll both go.
I'm doing so much right now. By the way, absolute joy. And I wish I had more time in a day. And not in the sense that I'm deprioritizing my friends. You know, you talked about how you would give them all your money to secure them, but you don't give them any time. I actually treat I've actually gotten very good at this. It's probably when you write a book about friendship, you sort of like take yourself on a little bit, where I will schedule friends like meetings in the middle of the day. Haven't seen a friend for a while. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, tea with, and I go and I leave the office like I'm going to a meeting. Because nobody says, hey, Simon, where are you going? I'm going to a meeting. Where are you having the meeting? At that restaurant. People are like, have fun. Nobody will give me any kind of grief if I'm leaving to go to a meeting. Now I go and see a friend. And when somebody says, can I cancel this French tea with friend because you have a phone call you have to have? I'm like, no. Just like you wouldn't cancel my meeting. Don't cancel them. So I put it in and I give them equal weighting to things that have to do at work, because I've become much more discerning. Like, do I have to have this meeting or this phone call today? Or can I do it next week? I could do it next week. And you realize we add fake urgency to things. And I have a friend who's kind of amazing. He's way busier than me. And he says, I don't want to spend time with anybody. Like I saw it was really funny. He came out of a meeting and he had a meeting with a very fancy person who's courting him for business, right? Or he should be courting the other guy, actually. Very fancy person. And he comes out of the meeting. I'm like, how was it? It's like total waste of time. I'm like, you don't want to do business. He doesn't want to work with you. I was like, no, he wants to work with me. He wants to work with me badly. Total waste of time. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, he's just some rich asshole. Like, I learned nothing. I didn't enjoy it. And I don't want to work with him. And I was like, tell me more. He's like, I only want to work with people who, when I spend time with them, they teach me something, I laugh, or I feel inspired when I walk away. And if somebody sucks my energy, I do not want to work with them. And I was like, that's amazing to have that level of confidence that you would turn down money in your business. And now what if we applied that to as much as possible in our lives? Like, what if we stopped hanging out with friends who just sucked our energy? Are they really friends? Rather than spend more time with people who we enjoy. What if we take meetings from people we're excited to take a meeting with, not that we just see dollar signs and opportunity? And what if we only partner with companies where we really like the people who work at those companies? You don't have to have a relationship with the CEO, but they've got a good culture. I really like working with them. And we make a little less money with them versus that other company. But I really like them because when things go wrong, I want to call that person. And people ask me this all the time. They say, how do I choose a publisher? And I've seen this mistake 1,000 times. I've seen people like former CEOs who are like, I now am going to write my book. I'm like, great, you've got a lot to say. And they've got multiple offers and there's a bidding war. And they always ask me, which one should I go with? Which publisher should I go with? And I always say the same thing. Choose the one you're going to fight with best. Choose the publisher you're going to fight with best. They're like, what? I'm like, the goal is to make a good book. There's going to be creative tension. There's going to be fights. Choose the publisher who believes in your idea, believes in you, wants to make a great book, who you're going to fight with really well. Every single one of them ignores me. Every single one of them takes the biggest bid, and every single one of them has written a shitty book that didn't sell.
Isn't that just relationship advice as well, though?
Probably, yeah. Choose the person you're going to fight with best. And the number of times that we forget about the quality of the product and we just want It's the same for job interviews. You know, this is especially true for young people. Like when you're interviewing in a relatively junior job, entry level or slightly above, don't worry about how much they're going to pay you. Like just as long as they pay you a livable wage, you know, choose the job based on who you're going to work for. Choose the person. I used to, early on in my career, people, you know, HR people would say, what are you looking for? I'd always say the same thing. I said, the thing that I'm looking for is probably like looking for love, but I'm looking for a mentor. And every time I'd evaluate a job, I didn't care how glamorous the brand was. I didn't care how much money they were going to pay me. And by the way, it's not like I had money. I knew they were going to pay me something. I knew I could pay my bills. Mm-hmm. It's not like I'm not a trust fund baby. Like I needed an income. Mm-hmm. But one company offered me, you know, $5,000 more. And one company offered me $5,000 less, but I really liked the person over here. I took that job, and it was if I got one thing right as a young person, it's that I always chose jobs based on who I would work for, not how much they were going to pay me or what account or what brand I was going to work on. And that's the one thing I got right. Because yes, I made less money than all my friends in the short term, but I got an education and a care and a love from somebody who took me under their wing. I learned leadership from Dennis Glennon. I learned leadership from Peter Intomaggio. I learned leadership from Pamela Moffat. I learned leadership from these leaders who took a weird liking to me and took me under their wing. And they were exceptionally good leaders themselves. And I got that education. And all of them in the early days paid me less than I could have got somewhere else. And it's the same. Choose the people.
In my book that I wrote, the first chapter in it talks about this idea of these 5 buckets. And I'm trying to give young kids advice on how to prioritize their career, and it sounds somewhat similar to you. So I'm going to throw this concept at you and see how it lands with you. So the idea was that we all have these 5 buckets when we're starting our career. And the first bucket is your knowledge. The second bucket is your skills. Now, these are the only buckets that no professional earthquake in your career can unfill. Right. You can be fired, you can be cancelled, whatever. You still have your knowledge and skills. But the other 3 buckets I'm about to name, they can fluctuate. Bucket number 3 is your network, can fluctuate. Bucket number 4 is your resources, can fluctuate. And bucket number 5 is your reputation, can fluctuate. And the idea is that focusing on those first 2 buckets when you're young, choosing jobs based on how much they're going to fill those 2 buckets and also what they're going to fill them with and how relevant that information is. And when knowledge is applied, it becomes a skill. So you focus on filling your knowledge, you apply that knowledge into skills, and that really is the essence of career longevity. And as I noticed over time with people that I hired and then watched them throughout their careers and what they did, it seems to me that life over the long term typically brings you back down or up to the level of your knowledge and skills. I.e., I had this one kid step down from my company because he got a job offer at 21 to go be a CEO in America. And as he departs, I'm thinking, he has not got the knowledge and skills to be a CEO. Within 24 months, the company had gone bust. He was back down to doing the same job he did for me. And I thought, life just like resets you to the level of your knowledge and skills over time. So what do you think of this? Are these?
I think you were saying the exact same thing. You did it more eloquently than me. I think it's 100% right. And the people who will fill that bucket with knowledge and skills are the people who, again, for some reason, they're good people, they're good leaders, they take a liking to you, and they will put you in situations, and they will let you screw up and fix your own problems, fix your own mistakes. Then that's what my bosses did for me. They rewarded my behavior when I got it right, as opposed to my results. Never got rewarded for my results. I always got rewarded for my behavior. So if I showed initiative, I got a reward even if the results didn't follow, right? And I can tell you a great story on that. And if I got things wrong, they would say, well, what are you going to do? Really screwed that one up, didn't you? Okay, what are you going to do? And they weren't happy with me, but they let me fix my own messes and they stood by, and I knew that they were there if I needed them. Peter and Tomaggio, one of the best leaders I ever worked for, annoyingly, he never answered a single question I asked. Hey, Peter, what should I do? I don't know. What do you think we should do? Well, I think we should do this. I'm like, okay, so go do that. What do you think? Peter, I'm asking you because I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. He's like, well, you should probably go think about that. And it was the worst. But what he taught me was self-reliance. What he taught me was self-reliance. What he taught me was, if I don't know, then I have to go keep searching and keep talking to people. I have to have a point of view. And it may not be right. And I'll find that out myself too. And I also learned to have backup plans from him because something went haywire on me. And it went so wrong, it ended up being okay, but he made me sweat it. And remember, at the end of the day, at the end of this whole thing that went wrong, that was totally my fault. The phone rings, it was 6 p.m. The phone rings, I see his name come up on the caller ID, and I pick up the phone. I remember the whole call word for word, right? I pick up the phone, I go, hello? He says, close call today. I said, yep. He said, better to get shaved by the bullet than hit by the bullet. I went, yep. He said, have a good night. I said, you too. That was the whole phone call. And so since that experience, I always have a backup plan. Now, it doesn't mean it's all ready to go, but I've thought about, if this thing that I'm trying to do doesn't work, what will I do? And I've at least committed some thought to it. So if something does go wrong, I'm a little bit ahead. Either have it planned or I'm like, okay, don't worry. If this happened, I thought about this already. And it's only because of these great leaders. And this is this recurring theme of this whole conversation, which is it's the struggle, it's the journey, not the destination. It's the human beings that guide us. It's the human beings that hold space for us, that make us better at what we do, better than how we show up in the world. And AI will absolutely make our lives easier, like most technology makes our lives easier. That's kind of the rule of technology, which is to make life a little easier, a little more efficient, a little quicker, a little less, strain on the muscles. That's kind of what it does, from the plow, all the way up to the internet and AI. It just makes life a little easier. But we're still human beings who are forced to live with human beings.
You're writing a book about friendship that we're all waiting for.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you when it's due because I don't want to be your publisher. But I know that they chase and chase and chase and chase. But I guess my closing question is why? Of all the things you could have written about, Simon, you're someone who's able to traverse several subject matters across business and life and everything in between. But you've committed yourself to the struggle of writing a book about friendship.
There's an entire industry to help us be better leaders, right? There's an entire industry to help you have a successful relationship or a successful marriage or even find a partner, right? Industries, books, companies. There's very little on how to be a friend. And if you think about, if you're going to have a successful career and can survive the stresses of career, and if you're going to have a successful romantic relationship or marriage and survive that, do you know what you need in both of those circumstances? Friends. Because when your marriage is falling apart, you go to a friend. When your job is falling apart, you go to a friend. And there's a few things that I've discovered about friends that I find delightful. And I have been reorganizing my life to, and I mentioned it before, like I've been reorganizing my life to ensure that my friends aren't taken for granted, and that sometimes I do deprioritize work in order to see my friends and spend time with my friends, because I know it feels good to them and I know it feels good to me. And I know that the only reason I can get through any work stress or personal stress I have is because of those magical human beings, and I will not take them for granted. And doesn't mean it's always easy. I'm conflicted often, but I'm trying. And I also know if you look at the world today, and like there's so much conversation about loneliness, depression, anxiety, inability to cope with stress, even the obsession with longevity. Like there's so much about these subjects. And some people treat it with drugs and then meditation and vacations and like there's so many theories. The one thing that fixes all of those things is friends. Friendship is the ultimate biohack. You know, we've talked about this before. I fundamentally believe that. And if it's so valuable, like if you know vegetables are good for you, you eat more vegetables. If you know exercise is good for you, you do more exercise. So if I say friends are good for you, shouldn't you do more friendships, right? Like exercise is not fun or easy, and you have to get over a hump sometimes. Eating vegetables can sometimes be boring and unsatisfying, but you do it or you find new ways. And so maybe friendship is not always easy or fun, but it's still really, really good for you. And the best thing about friends is it actually doesn't taste like spinach. It's like you get the benefits of spinach, but it tastes like chocolate cake. If you get friendship right, it's the healthiest thing in the world.
How do I know if someone's a friend?
Have that conversation with them.
Because I know a lot of people.
Yeah. I mean, look, and you have deal friends. You know, you have a lot of deal friends. You know,
yeah. Podcast friends.
Podcast friends. Yeah.
Work friends.
You know, look, I'm not talking about. There's all kinds of friends. There's friends that you just like hanging out with. They're just fun, but you're not going to go with them with your problems or to sort out, issues. You're just not, work or personal. They're just fun, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But I think, I'm certainly guilty of spending time with people that, they fill a space and they make me feel not lonely. But at the end of the day, I don't feel smarter, inspired, brighter, lighter when I say goodbye. I'm just like, all right, bye, that was fun. And I kind of want to spend more time with people who lift me, teach me, support me, love me, give me a chance to serve. They open up to me and let me serve as well,
I struggle to make friends.
And
I think.
Do you know why?
I think I'm lazy with it, lazy with friendships. So I will meet someone, I'll have a great connection with them, and then my follow-up, like I don't really know what to do next. So I'll meet
Your follow-up is crap.
Oh, fucking hell. But this is what I mean. Like I'll meet someone.
I'll text you and maybe I'll get a response.
Vice versa. I think you left me on red. But you're the same. Are you the same, or is it just with me? It's just with me.
It's just with you.
But I think my follow-up game is like crap. I'll meet someone. I'll go. Oh my! I'll see the potential for a friendship, and then I won't know what I have. Or maybe I'm just being lazy. I want to be honest. So maybe I just don't prioritize it enough.
I think also when you start having fame and money, and you're used to being the boss, you get away with stuff. So you show up late, everybody's like pissed off and angry, and then you show up and you're like, sorry, like, no, don't worry. Right? Like you get away with stuff in the world, right? And so I think what that does is, I see this with celebrities all the time, right? Because everybody yeses them to death and they get away with it and nobody ever holds them accountable. At some point, they just get lazier and lazier and lazier because they can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they don't have to put in the effort because other people put in the effort.
Yeah.
And nobody be's like somebody who's a nobody won't say to them, yo, asshole, not respectful. Oh, you think my schedule doesn't matter? I've been waiting here for 3 hours. Oh, just because you're a celebrity, you think you can just keep me waiting? Not cool. Nobody says that to them. Yeah. And somebody should say that to them. But
they should say it to themselves.
They should say it to themselves. That would be ideal. And some of them have the self-awareness to know they're getting away with it. That's even worse, because then they're doing it on purpose. At least blindness, I think, they can at least hide behind ignorance. But friendship takes effort.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people listening now, I know, that understand. I think they'll resonate with what I'm saying, which is I'll meet someone, I'll be like, we could be really good friends. I see so much in us. I love what you stand for. We have so much in common. And then it drifts because neither party have the tools or the skill of like what to do then.
We also live in a strange world where I've met people where I have all of that and I follow up like immediately. I'm like, hey, I had such a good time, let's make a plan. And they're like, what, huh, what? Or I call as opposed to like texting. And people are like, why are you calling me? Like, well, we had a nice time. I thought we'd maybe talk, you know? And I think we live in this strange world where people put it out there, but they don't really want it.
Looping us right back to the beginning of this conversation, as you said that about the call, that made me think again about how there's going to become a premium on human. Because calling is so archaic to me that when someone does it, it's like a treat now. And I was thinking, what's taking that even further would be writing someone a letter. If someone, do you know who wrote me a letter? Evan from Snapchat came on the podcast, the founder and CEO of Snapchat. And then by the time I'd got back to London, there was a letter on my desk from Evan. And it just said, I had a great conversation with you. Thank you for being so thoughtful with the questions. Thank you for the research. Here's my number. Would love to stay in touch.
Yeah.
And it blew me away.
AI wrote that.
No, it was with a pen.
He had an auto pen. He just dictated.
Yeah. It was with a pen. I had a signature and his phone number. And I thought, that is so beautiful.
Yeah, it's classic. It's classic and classy.
There's a premium on being human. Simon, thank you so much. Thank you for being so generous with your time always.
Always. I always have fun with you.
You always move me forward in my thinking in such a profound and always unexpected way that I'll value tremendously for a very, very long time. In our friendship, I'm going to text back even faster. We need to go on more dates. And I look forward to that and look forward to our next date in London, which I know is coming up sometime soon.
Yeah, we'll go out for sure. It'll be fun.
We have a closing tradition, which I nearly forgot.
I do know the tradition.
Which is the last guest leaves a question for the next guest.
Yes, what's my question?
What are you doing in your life to mentor someone coming up behind you? And then who is a person that you'd like to mentor, teach, or coach that needs your voice the most?
It's my team is everything right now. Like, I want to give everything I've learned to my team. I want the folks on my team to benefit from all of the mistakes I've made. And one of the joys of being in founder mode when it's not the actual beginning is I have way more in my skill and knowledge bucket that I want to pour out. And so one of the reasons I'm having so much fun in founder mode is because I want to give away everything that I've learned so that my team can be stronger and stronger and better. Because I want to leave something that can survive me. That, if I, the whole school bus test, if the founder gets hit by a bus, will the company continue or will it not? And I really want to build something where they want to build it without me.
Feels like there's been a change here. What was the catalyst?
For the past couple of years, I've been just trying out a lot of different things to find a level of excitement and energy that I think I'd lost for a little bit, and I found it. Like, this has been the founder mode. My team are so great, and they so want to push boundaries, and all I want to do is take the reins off, take the leash off. I want them to experiment. I want them to try things, and I'm trying to create an environment where they're creative. They do things. Half of them will fail. I don't care. Let's try again. And I just love being around all the creative ideas that they're coming up with.
My team asked you to bring something that meant a lot to you, and you brought me this, and I don't know what's in this box. Ooh. 2 medals?
Those are military challenge coins. I brought the round one, just to show you what the traditional ones look like. This is the one I care about. I care about them both, but this is the one I brought. So these are only generals or commanders will give these out. They're hard to get. You get them when you do something of service. It's less formal than a medal. They can give it out to whomever they want, and it's their way of saying thank you. And the challenge coins that I've been given, I'm very, very proud of because I feel like I earned them. And the thing that I love is when they give them to you, they don't just hand it to you. They put it in their hand like this, and they shake your hand. Go on. And that's how they give them to you. And they say, thank you, Simon, so much for coming here and helping us out. And that's how they give me a coin. The reason this one means a lot to me is because I did some work with Air Force Top Gun. It's called a weapons school, but it's Air Force Top Gun. And this is their coin and this is their patch. I did some work with them to help them get to the core of their why, what their true value was. just to make sure that their culture stays clear and good for a long time. And we came up with 3 words, 3 actions that everybody who goes through Air Force Top Gun is required to do, which is build, teach, lead, which is the idea that you build a skill set, you teach that skill set to other people, and then you build leaders and you lead, right? This whole idea that you have a responsibility to build, to teach, and to lead, accumulate and give and serve. And the thing that is so powerful is the commandant of the weapons school, after we did the work, he took those words and he put them on the coin.
Oh, really?
And they exist on the coin, and they have been on there for years since. And I am so proud to have given something that has longevity, that is literally on the coin.
Build, teach, lead.
Yeah.
That is such a beautiful mantra for life.
Yeah. And they're wonderful people who go there. And what an honor that work that I did ended up on a coin. And so they gave me the coin out of gratitude for the work that I did, and it had my words on it. So it's not my words, it's their words. I just helped distill them. It's who they are when they're at their natural best. I just helped them put it and codify it.
Simon, thank you.
Thanks.
Always love our conversations, and long may they continue.
Likewise.
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
We're doing this?
Yes. I'm glad you brought Echofish.
You did not have to do that. I appreciate it.
I fucking love your channel, dude. I've spent countless hours watching your hilarious videos.
So cool that you've even found it.
Well, you know, Gino told me about it your brother Gino, who I've been friends with for years, told me about it a long time ago that you guys were doing this. And I was like, really? All right. Interesting. And then I watched them like, this is fucking great. It's right up my alley.
You would show clips all the time, and it would drive Gino nuts. And then finally, it got named. Reggie Watts was here. And he's like, you ever hear of the Wi-Files? You guys are talking about moon landing shit. And you're like, what's that? And I don't know. A week or two later, Gino gets a text. Are you the Wi-Files?
He didn't tell me the name of it.
But he was so excited.
Yeah, it's a great show, dude. It's like everything I'm fascinated by. Anunnaki, aliens, secret bases. How did you get involved with making a show like this? Is this something you've always been interested in?
Grew up Art Bell.
Yes,
Dad.
there he is.
There he is. The GOAT. The GOAT. Dad was an overnight cop, so always overnight radio. And so it was always Dr. Demento.
Yes.
You remember him? And Art Bell. So I kind of grew up with the weird stories, and it just got in the Twilight Zone. We watched as kids. It was like required watching from Dad, in the old black and whites, the classics. So that was always in there. So I'll skip 20 years. We had a podcasting studio in LA on Sunset. We were doing pretty well. We're hosting a lot of shows, guys you knew, like when COVID hit, Kill Tony came and worked out of our studio, Jeremiah, Metzger, all the guys. Didn't make any money, but it was a cool setup. But then they locked down the city, impossibly, and we didn't really know what to do. Then they set fire to the city somehow, and the wife and I are racing down Hollywood Boulevard being chased by people with bats and boxes of Adidas, and we were like, this is too much. And we just started packing, and that's it. We got out, and I didn't know what to do. So I'd been working in showbiz, not super successfully, like on the cusp, but I've been a professional host, editor, producer, writer for TV. So I was like, YouTube, easy. I'm a natural. So I started the channel talking about science and weird stuff, and it was the hardest thing I ever did. It was like impossible to do. And I started out like following all the consultants. High energy, smash the like, be a YouTuber, top 10 list. And I did that for a little while. It's like, no one's watching. This feels stupid. And then I said, fuck it. Let me just talk about the shit I want to talk about. So I think the first like good one was Operation High Jump. You know, Admiral Byrd goes down to Antarctica with a armed fleet, supposedly looking for Nazi UFOs, and it's a 6-month mission, and in like a few days they have to turn back, and it's crazy stuff. So I did that story, and I think I got 50,000 views.
I don't think I saw that one.
It's an old one.
What happened in Operation High Jump?
All right, Admiral Byrd goes down. This is just after the war. Remember, the Nazis were fleeing to South America, so mostly Argentina. So the Nazis had established or tried to establish a base in Antarctica. That's true. It's New Schwabenland. Now, people say they were trying to build a Nazi base and all that stuff. They were really just looking for a whaling station to get oil. So Hitler didn't want to rely on outside sources. So anyway, after the war, they go down there. We still don't really know specifically why. It was supposed to be just to see how our aircraft would operate in cold weather. That was what they said. But this was a fleet that was armed to the teeth, like super, like armed. The first helicopters were there, destroyers. So they go down there. It's supposed to be a multi-month mission, maybe 6 months. They get down there, and in like a matter of weeks, maybe even fewer, they just bail. And no one really knows why. There's a press contingent there. No one knows what's going on. And Admiral Byrd starts giving these weird interviews. And the first one was in Spanish. It might have been either Argentinian or Brazilian newspaper. And he talks about how there could be these craft that attack the United States from the poles, and craft that can fly pole to pole. And people were like, what's that? And just sparked this crazy stuff. And you can hear him talking about these things. So High Jump goes down there to look for stuff. We don't really know why they left.
Admiral Byrd was talking about these crafts?
Admiral Richard E. Byrd, this famous guy, flew the North Pole like a super badass. He was, on paper, the commanding officer, but he preferred to just fly his plane and do stuff. So the legend is, they get down there, Admiral Byrd takes his plane, starts flying across Antarctica, and sees patches of green. And he can't believe it. And he's on the radio saying, I'm seeing this, rolling hills, sun is shining. He just keeps flying. It gets greener and greener, and then he's like, I just saw woolly mammoths. Woolly mammoths grazing in the green. And he keeps going, and he's on the radio, and then he's talking, I'm seeing all this stuff. The sun is bright, and then radio contact goes out. He's flying and flying. Suddenly, he's engulfed in light, and he doesn't know where he is. The green is behind him. He's just flying in light, just trying to get his bearings, and then up beside him, 2 flying saucers just kind of next to him. Almost like, the F-16s trying to wave you down. 2 flying saucers. And he looks over, and they have swastikas on them. And he's like, uh-oh. So he's on the stick, and he feels the stick shaking, and then the stick just goes dead. And then he goes down with the UFOs, and they just land into a cavern in the hollow earth, right? So that's how that happens. And they take Admiral Byrd out, and they're tall aliens.
With swastikas on their crafts.
On the crafts.
Like the ancient symbol.
I don't know, which would be reversed, right?
Well, I think there was a bunch of different versions. I think the Nazi one, it was like kind of tilted.
Yes.
But there was a bunch of the Hindu ones and a lot of the Japanese ones.
For thousands of years.
Yeah.
A positive symbol of life and prosperity. We don't know how they were oriented because I debunked all this. I'm telling you the legend.
Right.
Because that's kind of my format, right? I get you excited.
We should explain that to people. You get everybody all jazzed up, and then at the end, you kind of...
I get so much heat for it.
Yeah, it's fun.
And I watch the numbers. Like, as soon as I say, but is it true? Like, everyone's done.
Nobody wants to know the truth.
No one wants to know.
They want to know fun.
And then I'll get the hate mail. You ruined it for me.
So what is the truth?
The truth is a lot of that comes from Admiral Byrd's diary, which was discovered years later, which was not his diary. Right. Horseshit. And he flew the North Pole, not the South Pole. But here's the interesting thing. He was in a single-man aircraft that only had so much fuel. He was, which can only fly for a little bit, he was out of radio contact for 3 hours. Nobody knows where he went.
What was his take on
it? We don't really know. That's kind of...
So it's just he went radio silent for 3 hours and then the legend grew.
It's like he did that interview as soon as they got back, and then something must have happened because he got real quiet. But he would go on TV and he would talk. But the pole-to-pole thing was he was just warning that the poles are a vulnerable space. Like, we need to keep an eye on the North Pole because if there's a base on North or South Pole, you can attack from there. So let's keep an eye on that was kind of his point.
The Antarctica situation is very strange because I don't know if you ever saw the Sean Ryan show where he talked to this guy that worked with a neutrino detector down there. And he was, have you seen that?
I haven't seen Sean do it, but I know the guy.
And the guy was saying that it's not just a neutrino detector, it's a direct energy weapon that can cause earthquakes. And
this is like the DEWs. The U.S. has always been fascinated with
direct energy weapons.
Right. Yeah. That's where the HARP conspiracies come from and all of that. And if you don't know what HARP is, that's the High Altitude Auroral Research Project. It's just this array of antennas in Alaska that's built by the U.S. government to study the ionosphere. But for some reason, it cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And when you look at it, you're like, where'd the money go? It's like a building's a box and there's a bunch of antennas. Where I'm getting at is this is an array that can ionize parts of the atmosphere. So I did an episode on Project Bluebeam, which is a conspiracy about how the United Nations or the shadow government will create these holograms in the sky, and that will force one world government. We can get into it if you want to.
Yeah.
But I kind of debunk it saying holograms need a substrate. You need
clouds.
Glass is really what you need. But then the technology has gotten to the point where you can ionize atmosphere and create things in the atmosphere. So something like HARP conceivably could create something up there.
Now, something visual.
Something visual. And I've heard people say that, the UAPs, UFOs may not be real. They could just be holograms for some reason.
I heard that too. Yeah. Or a combination of many different things.
Yes.
I think there's probably a lot of different factors that people are seeing. I was watching a video the other day. I'm not sure if it's real, but I put it on my Instagram anyway, on my story, because it was just fun, of ball lightning, which is real. But this ball lightning was moving around a parking lot, and it was extraordinary. Is this one?
This is those,
yes.
the plasma lasers that the Navy apparently has the ability to make some stuff like this. 3D images in the air. And
yeah.
They can also make them make sound somehow too, which is an interesting...
Well, because you're just vibrating air molecules. So in Project Bluebeam, the energy comes from a satellite array. So can satellites do that yet? If it can, they won't tell us.
But that could be a way where you could throw off the enemy or freak people out and pretend that there's some sort of an alien invasion. It's really just a hologram.
Really just a hologram. And that's Bluebeam is supposed to get rid of religion, because what will happen, according to the legend, is the holograms will manifest as whatever deity is dominant in the area, whether it's Jesus or Buddha, whomever. And atheists will see different things. And people will just freak out. Nationalism will go away.
Atheists will see different things. Like, why?
Because, according to the legend, the array or the technology will manipulate your mind. Again, HAARP has been accused of this, because you can manipulate someone's mind with electromagnetic frequencies at the right frequencies. So they could just tell you to see something.
So, like, that specific?
That specific.
Allegedly.
Now, I debunk a lot of it, because the story originally came from a Canadian journalist named Serge Manasse, fascinating figure. He comes out with this theory that's bonkers, and then the Canadian government takes his kids away because they're homeschooled. He gets harassed by authorities. He gets hauled off to jail for spreading disinformation, dies of a heart attack the next day. So then, of course, that's just like, pew, that lights the fuse. So now it's like, what did he find? So, and he talked very publicly about all of this. So that's supposedly how it happens, is they manipulate our minds, they show us what we want to see, and then it's not like we won't resist authority, we'll beg for it. We'll just beg to take our freedom, take our rights, keep us safe.
Whoa. Because something huge is happening and we need to consolidate.
I feel like that's what would happen.
Well, I'm sure you've seen the Hal Puthoff thing. Did you see when Hal Puthoff, George Bush, during his presidency, they floated the idea of disclosure. Did you ever see this?
I didn't see it, but I know Hal's work very well.
So what Hal said was, he and several other scientists were brought aboard, and they were given a task of writing pros and cons to disclosure. What are the things that are going to be disrupted, and what are the things that's going to benefit society, and attach a numerical value to each thing. And all of the scientists at the end of the day showed that the numerical value for con was far higher. Like, it was going to cause much more disruption than it would be beneficial, and so they decided not to disclose. But what they were telling Hal was, this was what you were planning for was retrieved crafts not of this world and biological entities that the United States government is in possession of. Should we disclose this?
Right. I think I've definitely heard that. I don't know is that connected to the Brookings report, if I'm getting that correct.
Which one's that?
I forget when it would even come out. Here's all the CYAs. I'm an expert on nothing. I don't know anything. I tell stories.
Me too.
Okay? How can you talk about Planet Serpo if you've never been? Look, I just like this. All due respect.
That's going to go on forever.
Yeah, forever.
You've never been.
Never been. I hope he's okay. Douglas Murray's a lot of fun.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, so I'm not an expert at anything. So I don't know when Brookings was, but it was the same thing. It was a recommendation from the government that, look...
That was in 1960.
1960.
Same thing?
Well, I don't know about the exact same thing, but...
same kind of thing?
Proposed studies of the implications of peaceful space activities for human affairs, commissioned by NASA and created by the Brookings Institute. Collaboration, long-range study. Yeah.
Same result. Don't do it.
Yeah. I think they're probably right, but also I want to know.
Well, that's puts us in a pickle, I think, is, let's say it's real. I want to know too, but I don't want the Chinese to know, and I definitely don't want Iran to know. So I understand.
Why do you not want them to know? Well, maybe we could all get along if we realize that there's actual aliens that are visiting us. I mean, wasn't that the Ronald Reagan speech in front of the UN? You've seen that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, the famous speech.
But wasn't the SDI part of that speech? Is we'll all get along, but we're going to have laser weapons in space just in case we don't? Wasn't that same speech? It might not have been, but it was about that same time. And that was all smoke and mirrors. You know?
Right, the Star Wars thing was fake, right?
Couldn't get it to work.
Yeah.
It was all fake. So maybe we'll all get along. Boy, that sounds nice. But, Iran produces brilliant people, so intelligent, great engineers, doctors, all of that. But the government is bananas.
Yeah.
So, you don't want to have brilliant scientists working like that.
Right.
We had brilliant scientists working for dictators in the past, and it was not awesome.
Right.
So,
like the Nazis.
That's who I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
That's who I mean. So...
Yeah, it's really sketchy if they get the technology.
Right.
Well, this is what Hal Puthoff said. He said that the government of the United States has at least 10 of these things. And I said, well, other governments have them? And he said, yes. And I said, well, do they have similar numbers? He's like, we believe so. So they don't know. So essentially what he was kind of alluding to is that there's basically like a kind of Manhattan Project to try to back engineer these things. And whoever figures it out first is going to have a massive advantage.
Right.
And it would be nice if it was us.
It would be nice. Hal Puthoff has been connected to a lot of disinformation campaigns. I love the guy and his work, but he has been connected to disinformation campaigns with known disinformation.
Think about what subjects?
About disclosure. Like, you heard the name Richard Doty?
Yes.
Okay. So, he...
Want some coffee?
Yeah, let's have some coffee. I'm off booze right now.
Forever?
No, not
Cheers.
forever. Cheers. I just needed a break. It was becoming a little bit...
Me too.
Like a habit. You too?
Yeah, I've been off for 2.5 months. Maybe even a little more now. Yeah, I just decided one day I'm done, and then I feel great.
Feel better.
Oh my God.
Think clearer. Wake up feeling better.
I have a nightclub, so I'm at my nightclub, my comedy club, all the time, and everybody's buying shots, and you want a beer, you want this, that. After a while, you're like, God, I feel like shit.
Yeah, you do.
But it's like the illusion is that you won't have fun. I'm having the same amount of fun. It's so much fun.
Of course,
it's
and
not
because
necessary.
I'm funnier because I know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
and I'm not embarrassed the next day.
It just doesn't kill your inhibitions, but it's overrated.
It is.
It's fun. I've had a good time boozing, but yeah, enough.
I'm allowed to go back at the first of the month.
Okay.
I just need it. You need to quit vices once in a while, if anything, just to prove that you can.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good thing, just to prove doesn't have hooks in you.
Right.
Yeah.
I can quit whenever I want.
I know.
But can you?
I've taken a few days off of social media, and I always feel better, but I always go right back in.
I don't know why I hardly ever look at it.
It's just a massive distraction. Like, I don't read anything about myself, but I'm always looking at, but I find a lot of interesting things too, especially on Instagram. But more so now than ever, my screen time on my phone is dedicated to YouTube. It's like when I come home, especially at the end of the night, come back from the club, I'm tired. I want nonsense. I want Bigfoot.
Same. I don't want to think too hard.
I want Bob Lazar. I want Bigfoot. I want, ancient civilizations. It's just me and the dog watching TV.
Yeah.
Everyone's asleep. That's my favorite.
Because no booze for me doesn't mean no gummies. So,
okay.
So a half a gummy in a Bigfoot episode, I'm having a great time.
That's the one that I wish was real, but I'm 99% sure it's horseshit.
Same.
But I also wonder if under certain conditions it's real. Like, this is my thought. It's going to sound squirrely. I think under heightened states of anxiety and fear, when you're alone in the woods, maybe it's possible that the barrier between dimensions is slippery and you can see things that you would ordinarily never see. Like, it might not even be as simple as this is a biological creature that lives here on Earth with us, but no one's ever found a body. It might be weirder than that. It might be these are some sort of hominid from somewhere else that can appear. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. Our great site, JoeRogan.com, was built using Squarespace. But did you know that Squarespace also gives you everything you need to offer services and get paid all in one place? Whether you're doing stuff like using the built-in appointment scheduling for consultations or even email marketing tools to pull off events, Squarespace has all that, plus invoicing and online payment tools that make conducting your business a breeze. Try it free at squarespace.com and use squarespace.com/Rogan to save 10% on your first purchase.
Native American legends say exactly that. That it's this creature that lives between worlds. And and same with giants as well. They have the legends of the red-haired giants that were chased west.
I'm glad we're getting to that.
We're getting giants.
Yeah, because the giants thing is weird. When you go into the story, and I watched your episode on giants. I loved it.
Maybe it was the Malta
Smithsonian.
Episode. Oh, that was G.E. Kincaid and the Smithsonian cover-up.
Yeah.
Grand Canyon. That's a good story.
Well, the whole Grand Canyon thing is bananas. Like, there's areas of the Grand Canyon you cannot explore.
You cannot go. You cannot fly over.
Right.
And you can't fly under the rim. Yet when you go to those bad places, suddenly a white plane flies over under the rim, black helicopters show up. I showed it in my episode. I show the black helicopters showing up. Like, they do show.
Yeah. Like they are protecting something.
Something.
It's not as simple as this is a dangerous area, because you can go to any dangerous area.
You go just to the normal tourist area. It's like, be careful. People fall. 2 people a year fall.
Yeah, someone fell recently.
They did?
Yeah, an influencer. Of course, taking a selfie. But the Grand Canyon, there's been these crazy stories of people finding these like these caverns with like Egyptian artwork and hieroglyphics and these stories of artifacts that have been removed from there.
So the story is, it shows up, I believe, in like the Phoenix Gazette. It's 1903 or so. And the explorer is G.E. Kincaid, and he's going down, he's looking for gold deposits or whatever. This is just before Teddy Roosevelt made the Grand Canyon a preserve. He was a naturalist. So he finds these steps that are clearly man-made. He follows the steps up, and there's a cave, and he goes in there, and he describes hieroglyphics that look Egyptian but are not quite. He finds a statue that he describes as like Buddha-like, not Egyptian, not human, but sort of like Buddha, and all these weapons, shields, gold, all sorts of stuff. He keeps going. He finds a deserted city in the caves, and all these tunnels and caverns go everywhere, and he's trying to map everything. He comes out, and he goes back to town, and he gathers together a group that we're going to go find the stuff again. And people are excited about it. And a couple of weeks go by, and everyone's gathered to go on the expedition. He never shows. The expedition goes nowhere, and that's really the last we've heard of it.
Well, and is there any photographs or anything? No.
There never is of this stuff.
Right, just descriptions?
Just a great story.
Well, the great part of the story is the fact that you actually can't go there. And the idea that there's an area where the military is protecting people from being foolish, that doesn't make any sense.
Nobody asks why.
Right.
Like, nobody asks why. It really bothers me about that story and all of these, whether it's disclosure or whatever. I don't hear anyone asking why. Well, they won't let us. Well, who's they? Right. Someone's in charge of stuff that's not the president.
Right.
Or Congress. So who is it? So...
is it possible there's some sort of a government installation down there somewhere?
It's all going to be woo-woo conspiracy stuff, or it's real, or G.E. Kincaid found something and someone got to him.
But if G.E. Kincaid found something, why would they want to hide some ancient civilization discovery, particularly in the early 1900s? Like, why? For what reason?
I don't know why Graham Hancock is marginalized now.
Right, but that wouldn't you think that there's like less of a grip on that stuff in the 1900s, the early 1900s?
I would think so.
Yeah.
So my guess would be treasure and money. That would be my guess. Is it shows up in the paper, the government goes down there like, there's a lot of stuff down here. Let's grab it, send it to the Smithsonian, who keeps 99% of the stuff under wraps. They have a billion items that nobody can see, and then that's the end of it.
Yeah, but what the fuck? Which I would love to know the official reason. See if you can Google. Is there an official reason why you're not allowed to go to certain areas of the Grand Canyon?
They use a VPN there, brother.
The story, I was looking at an article about the original article, and it says that the two guys mentioned might not have even existed.
Right.
There's no evidence of them.
G.E. Kincaid?
And another guy named S.A. Jordan.
Oh, so it might be just a story that someone printed? Some horseshit?
Yeah, when I was looking into one of these things before, I found something explaining that back in the early 1900s, when newspapers were a really popular thing to read, I don't know if it was like a game or if there was actual prizes people would play or like amongst themselves to try to get fake stories printed. If you could get the craziest story printed, you win like $500 or.
I might be wrong, but I think Jordan was connected to the Smithsonian, at least according to the story.
I pulled this from the Smithsonian debunk, which, I mean, obviously they would if this is the way we're going to go with it, but them debunking this, and they gave two links, one to the original 1909 article and one to a 2008 update, and that's where I was pulling that from.
I don't trust the Smithsonian. They're exempt from all kinds of stuff.
Yeah?
Well, like there's a law passed not too long ago that if you have Native American artifacts that are important to that culture, especially burial artifacts, they must be returned. Unless you're the Smithsonian, then
they're allowed to hold on to them?
Then you can make a case that you don't have to give it back.
How do they have so much power?
It's a government agency.
Smithsonian is a government. Oh, I didn't even know. I thought it was a private agency. So there's no official story as to why this area of the Grand Canyon is off limits.
For your safety.
The forbidden zone, they call it.
Yeah, that's all I can find.
That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. That this story comes from the very area that's forbidden. That's fucking weird.
I think.
What are the odds?
I don't believe in coincidences, so. A lot of these stories come from places you just can't go.
Has anybody tried to hike in?
All the time.
Wear
Or
camo?
raft in.
Yeah, did they get busted?
And busted, yeah, and arrested.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You could find
man.
could find online. I wish I knew the names of a team that went up there. That's who found the black helicopters, and I used them in the video, and I credit them. So you can find their videos. They're up there for an hour and a half, trying to find stuff. And what they found up in that forbidden zone is anchored into the ground a giant hook,
right,
or like a loop.
Yeah.
Like what would you use that for? And that would be to rappel down. That's the only reason that would be there. There's no explanation for what is this. They also found artifacts from that era, from the early 1900s, artifacts that people were there. So it's possible that they rappelled that, like they might have been standing right above that entrance. And there are reverse angles of that rock face that look a little weird. It could be pareidolia, but
What's pareidolia?
Pareidolia is the mind's ability to see objects in random noise. You know, it's something we evolved to, to see predators in the forest. That's why if you see a cloud that looks like an Abraham Lincoln,
right,
it's not Abraham Lincoln. It's pareidolia. But debunkers will always fall on pareidolia. So like the real believers, they hate that word.
God, that would be. Imagine everything would have to be rewritten. If they found some evidence of a lost civilization with no connection to any known civilization that was advanced, that was living in the Grand Canyon.
Did you ever think about going?
To the Grand Canyon?
To go and just be an outlaw and go see.
How would you get in, though? I mean, if they have black helicopters and they're scanning the sky or scanning the ground with some sort of a drone or a plane.
We go in. We live.
Are you planning something?
No. Hold on.
What should we do?
I don't have a contract. All right. So this is it's already dangerous me sitting here, but I got your back.
If I go.
Yeah. Because even if they drag you out, questions have to be posed.
Right. Why couldn't I go there?
What did he do wrong? Well, he violated this area. Okay. Well, how come?
Yeah. Well, when you think about how dangerous the Grand Canyon is overall, there's not a safe area. It's literally a canyon. You could fall at any of a million spots along the way to your death.
Have you been there?
Yes.
It's
incredible.
Incredible. You couldn't paint a better picture. But as you get closer to that edge, you can feel your amygdala going, back up.
Yeah.
Like it's seriously dangerous.
Yeah. God, the problem is I want to believe. With all these things. And same. Most people that enjoy your show. We want to believe. That's why it's so fun.
And I don't believe in most of the stuff I talk about. But when I approach a story, I try to find as much evidence as I can to support it, and I also want to find the other side, so that what we're left with is some truth. And not all stories can be fully debunked. And I've had my mind flipped a couple of times. You know, crop circles, hollow moons, some really crazy shit have flipped me around.
Crop circles is a weird one.
So weird.
It's a weird one because when I first saw them, I'm like, what is that? And then I saw that these guys were doing them with boards and string. I was like, oh, it's just people being silly. And then I watched a whole documentary about how the energy that bent these things over caused these nodes to explode as if they'd been cooked in a microwave.
Correct.
I'm like, what? And then you find out that the actual stalks are woven together.
Correct.
It's not that they're pressed down, they're woven together. And that these are complex geometric designs that would have taken people
These
weeks
things
to
over
map
cause
out.
these nodes to
and there's no
explode
footprints
as if
leading up to it. There's no roads, no machinery, no evidence of any use of any kind of machinery. And these things appear like that. Like people have flown over an area and then flown back an hour or two later, and there's immense football field size, perfect geometry that no one can explain how it was created.
Correct. So the nodes in the stalks, the node is like a knuckle on your fingers. So those are there for phototropism, to bend toward light. So what you're talking about is these things are bent over. They're bent over at right angles. It can only be done with high energy. But also around these crop circles, they're finding microscopic metallic spheroids in around the circles. And that's not a conspiracy theory. They're finding them. And there are these magnetic fields around the circles. And you can see videos online of people going into these crop circles and their hands start to get red. Things are happening to them. So I went into crop circles thinking it was all guys with boards.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you watch people with boards making a crop circle, it's a mess. They can't do this. And you cannot bend the nodes of reeds and weave them together in a perfect... You can't do it. So that was, as I'm doing the research, I'm like, all right, 99% of them are fake, but there's this 1% that I cannot explain.
The famous video where you see the orbs circling around the field in England and then the crop circle slowly starts to emerge, has that been debunked?
Semi. It's controversial because the guy released that video, I don't know his name offhand, allegedly went to a visual effects house.
Oh, boy.
And released it. But they somehow put that thing together in a matter of hours, which is suspicious. So in my episode on it, I said, all right, here's what the skeptics say. But, you know, in the 1990s, to do that kind of VFX work, because it looks real, I don't know. To me, I'm on the fence about it. You know,
it's very convenient that they got the footage.
It is.
You know?
It is. Operation Blackbird was a famous operation in 1990 to try and capture the footage live by a great researcher named Colin Andrews. And,
he's the guy that does the books on crop circles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's all in.
He's all in, and he got a lot of support for Blackbird. And not only did nothing happen, he was totally embarrassed by it. And it was all like streaming live, and a lot of people were involved. He's embarrassed. We find out later that while they're like waiting for the circles to happen, just a few miles away, there's a top secret military operation doing whatever they're doing. He doesn't know why. And then he gets a knock on the door from someone, you know, Men in Black, whoever it is, that first offers him money to stop his work, then threatens him with whatever, threatens his family. And he doesn't know who this guy is. They go back and look at the tapes, and he sees the guy in the background of like one of the TV crews. So the theory is some type of intelligence was embedded into Blackbird, made to discredit him, and that was kind of the end of Colin Andrews, because he was a legit researcher at that point. Now he's fringe, and now he's pseudoscience. But I get into that in the episode. That was something I discovered that I never knew, that there was intelligence involved. I didn't know that there was a military op, which is confirmed. It's wild.
So do you think they discredited him on purpose?
Yes.
Interesting. To make the crop circle thing look foolish. But like, what is the crop circle thing? Like, what is out of the believers, what is the best theory?
The believers is that it's a way to message craft, or it's a landing site, or it's some type of communication.
But why would they do it in wheat fields?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. If you have the technology, just,
Yeah.
pick up the phone. There's better ways than just mowing wheat down. But I don't understand.
Do you know the one about the Mandelbrot set?
I've seen it.
Yeah. I think that one is really weird because I think it coincides with the fractal creation of the Mandelbrot set by these people that are into this kind of geometry and fractals. They're like, someone made the Mandelbrot set, which is essentially an infinite fractal of like spectacular design.
And this is before Lorenz and the Lorenz attractor. I think it's before that, isn't it?
I don't know.
Before it was mainstream.
Yeah, before it was mainstream,
Right.
yes. And then when this thing appears and people are like, well, what is this design? And then they connect it to this Mandelbrot set, which is, someone would have to have some very esoteric information to be.
And it's the Mandelbrot set using Fibonacci numbers.
Yes.
And the phi, the golden ratio.
And it's accurate.
It's accurate down to inches.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, maybe you can, but like how and how long would it take and how much planning and how many people and what would you use? Like what is the technology that would use to bend those things over that way and weave them? It's very weird stuff.
It's weird.
Because it's these, the way these fractals work, it's this ratio in the geometry is like there's specific sizes. This one is half the size of that one, which is half the size of that one, and it goes on and on forever. And when you see it all, see if you can find the Mandelbrot set.
It's maybe the most spectacular crop circle.
It's weird. It's really weird because it's fucking enormous.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems so stupid. Wow, there's a whole bunch of them. The Mandelbrot set is the one with the look like a heart. About that one right there. Yeah, that's it. That's the Mandelbrot set.
Yep, and there's some other fractals there as well.
I was looking at an article that says these two guys took on the challenge and did it for a TV show on the BBC.
They did. If you watch them do it, it's clumsy AF.
Yeah, it doesn't look as good. Like,
I was trying to find it.
Because I know they always say that these guys did it, but like,
you can't really see it there. But those flattened reeds, they're woven together.
With some of the weirder ones, go back to other crop circles. You had some other images before that. There's some other ones. Those spirals,
right?
Like that one right there. Yeah. That is fucking wild.
That's wild.
Like this is multiple football fields long and wide. So how? Make that one a little bigger, please.
And one of these, I don't know if it's that one in particular, showed up right next to Stonehenge, like a tennis ball throw away.
Like that is crazy. To not, first of all, if you're on the ground, all right, just the measurements alone to make each one the equal distance between circles, in the whatever 6 different blades that you have that stem from the center, they're all the same distance, they're all the same size.
The small circles are the ones that are most interesting, because how hard is that to do?
Right. And they're uniform. And it's like, what is that? Like, what the fuck is that? And if that is a hoax, it's so bizarre that it's only these 2 goofballs that were making really shitty ones with boards and strings. And yet there's hundreds, if not thousands, of these like really complex ones.
Yeah, those
exist.
Those are the guys that are on. You can see them doing it live.
Yeah, but those guys, there's no way they had enough time to do all these things.
And it looked terrible. Janky, look, he's just trampling it.
Yeah. I mean, look, you can certainly make crop circles with a string and a board. You certainly can make crop circles. But it always gets connected, like believing in aliens and everything else. But it's not, no one's even saying aliens. Like, it could be some sort of energy from something that we possess, something that humans possess, that they somehow or another aim at these areas. Like, what is that one above it? Go that one right there above, like right there. What the fuck is that thing? Look at that.
They are in the same count. 80% of them come from the same county in England,
which is also weird.
Now, people will correct me in the comments, but I believe that middle piece of geometry is a hypercube, isn't it? Isn't that a 4-dimensional cube?
I don't know.
A tesseract?
It does look like it, but
like, what the fuck? How long would that take? That seems like that would take a long time to do.
Stonehenge is under constant surveillance, and circles show up overnight.
Very weird stuff.
There's an interesting conspiracy.
What the fuck, dude?
To crop circles that we can get into later.
Wiltshire has the most crop circles in England.
Yes.
And it's mostly in England, too, which is also weird.
And mostly in Wiltshire.
Man, is there some sort of a theory by the kooks?
Ley lines.
Ley lines.
That they're happening on these segments of energy that intersect.
What is that black and white one, Jamie? Click on that one.
It's just a...
No. The one, that one. What the fuck is that? Wow.
Wow. On a mountain.
Crazy.
That could be in sand, I think, because it looks like sand dunes.
Is that what that is?
Circle 16.
That's crazy.
Well, I've never seen that one. It's wild.
I mean, just the amount of time that it would take to do these things. So, ley lines. So this is the theory?
That's the theory. Have you heard about ley lines?
Kind of.
It's this alleged grid of energy that circles the Earth, and almost like how magnetic fields work. And these energy lines have intersection points, and on these intersection points are things like Stonehenge, Giza.
Whoa!
It's in snow on a mountain in France.
Wow! Where are the tracks in?
What? Okay, what the fuck is that?
So this is
no footprints, no tracks.
Footprints right here.
Yeah, but that could be
that could be the people that discovered it.
Right.
Though.
Oh, this is the guy that did it, though.
Oh, the guy.
It's an artist that did this. These aren't
did
crop
it.
circles. This is an artist doing it. That's kind
see.
of what I was trying to say.
Fucking incredible. An artist did that?
Yeah, it has the guy's name on that first picture we had here.
Amazing.
Simon Beck.
So the artist angle is a conspiracy angle. There's a man named John Lundberg who was part of a group called CircleMakers.org, which is an art project and also a sociology experiment. He would make fake crop circles to see how people would react. Years later, Lundberg and some associates created a documentary called Mirage Men, which is an excellent documentary. And it's mostly about Richard Doty and his disinformation campaign on behalf of the Air Force to discredit the UFO community, drove Paul Benowitz nuts. Bill Moore, who's the guy who essentially brought Roswell out to the public. Bill Moore was taking payments and being fed information from Doty to muddy the waters in the UFO community. He finally came clean in '89, was booed off the stage at MUFON, and everything just unraveled. So it's all disinfo.
They booed him off the stage?
Because he finally said, look, I've been working with the government. A lot of the stuff I've been saying, they told me to say. Majestic 12, all this stuff was coming from Doty, and they didn't want to hear it. And his career was basically over that day.
Wow.
Bill Moore. There was no Roswell story before his book, and that was Doty. So the documentary about Doty was directed and put together by Lundberg and his associates. Lundberg was one of the original circle makers that would make these fake crop circles to see how people would react. I just thought it was an interesting connection.
But it's interesting because clearly some people are making these, but what was the origins of it? Because I'm sure you've seen that image from the newspaper of the devil with a scythe. You know what I mean? And they're talking about crop circles back in the 17 and 1800s.
1678.
Yeah, 1600s. Wow. First crop circle ever reported was in 1678. According to the story, farmer and a crop mower were arguing about the cost of harvesting the farmer's oat field. The farmer was furious at the mower's price and stormed off, swearing that the devil himself should harvest the crop. That night, a dazzling light lit up the oat field, and in the morning, the farmer discovered perfectly round circles in his crops. He was so frightened by the circles, which he thought could only have been so neatly mowed by the devil or some infernal spirit, that he abandoned any attempt to harvest the field. That's a little sketchy. You're scared of circles? Come on, pussy.
Really, though? If there were crop circles in my backyard, I would be a little nervous.
I would be curious. It's not terrifying, right? They're not something that would scare me away from harvesting my crop.
No, I'm more afraid of the government than I am of, that stuff.
Crop circles don't seem to be killing anybody.
No.
But it's so ley lines. So these things are to differentiate areas so they could see them from the sky. Is that the idea?
The ley lines are the energy lines. A mystical energy. It's not a scientific energy. And where the lines intersect is where you see sites like Machu Picchu, Giza, Stonehenge, all these ancient sites. There's the ley lines.
Oh.
But ley lines is, it's semi-debunkable because if you connect enough lines, you're going to find patterns. You're going to find geometry.
Right. You go looking for it.
Right.
Yeah. Very weird stuff. Like I said, I used to think it was total nonsense until I saw some documentaries on it where they were talking about the nodes. They were talking about some of these things are just so complex and they appear so quickly.
The nodes and the braiding to me was like, okay, now I got to change my approach to this.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. I think it's beyond us. It's just we're just monkeys trying to guess math. I don't know. Every time we make a guess on this show, someone's laughing.
Of course.
Someone's like, they think it's a landing site.
Well, it's one of those subjects that if you even entertain it, you're almost immediately a fool, which I'm super comfortable with being a fool. I entertain a lot of foolish ideas. But that one is particularly foolish because people will always point to those guys with boards. And I'm like, not so fast. Yeah, those guys with boards definitely made some circles. But there's some of them that are really spectacular.
They are.
And it just doesn't. And when you factor in the nodes and you factor in the weaving and then these incredible geometric shapes, like how are you even mapping that? Like how are you doing that? How many people are involved? How long does it take?
It would take people so long. It would never be that accurate.
Yeah.
With ropes and boards, I just don't see it.
Right, but like it leaves you with this weird mystery. Just like what is this?
I wish I knew.
It's just one of those things that like it's almost like the universe is laughing at us. Every now and then it just shows you something that's like so goofy that you have to go, well, what is real?
It was a hoax, but a great crop circle was the Arecibo response. Do you know that one?
Yes.
That was a great one.
Yeah.
We sent the Arecibo message out, but had all the symbols on it.
And it sent it back with like a half a alien face.
Right, and it showed where in their solar system they lived, what their DNA was like. It was a great one.
Who did that one?
I don't know who did. I don't know if it was Circle Makers. I don't know who it was, but it was a hoax. But it was like a really well thought out one.
Well, that one kind of looks like a hoax. Like, it's so on the nose. You have an alien face in the crop circle.
Wasn't that different than the Arecibo response?
Is it?
I forget.
I think they were related. I'm not sure, though.
The response, I thought, was so cool.
I thought the Arecibo response was aligned with that UFO thing, the alien face. See if you can find the crop circle that says it, Jamie.
You could be right. As soon as you see the alien face, you're out.
I think the Arecibo response is next to there it is above that, Jamie. You just had it. If you scroll, go to the top, right there. Bam. Okay, so that's different.
That's different, but there's
Arecibo is the answer.
It's an album cover for someone on Apple.
Right, but the crop circle is a real crop circle. That somebody actually made that thing.
Right, and that's a message in that circle. That spiral is a message.
Look at that one to the right.
There's the Arecibo response down there with the humanoid face.
Yes, that's it. Very weird. So that's a hoax.
That's a hoax, but boy, it's a good one.
It's a fucking great one. Go back a couple of posts. Yeah, right there. That one on the right-hand side. That's crazy.
It's the small circles that get me.
Well, it's fucking... If it is a hoax, it's amazing. That is just so weird. But again, it's like one of those like it's not satisfying.
No, it's not.
There's not like it just at the end of it you're just like, I don't know.
That's why the worst question is, what do you think it is? It's like, ugh.
Right. I was hoping you had something stupid.
Well, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I do know that I want to believe, which is always the problem with me with all these things. I want to believe the bases in Antarctica. I want to believe that there's pyramids up there, all that stuff.
Yeah, and when you find out something's debunked, how do you feel?
Oh,
Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, disappointed, but...
But there's a party that goes, yeah, that's probably right.
Well, I think most of them are bullshit. I think like most UFO sightings are bullshit. Most UFO sightings are probably people seeing experimental military aircraft and things along those lines. Satellites, that's a big one. Like the Starlink ones just fly across the night sky and people are like, oh my God, it's an alien.
It's not an alien. You can see him with your naked eye.
Yeah. But if you didn't know what it was, it looks like a fleet of ships flying across the sky.
And the way that they alternate lights, it looks like there's an intelligence to it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen anything myself. Have you?
No. Gino has.
What did he say?
Gino saw it, and I think maybe Jeremiah said he saw the same thing. Gino saw a giant orb of light over the Pacific Ocean, and he watched it for a long time. And I said, where's the photo of it? And he said, I was so in awe, I didn't even think to get out my phone. It's like, man. But that's a common thing you hear.
Right.
Is you're just so in awe, you don't think, I gotta selfie this.
Right. You probably, if you actually saw something, there's a high probability that you'd be so freaked out, you'd be just in the moment, like, what?
Yep. And Gino's legit. He's not bullshitting.
Not a bullshit artist. Yeah. No, I've talked to Dave Foley had a sighting. He saw something.
Gino talked to Dave about. They saw the same thing.
Yeah. Well, there's always the question of like what's going on off the coast, and I'm sure you're aware of this one. We actually talked about it the other day, but we never found it. There's a structure that's off of Malibu in the deep water that was available on Google Maps.
Was a structure.
And now it's blurred out.
Yep.
But it looked like there's openings in it. There's a top that's flat. It looks like
a base.
Looks like a base.
Looks like a base.
Yeah.
If
now it doesn't.
Now it just looks like blurry water.
Yeah, like why does it look different now? Like what's going on?
With a gun to my head, all the weird stuff is in the ocean. It's not from another planet.
Really?
No, I don't know. Who knows? But it makes a lot more sense that the stuff we're seeing, it's the best place to hide is just deep water.
So not from another planet originally? Like maybe originally and that's where they make their base?
It's hard for me to square how to travel great distances. It's hard for me to square that. I know that we've got the Albuquerque drive and warp drive and all these theoretical things about compressing space-time and all of that. I get it. But it's hard for me to think that that's solvable. But what is interesting is maybe another species evolved alongside of us a long time ago and has been here a long time and said, you know what, let's go, this is where we go to avoid cataclysms and geological instability. Let's go underwater.
That's a weird one, though, because like what kind of technology are you utilizing? How did you achieve that level of technological superiority and not completely control man? Because if I was an intelligent species that was capable of developing bases under the water, I'd be super concerned at all the different things that human beings are doing to ruin things. Like if we had chimps that all of a sudden had flamethrowers and they were lighting the jungle on fire, we'd probably take their flamethrowers.
So like we would turn off a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
Right. So we talk about humans. If this theory is true that they evolved here, there were no humans. Humans are 300,000 years old. That's not. It would take whatever species a lot longer than that to evolve to this technological level. And we've seen the craft just zip into water with no displacement.
Right.
Where are they going? And there are unnamed whistleblowers, anonymous sources that say there's a base near the Bermuda Triangle. The Navy knows about it. They know not to get close. It moves around a little bit. I'm going to do an episode on it soon because it's just too good not to. Corroborated by another biologist who said he worked with the retrieval team, and yes, there's stuff. And what this base does is it from raw materials creates craft to go on specific missions. So there's always the question, why is there a saucer? Why does it look like a pyramid? Why is it this? It's because they're custom built for a mission. And there's an AI and a species down there, and they say, all right, we're going to go survey Mount Hayes in Alaska. Super fascinating place. So we only need a scanning gear, some propulsion, and we just build it. It fits in an orb, send it out, does its thing, comes back, and then it gets broken down to its parts. And then another mission, build it. It's going to be a triangle. It's going to be this or that. Does its mission, comes back. To me, that makes good sense. A good way to do that, a good way to conserve resources, not have to go out and get stuff. I like the theory. It's a fun theory.
It's a fun theory, yeah. It's a fun theory also that if you were creating bases here, like say if they're coming from somewhere else and they want to visit us, it would be far more logical to develop some sort of a base with resources and where you could observe things and they can exist there completely undetected and then be able to go to wherever they're from back and forth. But when they're here on Earth, they would be undetected.
Right.
And the ocean is literally 70-something% of the Earth's surface.
And we've mapped, I think, 2 or 3% of it.
Yeah. It'd be a good place to hide in plain sight.
That's what I would do. And to make things from raw materials, meaning like molecular level stuff, you're totally off grid. We don't need to strip mine. We got everything here.
Right. And if you have something that's a transmedium vehicle, so it doesn't displace the water, it works on some sort of a warp drive or something.
I think you have to get into interdimensionality then, and it gets a little wild. But if you're not displacing air or water, that means you're phasing through matter.
Right.
Which is theoretically doable because everything is mostly space.
Well, they said they've mapped things going under the water 500 knots.
Right, without making a splash.
Yeah, no ripples, no discernible waves.
Just Greg Louganis right in there.
Yeah.
Nothing.
500 knots under the water. I mean, what the fuck could do that? The amount of energy you'd have to go through that much resistance of deep water, 500 miles an hour, 500 knots.
Right. Look at how when they do missile tests from subs, how those things are just like, trying to get out of the water.
Yeah.
And these things just go bloop.
Yeah.
And nothing.
Well, that's the weird ones. But that would make you also think like maybe it is a hologram. Because if there are these transmedium things. But the thing is they're seeing them with radar.
Right. Which means heat signature or mass.
Right.
Or electromagnetic displacement.
Or if it is some sort of photons, like some sort of a projection, would that not have some kind of a heat signature?
It would if it was ionized air. That would be plasma, so that was hot, if that's what it is. But when they go into the water, we see them under the water for a second, and you don't see any refraction.
Right.
So that kind of screws up the holographic projection theory a little bit, because there's no light refraction. So how did you do that?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you how do you do that.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, that's my answer. Yeah.
I mean, you've had physicists on here that I've seen go,
Yeah. Well, the really crazy ones are the ones that the fighter pilots have seen. Because, particularly Commander Fravor and the other people that were on that mission with him. So 2 separate jets. You have 4 people that are eyewitness to this thing, and then that there was something actually under the surface of the water, like an aircraft carrier, an enormous thing, that this Tic Tac is hovering above, and then that thing descends into the water. The Tic Tac turns towards them, jamming their signal, is hovering in space, and then shoots off at such an insane rate of speed that most of the things that we have on Earth would just disintegrate and fall apart just from the sheer pressure.
Of course, and from the inertia,
it
can be done. Now, if I were doing an episode on Tic Tac or Go Fast or Gimbal, I would be remiss if I didn't include Mick West's analysis of those. And I know you've talked to Mick on and off throughout the years.
He's like a professional debunker.
He
though.
is.
He wants to debunk things that I don't think can be debunked.
He does. He approaches it as it's definitely fake, and I'm going to show you why.
Yeah, everything is definitely fake. Almost to the point where I'm like, who you working for?
Right.
Who you working for?
Everyone thinks we're CIA, by the way.
Me and you?
Oh, yeah. Reddit is convinced I'm CIA.
Oh. Me too?
That's why my channel blew up in 2.5 years.
Because of CIA?
CIA is back.
Oh, I've heard that before. I've heard that about many people. Like the reason why they got successful. I've heard that about me too.
Yeah.
Like go back to 2009 where I have 200 viewers. Like the CIA sucked back then. They weren't helping me at all.
Dude, I remember just watching you in little squares on Ustream, just like the top of your head, and Brian and Duncan. I mean, that's what Gino's like, you got to watch Joe Rogan's show on Ustream. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's a comic. He's like, he's got Graham Hancock on. And I went, oh, I got to watch that. And that's when I started watching.
I think Graham was our first serious guest. So it was Duncan and I, and we were in my house, and Graham flew from England. We ate pizza in my kitchen. It was the first time I got to meet him. I was so pumped because I'd read his book in the 90s.
Same.
Yeah, Fingerprints of the Gods, amazing book.
From Art Bellis, who told me about it.
Yeah, I remember my wife was like, you should read like real archaeology. I'm like, no, this is fucking interesting shit.
Is your wife a scientist or something?
No. She's just a little more serious than me.
Yeah. My wife,
a little smarter than me.
Same.
But it's like, I still to this day will pick up those books and read them. And it's like, I do not think that modern archaeology has the full story. And I've seen the way they behave. I saw the way Flint Dibble behaved with Graham. They're gatekeepers. They don't want anyone to have any information that they don't have. So even in the face of very compelling information, they dismiss openly, quickly, without any consideration. They just want to dismiss it. And then they want to pretend that any archaeologist that presents any kind of information that fucks up the narrative isn't immediately attacked. And they are. Their careers are ruined. Whether you go back to Clovis first or any of these different archaeologists that have proposed alternative theories of the human timeline, all of the conventional archaeologists, all the mainstream people attacked them. Dismissed them.
Randall Carlson, Robert Schoch, John Anthony West.
Mm-hmm.
If I were advising Graham, I would have said, don't do that debate. Don't do it. There's no way to come off. You're not going to convince anybody, and you're just going to come off not looking great. And I've seen his response on his own site. And he's even said that was probably a mistake. He wasn't prepared enough. But you'll never be prepared enough for a professional debunker. You just won't be. They'll have too much. So I would have told him, don't go into the lion's den.
Well, the problem was he wasn't being honest. Flint was not being honest about the information that we have, particularly about offshore shipwrecks. He was just not honest.
Nope.
You know, and the amount that they have discovered, not honest.
And Graham didn't know that at the time.
And also the timeline of like how old these are. When you get to 5,000, 6,000 years, there's no ship left. All you have is like the pottery and whatever is on the ground at the bottom. And if you're talking about 10,000 years, 15,000 years, who's to say that that's not completely covered by sediment by then? And it probably would be.
Well, you know, I watched a little of Zayawas on here.
That's all you need, just a little for that episode. You get it.
I couldn't believe he's still doing it. I mean, maybe he was around when they actually built the things.
I think that was probably the best advertisement for alternative archaeology you're ever going to get. When you see the guy that's the gatekeeper and how closed-minded he is.
He didn't mention the capstones, the limestone facing from Torah. He didn't even talk about it.
Well, also, this just saying it was the national project, and that's how they were able to get 80-ton stones 500 miles away through the mountains on sleds. Like, come on.
The Aslan stones are from 1,200 miles away.
Yeah.
You know, the Torah stones are, I don't know, 20, 30 miles away or whatever they were.
How about those Lebanon stones at Baalbek?
Baalbek, they can't, how many tons is that? You need a person standing on it to even see the size of it. If you've never seen the Baalbek stone, if you're listening, the thing is, it's like a skyscraper on its side.
Yeah.
And it's one solid piece.
And it was moved there.
Yes.
See, pull up the Baalbek stones in Lebanon, because there's stuff that's above it that is like of a more recent time period, but it seems to have been put there on top of these older stones that are so big they don't make any sense. Like, that's just one of them that was quarried but not moved. But the ones that are in place, go to the ones that, like, see, like these ones, the ones that are above, so they're the lower stones and the ones above. You don't realize how big they are unless you can get a human being to stand next to them, but they are preposterously big. Like, there you go.
Right.
Like,
15 feet high, 30, 40 feet long. I mean, they're shown in metric, so I'm confused.
Incredible.
Right.
And who did it and when? When was that done? And then there's like Malta, like that stuff that they think Malta was constructed when the sea levels were much lower. So there was a way to make a path to there from Italy and from these other places because they found Neanderthal bones there. And
that, so, allegedly giants built that. And Derinkuyu and all the hidden cities underneath Cappadocia and Turkey that they're finding are connected.
Those are nuts.
No one knows who made them.
No one knows who made them, and they can have thousands of people living underground.
They can bring fresh water from the aquifers. They can bring fresh air and circulate it. They have defensive mechanisms with these giant stones, and nobody knows how they made them.
Yeah, and who,
and why.
Yeah,
Great Flood.
Yeah, that's the theory, right? The theory of the Great Flood, and then the Younger Dryas impact theory destroyed the atmosphere, where there was just like above the Earth, which is like chaotic, and they sought refuge underground.
I lean more toward that the ice sheets melted from a solar event than an impact, but it certainly could be either. I mean,
well, it could be a combination of things because it's also, they think there was more than one. The impact event happened. They know this based on core samples, iridium, the nanodiamonds that come from impacts.
This is the Greenland impact.
Yeah, not just Greenland, North America. They think I think they found the evidence of this stuff at like 30% of the Earth's surface where they believe these things had hit. I think we got bombarded.
Right, so that would be like flying through an asteroid field, like the Leonids or the Perseids and Taurids. So the remnants of some giant object that is rubble, and then we just fly through it, which means we fly through it frequently.
We fly through it twice a year.
Twice a year.
But we don't always, most of the time we get lucky, and it's not really a hot one. But like what happened with Tunguska.
Tunguska, right. That's great. That's 1907.
And in the same month that we passed through that comet field.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right, that's over Siberia. And that was an airburst, I believe, because there's no impact crater.
Right.
But it flattened like millions of square miles of trees.
And it's still fucked to this day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's images of that if you want to look up that. There's actual like film of it. It's crazy. It looks like a bomb went off.
Yeah, we're in a shooting gallery. Earth is flying through a shooting gallery. There's 900,000 near-Earth objects that are just hovering around out there.
And NASA says we track most of them. Because in those fields with the Perseids, Taurids, there are big objects. There are Earth killers in there.
Oh, yeah.
And Apophis is lurking. Apophis is the big one. That's due to fly by in a few years.
What's that one?
That's a giant asteroid that's, I think it's due to fly by maybe 2030 something.
How big is that one?
I'll get it wrong. I mean, I'm going to say a million things wrong today. I'll hear all about it, but it's a planet killer. Like it's a civilization ender, and it's going to fly near. Like we're going to be able to see it during the day.
375 meters across, about the size of a cruise liner. It will pass within 32,000 kilometers of Earth's surface on April 13th, 2029.
Now stop there. That's closer than the moon.
Whoa.
Way closer than the moon.
Yeah.
So that's about 70,000 miles, where the moon is
250.
250 to 300. So we're going to see that.
Wow.
You don't want to see that in this. You don't want to look up and see that.
Well, just knowing that ones far larger have passed through.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know for sure a bunch have hit.
For sure.
Chichen Itza, that one.
All right, Chicxulub, but that was pseudoscience until that father-son went down there and found it.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't that. I think that was when I was growing up. The dinosaurs died. That was a conspiracy theory. The asteroid,
right?
And they found it. I think around 1980.
The Yucatan impact. Yeah.
And that's
under the ocean.
And the iridium. Matches it.
Yeah. All that is really spectacular stuff. It's just like when you look at the moon, you see the craters all over it and realize, okay, this is what happens when you don't have an atmosphere and you also don't have water, and you could see everything that hits. Like the whole thing.
The whole thing. Well,
covered.
But why are there so many fewer impacts on the other side?
Are there?
Fewer.
Really?
I don't know. The moon. I have it became a saying on the show. I even have a T-shirt. The moon is weird.
Yeah.
Like Gino's my weird topic guy. It's like, what should we talk about? He's like, do hollow moon. So I went into that story thinking this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Right.
The moon is hollow. And I'm doing the research. About halfway through, I'm like, the moon is weird. And then by the end of my research, I was convinced that clearly the moon is a hollow spaceship that was brought here from another part of the galaxy, and it's here, and the lizard people are absorbing our soul energy. That's the only explanation for it. Probably not true, but man, the moon is very weird.
Well, it's also weird that the alignment and the size and the distance of the moon makes the eclipse perfect. Like, what are the odds of that? What are the odds that it is the exact distance from the sun so that when the moon and the sun align, it's exact?
Right. It's like a 400 to 1 race. It's exact.
It's nuts.
But you could debunk that by saying the moon is getting further and further away.
Right, but why is it perfect?
I mean, we have not found a planet in this solar system or anywhere else that has a giant moon right next to it.
Quarter the size of the Earth.
We haven't found it.
Yeah.
We're the only one with it. And there are ancient legends that talk about a moonless sky and when the moon arrived. And when it arrived, it caused a great flood.
What are the ancient stories of a moonless sky? Where are they from?
Ancient Indian texts will have it, but also native legends will have it about the moon.
Really?
About a moonless sky, and then the moon arrives. And
when do they think the moon arrived?
It's hard to tell. You know, I always go to younger dries, but who really knows? The Earth was apparently just covered in this haze, just very wet, very hazy, maybe like Venus or something like that. Then the moon arrives and all that water from the atmosphere drops down to Earth. The tidal forces are crazy. There's a huge flood and everything just settles, and then the moon is here. And the moon is now like the guardian of the planet, which it really is. We couldn't really survive without it.
Because it stabilizes our atmosphere, right?
It stabilizes us and
stabilizes our orbit.
Our orbit and our spin and our axis.
Yeah.
Like when there's a major earthquake, the Earth changes speed. The spin like our spin, it changes like measurably if there's a big earthquake. And if there's a lot of those, that could throw you off the axis, but the moon steps in like a bouncer and it settles things back down.
So the idea would be that some sort of a superior civilization placed the moon there to ensure our survival?
I don't think they care about us.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
How come?
Again, we're in very speculative territory because nobody knows.
Right.
But I would think it would just be for resources. Hey, this place has a lot of stable water. That's useful.
Don't you think they would be fascinated with us as an emerging civilization? And like I always say, that if we found a planet that had cave people on it, like just starting to learn stone tools and stuff like that, we would for sure be interested in them. We would be so fascinated. And we would probably try to accelerate their learning curve.
You think we would?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, well, think of what a lot of these jerk-offs have done with like uncontacted tribes and stuff like that. We're always trying to intervene and do something with them.
You know the dark forest theory?
No.
It's Lucian Shah who wrote the three-body problem and all of those.
Oh.
So dark forest theory says that if you attain a certain level of technology, the best thing you can do is just be quiet. Because the universe is a dark forest and the first person to stick his head out dies. Because you don't want a competitor in your region. So as soon as a culture gets close to some technology that they're on a path to threaten you, you got to take them out. You got to halt their technology. The three-body problem is kind of based on that. That's what they do in the books, and that seems to make a little more sense to me than sort of this altruistic. Hey, let's help them. You know, the Star Trek approach. Let's make first contact and all of that. You know, I like. You know, human nature is a tricky thing. We're very selfish. You know, you and I might want to see those people and help them along, but there's a lot of people that would not want a competitor in the neighborhood.
Well, yeah, maybe. But what if they don't even think of us as a competitor? What if they're so advanced? Like if they're millions of years advanced, wouldn't they like this is the thing that Diana Pasulka and Gary Nolan and a lot of these people that study crashed retrievals, there's a term that they use that these are donations.
Right.
That these vehicles are donations, and that the idea is we're supposed to look at this and formulate new ideas through reverse engineering.
And there's circumstantial evidence that that's true. If you look at Bell Labs and all the crazy discoveries after Roswell, like we're using cathode ray tubes and suddenly transistors are made and silicon semiconductors and wireless transmission, and Bell Labs is all these leaps forward.
Fiber optics,
laser technology came out of Bell as well. And, the retrieval experts say that fiber optics and lasers for sure is reverse engineered. And it kind of makes a lot of sense because it seemed to have come out of nowhere. Suddenly Bell Labs has it. But it's my question is where is the stuff? We've got World War II. We go into Korea in 1950, and at the time, Russia Russia had the MiG-15 was basically on par with us. I think we had the F-86 at the time, and MiG might have even been better. So that would have been a great time for some advanced tech. But America did catch up and exceed the Soviets about 51, 52, during Korea, and then has been superior ever since. But you would think that after 47, with the Soviets there, let's get some of this anti-gravitic stuff going.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that you're working in this very compartmentalized environment, so you're not allowed to share with all these different scientists. So because of that, there's no collaboration, which is necessary for real innovation. You have to have experts from a bunch of different fields analyzing all the different aspects of it. This is what Lazar pointed to, the problems that they were having at S4 when they were trying to back engineer this stuff. He's like, you can't do science like this because everything is so top secret and so compartmentalized. The metallurgists were not allowed to talk to the propulsions people, and no one was allowed to talk to anybody else, and everybody was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
right.
What are these things? They didn't even tell him, allegedly, if the story's true. They didn't even tell him where this thing came from. They show it to him, and there's a United States flag sticker on it. And he's like, oh, this is ours. Oh, that makes sense. And then he's examining. He's like, oh, no, it's not. Like, there's no seams in this thing. Like, what is this? What is the metal? Why is it designed for something that's 3 feet tall? Like, there's no controls inside this thing. Like, what is this reactor? How does this thing work?
There's a chair.
Yeah.
There's a couple of chairs. It looks like there's a neural interface, maybe. You hear a lot of the scientists, their frustration. Like, if I could just talk to these guys.
Right.
I'm picking up an EM field from this. The metallurgist would be helpful here to tell me what's going on. I keep coming across spinning mercury all the time.
Spinning mercury.
The spinning mercury engine has been part of the lore since ancient India has the Vimanas, those craft. If you look at the ancient texts, it may have been in the Mahabharata.
Yeah.
But they allude to this liquid metal. And then you fast forward to like the Nazis building the Bell, the Die Glocke. That was a mercury engine. And then we fast forward a little further, Mark McCandlish and the ARV vehicle, the flux liner. That's spinning mercury engine. So spinning mercury keeps popping up. And spinning mercury would cause some type of field. What that would be, I'm not a scientist or physicist, I'm not sure, but it would certainly throw off a bunch of ions that could maybe be harnessed or used for something.
Well, it's like we're trying to explain things to us based on our current understanding of technology. Like, glass was invented a long time ago, but imagine showing up with a brand new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with Gorilla Glass, in that thin frame, and looking at that, they were, what the fuck is this?
There'd be statues of you for 1,000 years.
Well, you know what glass is, and you know what metal is, right? Well, this is glass and metal. You're like, what?
What?
No, what the fuck is this?
We took sand and made it real hot, and it made it clear. Huh?
What? And
right.
You can drop it on the concrete and it doesn't break.
Right.
What? Yeah. So just our current understanding of technology based on the origins of that technology, just metal and glass. You show someone metal and glass is thousands of years old, show them what we have now with metal and glass, they'd be blown away. And you just keep going, go 1,000 years from now. Like, what does it all look like? It's like probably some sort of gravity propulsion system, probably 3D printed, so there are no seams.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the frustration about disclosure, is how far could we be by now?
Right.
Had there been disclosure in 47 or whatever.
It's even more of a psyop if it's all bullshit. Like, it's a psyop if it actually is like, wow, the government is actually really good at one thing. They're good at keeping secrets about UFOs.
That's right.
But if they're not, if it's all bullshit, like, boy, how weird that we've been like focusing on this nonsense. Like, as a culture, it got in the front page of the New York Times in 2017. But meanwhile, it's all nonsense.
Right.
That's almost less likely.
Well, if you look at what Doty did in the 70s and 80s with Paul Benowitz, when Benowitz discovered this advanced technology on Kirtland Air Force Base, he called the base and said, hey, I think there's UFOs. So they send Doty out. He was Air Force Intelligence, OSI. They send him out to Benowitz, and he's like, Paul, I think it might be UFOs. It is aliens. And Paul gets a little bit wacky, and he starts intercepting signals from outer space, and they're sending him messages, but it turned out it's really the NSA rented a house across the street. And Paul is committed at some point. And then Doty, over the years, changes his story and says, no, a lot of it is actually true. But Doty has also, he said as recently as 2019, Hal Puthoff tried to recruit him for a disinformation campaign with ATIP.
Really? So Hal Puthoff has been a part of disinformation campaigns?
Allegedly forever.
And what have they been doing with these disinformation campaigns? What have they been trying to muddle?
Just to keep guys like you and me fascinated and trying to figure stuff out while they can just operate their advanced technology in peace. Like, let them think it's aliens and UFOs. That's fine.
What a dirty thing to do to
filthy.
us.
In the 50s, they were very public about anti-gravity. It was in the papers. The G engine, they were talking about it. And then suddenly, whoosh, quiet.
Yeah. Jesse Michaels talks about that all the time, the Townsend Brown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Townsend, and Ning Lee, remember her story, the physicist who
Right, and then she died in a car accident after she came back from China.
Oops.
Whoopsies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was AC Gravity. If you guys want to look that up, she used to give talks and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
She was funded by DoD for $400,000, so we know that for sure. And then she just goes dark. She goes dark for 11 years. Shows up, I think, in 2013. She's back. 2014, she gets hit by a car.
Why is it so fun?
I don't know. Mark McClan just found all that stuff, ended up killing himself later on.
All this stuff is so fun, which is why the Y files are so good. Because it's like, I always get the same feeling when I watch your show. It's like, oh, what is the answer? What is real? What is it? But it's, what is it about us that's so intrigued by these mysteries? I mean, there's so much that we know that is real. Just the nature of the cosmos itself, of black holes and solar nurseries and all the wild shit that's absolutely real. But there's these things that are like, yeah, but what is that?
I don't think enough people are interested in it, to be honest. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, don't you think it's because, for the most part, it's dismissed, and if you engage in it, so like if you're a normal person, not like you or I, but if you're a person that has like a job in an accounting firm, you're like a very respected, legitimate person, especially like pre-2017, pre the New York Times article, and you want to start talking about like gravity propulsion systems that the government's been hiding, and that there's back engineering programs, they've got crashed UFOs, and there's one of them, it's only like a couple hundred feet wide, but you go inside of it, it's the size of a football field. Like,
right, like
what?
the TARDIS.
Yeah. Or the one in Korea that's so big they had to build a building around it because they couldn't move it.
Right.
I want to know what that is.
Same. I wish more people were interested in it.
I would almost be willing to run for president just to get access. Just if I ran for president, the company would be in shambles, but everybody would know everything about UFOs.
Dude, you have no shot.
I have no shot. They'd kill me for sure.
I can't believe the things you say are news.
Oh yeah, well, it's because news is like really dead.
Yes, that's true. They're angry about independent media.
Well, they are, but it's also the news is not. So their business is just clicks. And what better way to get clicks than I said something crazy? And so then, and then it also kind of supports the idea that we need to be gatekeeped and someone needs to, be able to stop us from spreading misinformation, or my favorite term, malinformation. This is something that came up during COVID, that we need to stop the spread of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Malinformation is real information that is true and accurate, but would be negative in its impact to society. It's
bonkers.
Crazy.
We can't live in that society.
Well, they're making us infants, right? They're saying we can handle this, but the vast majority of you, even though we're all supposed to be equal and the government's supposed to be working for you and serving the people, no. We will have this information and we will know what we're doing, and you won't be able to have access to it because you're not ready for it because you're too stupid.
They lost. They lost already. They just don't know it yet, but they lost.
Yeah, they lost a long time ago.
I'm gonna put out an episode about how dragons are real, and when I get to the debunk, I'm gonna say nothing. They're real. Peace out.
Triangular spacecraft. What is this?
Stumbled down a little rabbit hole and found a patent that exists or did exist. It was abandoned in 2006.
This could be the, I forget the title.
Look at this.
The SR was it 7RB?
There's a T3B.
So this is like the ones that they always see, like the Phoenix lights and that one. So it says a spacecraft having a triangular hull with vertical electrostatic line charges on each corner that produce a horizontal electric field parallel to the sides of the hull. This field interacting with a plane wave emitted by antennas on the side of the hull generates a force per volume combining both lift and propulsion. What?
It gives all the math, but like I don't know how to do this math. And if someone,
we need to get Eric here.
Someone can look at it and be like, "That's not real."
Get Eric Weinstein to like do that math.
It hasn't been made, obviously, or that we know of.
I'm surprised it's not classified.
There's other, according to this article, that's where I found it. There's what it was about the T3B thing.
Right. So that's a real experimental aircraft.
Does America have a reverse engineered UFO? Whoa.
But this goes back to 1991 with the Desert Storm. There's reports of what they called a TR-3A, which looks a lot like what the stealth bomber kind of is.
Yeah.
But also.
Whoa.
Yep.
No confirmed.
TR-3B is said to be like nothing we've seen before.
This was what I got to from Liquid Mercury. I was trying to find stuff about it, and there's theories that people say that like this is probably what they're running off of.
It's supposedly powered by a reverse-engineered anti-gravity drive that was recovered from a crashed alien spacecraft. The TR-3B is where reports of UAP performing seemingly impossible aerial maneuvers intersect with stories about very real aircraft.
Read the next paragraph.
There are lots of claims over the internet about TR-3B's anti-gravity drive, most of which include using nuclear power to rotate highly pressurized mercury to produce plasma and in turn a gravitational field. Whoa.
Something about the mercury.
Have you ever heard Eric Weinstein talk about this? There's a college in upstate New York that has an incredibly overqualified physics department, and they're attached to a hedge fund that does Bernie Madoff type numbers.
Yes.
And he thinks the whole thing is a cover for some sort of advanced physics that they have been keeping a lockdown on.
And it would make total sense. I mean, SRI would be another good example of that, right? Where Hal was in the 70s, Project Stargate and all of that, and Stanford.
Yeah. The idea that the government can't keep secrets, like, what about Epstein? What? Come on.
People ask me all the time.
That's in front of everybody's face, and they've kept the list a secret.
We're never going to see the list. Stop asking me. You're not going to see the list. Why not? Because all your heroes are on it, and they're on it a lot. It's never coming out.
Yeah, and I have a friend that thinks like a lot of the world events that you're seeing, one of the reasons why people support it is because of Epstein, because of the list, because people are compromised, because no one can talk about things, which is like really wild. So the government can keep some secrets.
Manhattan Project was
yes.
secret.
They did a great job with that. And that was one that, it was a race between us and the other foreign powers. They were all trying to come up with a nuclear bomb first. We did it first. The idea that there's no way that we could have some sort of advanced propulsion system and that modern physicists would be aware of the state of the art and they would tell you, yeah, no, this is not possible. I don't think that's correct. I think you could probably, if you were working on something and you had a very specific hierarchy and you were really good at compartmentalization and you were recruiting these people at a very early stage in their career, people with promise, these geniuses, giving them a very high salary, a prestigious position, but then everything's locked down. Cell phones, email, they're under constant surveillance, and if somebody steps out of line, like the lady in Maryland, the Chinese lady.
Yep. A lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them go that way.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical about a lot of the whistleblowers, especially the ones that come out of Air Force intelligence and all of that.
Me too. Even when I'm talking to them, I'm like,
Well, I kind of have that needle of skepticism, and it starts with, do you have a background in intelligence? Yes.
Right.
Military intelligence,
Yeah.
Air Force intelligence.
Yeah.
Are you still on the payroll?
Right.
Did you get your information cleared from the Pentagon?
Yeah.
Do you have a book?
Yeah.
And it all goes. Did you release some photos that were fake?
Yeah.
I am over here. Then you go Bob Lazar. He has none of that stuff. Did the government target you? Did they try to discredit you?
Yeah.
Have you been ostracized? When Lazar came out, I think it was to George Knapp. He didn't say his name.
Right.
He didn't have any books. The first book, I think, was with him and Jeremy in 2019.
Right.
So Lazar, to me, is the most credible of the whistleblowers.
Right.
But Jeremy and George just had a whistleblower a couple of weeks ago who's pretty credible. He's a young guy. He's clearly nervous, and he has some very interesting information about what is it, Immaculate Constellation.
Which guy is this?
I don't remember his name. It's very new.
Is that the bald guy?
No.
No.
The bald guy, I think, is Air Force Intelligence, still on payroll. This is a kid whose career is ruined, and he's maybe in his 20s. And you can see he's clearly nervous.
And what is his claim?
His claim is that he was going through some files. You know, he's got top secret clearance, and he found the Immaculate Constellation project, basically a PowerPoint presentation. And his job was just to sort these files. And he's looking through it, and suddenly it's like, whoa, this is about recovery and alien craft. And he did the right thing and went to his superiors and said, you know, there's a leakage. I saw information I maybe wasn't supposed to. I'm just letting you know. And his superiors were like, forget about it. And he's like, and that was it. It's just no reprimand, no nothing. I just went back to work. But he was too fascinated by the document, so he kept pursuing it. And now he talks about it. I don't know his name, but if you track down, you know, Jeremy and George, you'll find it easily. That's the kid.
Yeah. So here's a way that I would kind of try to debunk that if I was being logical. If I was the government and I did have some very sophisticated propulsion system that's beyond the understanding of what we think to be current state-of-the-art physics, like far beyond that, I think I might release a bunch of horse shit about UFOs.
100%.
Yeah, I might put a bunch of that stuff out there to say, oh, it can't be ours. It's not ours. It's not of this world.
Muddy the waters.
Yeah, not just that, but attach like really kooky stuff to stuff that's real, so that you think the real stuff is kooky.
Right, like the drone scare. Remember that? That was very manufactured, and the press was all over it. We don't know where the drones are. They're all flying over the military bases, all of that stuff.
What do you think that was?
I know what it was. I've seen the NOTAM reports. You know what a NOTAM is?
No.
That's a notice to airmen. So pilots, private pilots, get warning of no-fly zones. And usually you'll see a lot of swaths carved out if like Air Force One's flying through. But for some reason, these NOTAM reports have all these little circles all around that you can't fly through where the drones were. And I've seen that. And when did the drones, they suddenly stopped? When?
Right.
Right before Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
And no one talks about the drones anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
Gone.
I mean, it was mainstream news all over the place.
And they had people nervous.
Yeah.
They had them nervous, and I think that was the point.
So you think they did it as a psyop just
Yes.
to see how people would react?
I do. And remember, I know nothing.
Right.
But that is my opinion, is that it was a psyop. And that most of this is.
If there are visitors, and there are from somewhere else, wouldn't the best way to prepare us is to start flying a bunch of like really wacky shit that we have in the air and not explain it?
That would be a good way to prepare us.
Get us comfortable with seeing things hovering over New Jersey that defy what our understanding of drone capabilities are in terms of the time that they can stay in the air. Some of them were in the air like for 5 hours.
But if that's what was the reason to get us ready, it backfired because it freaked people out. People were very nervous about it. Like, so our military installations are vulnerable. Mm-hmm. People were very frightened.
That was the other thing. Like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had some drones, and then they had to shut the base down.
And Wright-Patterson is like ground zero for all of it. Project Blue Book. That Roswell went there.
Yeah.
The second crash.
What's the second crash?
The second crash was some miles north and west of there. And you'll hear Doty talk about it. And that's where other pilots were recovered. I think the total of 5
pilots? Like
the EBEs.
Oh.
The EBEs. And according to Doty and others, one of the EBEs stayed with the government, I think in Los Alamos, for 5 years, till 1952. There was EBA 1 or whatever. He liked strawberry ice cream.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't, right? That'd be the first thing I do if I went to Planet Serpos. What's the ice cream like here?
Well, just the idea that they would eat like we eat seems crazy.
Right.
And then also they could breathe our air. Like, what are the odds of that?
Well, the theories are, we never see alien shit or whatever, but there's always a rebuttal, is that, they have a metabolism that absorbs nutrients and their waste is recycled and all of that
Photosynthesis or something.
Something like that.
Well, they do seem genderless. Genderless, giant heads. I always say that the archetype, like the Greys, like Close Encounter Greys, if you go back to like Neanderthals, and then you go back to like Australopithecus, covered in hair, heavily muscled, and then you go to like the average dude who plays Call of Duty. Like what do we do?
I play Call of Duty.
It's fine. It's a great game. But you know what I'm saying? It's like people become like these frail, muscleless things, and then your head keeps getting bigger and bigger as the mind evolves. And then human capabilities increase in terms of like our ability to communicate telepathically, all these different things. No need for mouth noises anymore, so your mouth shrivels up. There's a little slit.
And why are the eyes so big and black? Yeah. Because you're evolved underground.
Oh, I thought it was like sunglasses built in.
Well, it could be the same.
Like, that's what I thought. I'm like, well, that looks like sunglasses.
Right.
Like if you're going to protect your eyeballs, if like your atmosphere is far brighter and you have to be able to see things.
I think there was one retrieval story that had that, like one of the black eyes was half open, that they thought it might have been something.
Like a little shield?
Like a shield. Like it's a legit recovery story. I can't remember it offhand.
Like camels have a weird shield over their eyes for sandstorms.
Right.
Yeah, like they have like an eyelid, a clear eyelid that covers over their eyes. They can like go through sandstorms and not get blinded.
It's an interesting point that you brought up about Neanderthals and a lot of people don't know that just about 50,000 years ago, Neanderthals had basically an empire.
Yeah.
Over all of Europe and
for hundreds of thousands of years.
For hundreds of thousands of years. And then suddenly, boom, they're defeated by frail, weak, hairless humans out of caves. And it's attributed to, we figured out a bow and arrow. We could harass from a distance, projectile weapons. And that's how we defeated this vast empire of Neanderthals who were not stupid, who were
bigger brains than ours.
Bigger brains than ours. They had art, culture, music. They trained in warfare. They had organized warfare. I mean, can you imagine staring down the barrel of a division of organized Neanderthals coming at you?
Right. Like essentially super athletes.
Yes.
With chimpanzee-like strength.
Right. And speed.
Yeah.
And intelligence. And we came out of the caves and defeated them. Okay.
And eyes so large that they think their eyes might have been able to see nocturnally. Yeah. I love that episode you guys did on Neanderthals. You debunked it at the end, but the idea that they were like more ape-like than they were human. They looked like
dark
monsters,
skin,
dark skin, fangs. And
that was a cool episode. They're mostly debunked, but yeah.
But I mean, there probably was some hunting of humans.
For sure.
And when you're dealing with something that's a far superior physical specimen, much denser bones,
sure,
much stronger than us,
and when we know that we have some of their DNA in us, and it's when you hear we interbred with them, that's not precisely how it went down. Most likely, it's most likely the women were carried away. That's how the interbreeding happened.
Yikes!
Yikes!
Or horny men. And some lonely Neanderthal lady.
Some dudes like a big lady. There's no shame in it.
Yeah, a big, thick one to make you some fucking warrior children.
That's it. Just want to be cupped.
Someone's just got dense bones. I'm looking for a lady with a dense head.
Let's have a dense baby.
Yeah, what does their fucking language sound like?
I don't know.
It's like we used to think of them as being really stupid, and until they realized that their brain mass is actually larger than ours, and they were capable of language and all these different things. Like, okay, like how did we beat them?
I don't know. That is a puzzle. The answer is projectiles.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, if we were the only ones to figure out bows and arrows and atlatls and all that kind of stuff,
it would work.
Maybe, yeah. Especially if we organized,
But you could still overwhelm you can overwhelm a few archers we would just throw bodies at it. Warfare's been fought like that for humans forever.
Maybe their language is too crude to allow for that kind of communication, like to strategize And you know what I'm saying? Like maybe their language is like very crude, normal day-to-day stuff. I'm hungry. I want to fuck. Like let's kill these people. It was not complicated enough to say like we got an issue here. Like, here's the issue. We got to get around them from the back end. And you guys got to distract them from the front. And this is what we'll do.
I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't make complete sense to me.
Well, why were their brains bigger than ours? That's the weird one. Like we associate larger brains with more complex thinking. So why would what we think of as the most brutish version of human beings?
I don't know, but don't Neanderthal brains, even though they were larger, had fewer convolutions. So.
Oh, really? Do we know that?
That's part of my research, which most of it's bullshit, but that's what I read. Large brain, but not as powerful. But
interesting. Well, so maybe the large brain was attributable to physical capability.
Just the fact that you can produce music tells me so much about your brain.
And they produce music?
They produce music and
art.
How
do we know that?
We found relics and artifacts of it.
Of musical instruments?
Instruments and cave writing and all that stuff. They used needles and thread to make clothing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, very strange that we beat them.
That's a Neanderthal tool?
Flute.
A
Neanderthal flute?
Some sort of flute.
Whoa, a bone flute.
Made with the bone of your defeated enemy.
Yeah, some dude you ate.
Mm-hmm.
Made a flute out of his shin. Ooh.
Well, they figured out that death whistle back then, too. That's sort of musical.
Oh, the Aztec death whistle.
It's not the same, but...
Aztec death whistle, that's a scary one.
Yeah. Brian Callen blew it on this show in 2019, and COVID started right afterwards.
That's summon the demons.
Yeah,
Brian did it.
Remember that?
Yeah, it was January 2020.
Oh, okay.
It was like weeks before.
Weeks before the lockdown.
COVID was already here.
Might have even been closer.
I think COVID was already here by then.
It's like with the anti-gravity. Why can't we cooperate with the Chinese?
Yeah. Nope.
No. Well, we know how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also fascinating to me how many different versions of human beings existed. There's the Hobbit people on the island of Flores.
Right.
That's a fascinating
Homo
one.
floresiensis, something like that.
Floresiensis, whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah, the 3-foot-tall little furry creatures that they think had tools and wore clothing and all that jazz.
Yeah, and there's even the different branches, like Cro-Magnon is not really from our branch. That's a different branch. Yeah, we branch from a different branch. So not only
Denisovans.
Right.
And then what are the big head people that they just found recently? This is like super recent. Like there was an article that was made in December of 2024 about this other new branch of the human species that had much larger heads than ours. And they think it was like this really thick, muscular, like heavy human being. What is it called again?
Julian.
Yeah. Big head people. Yeah.
So they disappeared around the same time as the Neanderthals 50,000 years ago.
Have you seen the images of the reconstruction? Go to some of the drawings of what these people look like. They look fucking insane.
Were they taller?
I do not know. I don't know how tall they were, but they look fucking cool as shit.
Yeah.
There was like a jacked one, wasn't there?
Yeah, that's the one I want. Nah. That's one, but that's not the one we were looking at. We were looking at one that theorized that it was completely covered in hair.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is a very recent discovery. So this is the thing. I think something like 90% of the species that have existed, we don't have fossils for.
But 99% of species ever existed are gone.
Right. But fossils are very difficult to happen because it has to happen in a mudslide. Somehow the body has to be preserved and it's mineralized.
Right. I don't know how many dinosaur complete fossils we have. Of like a T-Rex, I don't even think we have a complete one yet. But 1 or 2 billion T-Rexes lived and died on the planet. We have a couple of skeletons.
Right.
Billions.
Right. Yeah. And it just makes you wonder when they're finding things like this in 2024. How many are yet to be discovered? I mean, how much of the ground's surface has really been excavated to a very high level?
Right.
Yeah.
Very little, and it's very difficult to even dig there. I mean, what's happening in Turkey is a shame with Göbekli Tepe, just paving over it and planting orchards on top of it.
They've taken down the orchards.
They did?
Taken down the olive trees. The problem with that was that, and this is Jimmy Corsetti had talked about this long ago, that the issue with them doing this is the roots are going to destroy the artifacts below. And they're like, no, it won't. And then turns out, actually it is. So they had to pull them. And so they pulled the olive trees. But they planted them purposely over the area, which is like...
I'm glad Corsetti's out there. I like him, and I know him pretty well.
He's great.
The Turkish government, I think, has banned him and is trying to get him in trouble here, trying to get him sanctioned.
Sanction? How do you sanction a guy off YouTube? For what?
Look, when CNN was going after you and they were like trying to get Spotify to cancel you, creators like me who go against kind of mainstream were very nervous because, like, if YouTube just pulled my show, I'm kind of fucked.
Right.
So it's like if they could take down Joe, we're done.
Yeah.
But they, Spotify, with a lot of respect, hung fast.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Like, if I wasn't on Spotify and I was only on YouTube at the time, I might have been fucked. Because they were taking people down for actual, real, truthful information.
Yes.
That was, in their eyes, malinformation that would cause vaccine hesitancy.
Still no apologies.
No.
But it was a risky time, to be non-politically correct, before it was safe to.
Yeah, it was a very dangerous time and weird because it's like instantly dangerous. Like, it wasn't like that before. Then all of a sudden, like, anything you could say could get your career ruined.
Yep.
And again, everybody turned out to be right. Everybody was right that masks don't work. Everybody was right that the vaccine didn't stop the infection, didn't stop
wasn't a
transmission.
vaccine.
It wasn't a vaccine. It has a bunch of side effects.
The pangolin is nonsense. I mean, we knew that all of this. It was just intuitive.
The lab leak theory was racist.
Yeah, it was racist. Oh my goodness, the R word.
They tried anything. They tried anything they could to silence any opposition.
Why?
You were going to say something. Do you mind? You were going to say you had a question, I think.
I forget.
We steamed over it. But we were talking about, like, the weirdness of that time, about how dangerous it was. Like, it was real touch and go. It was real weird. There was, like, a lot of forces that were trying to get me removed because I was talking to people that they were deeming quacks. One of them, which is Robert Malone, who has 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. I mean, these are rock-solid credentials these people had. They weren't kooks like Jay Bhattacharya. All these people are Stanford, MIT, Harvard, all the people from the Great Barrington Declaration. These are the legitimate researchers and scientists that didn't agree with the narrative, and they were getting them removed from Twitter.
And they had awards through their careers, highly revered and respected, and then suddenly, no.
It didn't matter because these people, unfortunately, had a conscience. And they were saying, well, this is not what I know. I am an actual expert, and I do not think that the information they're giving out is correct. So I'm going to speak my mind. And and then there's also a concerted effort by Fauci, and his group, to go after these people and to attack these people publicly.
Yes, and when it was very early on, I forget even what paper I had released an op-ed in some paper criticizing a lot of this and lockdowns. Like, my dojo was closed down and was trying to fight with masks on. So I was angry. And then within weeks of that, it suddenly became politicized. And I was like, now I'm fucked. And now it's a political issue? How is this a political issue?
Right.
But it was politicized. And I don't know why. I don't know why it was all shut down.
I think it's all just money. I think the vaccine companies wanted to make as much money as possible. And then anything that contributed to vaccine hesitancy was not for the greater good of public health. It was because the more vaccine hesitancy, the less profit they would have. I think it's real simple. Yeah.
I agree, but that's really gross.
It is gross. But it's also gross that they would prescribe it for children because it was totally unnecessary. So the only reason why they would prescribe it for children or mandate it for children to get into schools is because they wanted to make as much money as possible. And they made an insane amount of money. So it did work. It was effective. But boy, did it destroy a lot of credibility.
It certainly did. And it definitely worked. Where my wife was working, it was a mandatory vaccine situation, but she was working remotely, so didn't really have to get it. But I can see that the narrative was starting to catch with her. And I'm like, honey, hold fast. This is a story. It was a left-wing company, and they're just following the narrative. They don't just hold fast, don't get that shot. And she didn't.
Yeah, luckily. I know people that did. I know people that have real fucking problems right now.
Same.
Yeah.
Like they got long COVID suddenly.
Yeah, and it's weird that long COVID is something that mostly affects people that have gotten vaccinated, but they want to call it long COVID. They don't want to call it vaccine injury.
Nope.
It's just, the whole thing is like very creepy because it just shows you if something is like very clear and obvious and it's a real disease and we know the origin of it now and we know that all this stuff has been done to obscure it, how many other elements of society, how many other stories that are in the news have also been distorted and twisted around in order to promote a very specific narrative? And how effective have they been at doing this? It's not like this is the only time they've ever done this. So COVID was kind of a window into disinformation and about how the government can use these ploys and manipulation and, using these tactics of humiliating these established scientists, ruining their careers, attacking their credentials. And what other things have they used these on? What other, geopolitical aspirations have they masked in all this bullshit? Like, the whole thing is just like, it's very disconcerting to find out that the people that have been running the country are super comfortable with lying.
Here's the good news, is the irony of COVID is the forces that were forcing us to be locked down and stay home gave rise to independent creators and journalists and independent thinkers and folks like you. And because of their forcing the lockdowns, they destroyed their own industry.
Yeah.
And there's no going back. I mean, I haven't watched MSNBC or Fox News in years. And you turn it on, it's like, oh, this is just, I hear the same stuff from the left and the right. I just hear the same stuff. I get my news from YouTube, from all different sources, and that's what I want. And they destroyed their own industry.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, like, what is it going to look like, 5-10 years from now? Because 5-10 years ago, you never would have imagined that CNN would lose all its credibility.
No, we watched, Desert Storm on there.
Everything. Yeah,
everything.
Always. When you wanted to get the news. And it was always also, CNN was thought of being as this like sort of nonpartisan environment for the news. It just showed you what the news was. And then somewhere along the line, it became very editorialized, very opinion-based, and very, these people telling you to do your own research. Do not do your own research. Like, imagine saying don't read.
Right.
Don't read. You're not smart enough, AJ.
Right.
You think you can go read?
Right.
And absorb information. You're not smart enough to absorb information. Leave that to the experts.
Don't listen to Rogan. He takes horse pills. He got that from his doctor.
Well, it's also calling it horse dewormer was so stupid because everybody knows it's used on humans.
Oh, ivermectin's in my cabinet.
But it's just a simple Google search would tell you that something's wrong.
That's required medication for Foreign Service.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where you wonder after something like that has been happening, well, this seems like a playbook they're really comfortable with using. How many other things have they used this on? Like, what other aspects of society are just complete horseshit?
When did it really start?
Right.
Probably
during the 40s. Maybe even before, because if you read War is a Racket by Smedley Butler, that was 33.
General Butler, yeah, the business plot general.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a very, very honest guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys don't know the business plot, it's worth looking into. They tried to recruit him to overthrow the government.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he had all the troops at his disposal.
Yeah, that was wild. They were going to have a coup.
They were going to have a coup.
In the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And nobody has answered for that. That's the J.P. Morgans and that whole set.
So this kind of thinking has been going on forever. And then there's also kind of gatekeeping of information, like hiding the truth from people in order to preserve narratives, in order to preserve power and authority.
Well, let's go back to Butler for a quick second. You've got Tesla, who gets funded by J.P. Morgan to create wireless technology, but Tesla gets a little ambitious and says, I'm going to do wireless communication, but I'm going to take your $150,000. I'm going to do wireless energy, and we'll do free energy around the world. And Morgan's like, how do you put a meter on that? Tesla's like, what do you mean? This propel mankind forward. Morgan pulls his funding, tells everyone in the investment class, this guy's a kook, and if you invest with him, you don't do business with me. A few years later, Wardenclyffe Tower gets torn down. Tesla dies in poverty.
Yeah.
And where are those 20 boxes?
Yeah.
And why was the government so quick to respond to that crime scene?
Yeah, they showed up at that guy's house quick. They gathered up all that information. I wonder what they got from that.
Uncle John Trump there was in charge of that.
Right.
What did they get in those boxes?
Donald Trump's uncle reviewed Tesla's death ray secrets and found mysterious royal letters.
I think they...
Well, he looks like a Trump, doesn't he?
He kind of does.
That's what Trump would look like if he didn't do the comb over.
Wasn't he working out at Wright-Patterson as well?
Was he?
For this?
Dun, dun, dun. Wright-Patterson is a weird place. Like, they think that that's where one of them is.
Yes.
Yeah. You know the Nixon story with Jackie Gleason?
I know that Gleason was into UFOs. Tell the story.
The story is Gleason got into UFOs because him and Nixon were drinking one day, and Nixon was like, "You want to see some shit?"
I wish I was drinking with that.
Can you imagine? And then he takes him. He flies him out to wherever the base is and shows him a crashed UFO and these bodies that they have in freezers.
And it was Wright-Patterson?
I do not know. I don't know if Jackie Gleason ever said. The story came from Gleason's wife, and it was an article in some sort of a magazine. But then there's the house that Gleason built in upstate New York that looked like a UFO. Like, Gleason built a home. Yeah, that was like a disc.
I'm going to look into this. It's such a good story. I wonder where they went.
Reportedly would have been in Homestead Air Force Base. It might be in Florida.
In 73.
I think that's where they were when they were playing golf. And
embalmed. Was reportedly shown embalmed bodies of 4 alien beings. Dun, dun, dun.
So Nixon exposes the UFOs to a civilian, and then it does not go well for Richard Nixon after that.
Well, I think what went badly for Richard Nixon was that Richard Nixon was inquiring as to who killed JFK, and he said he thought he knew, and he was kind of talking about it publicly, and they're like, okay.
Yep.
And they had already, brought in Gerald Ford, kicked out Spiro Agnew. They got rid of him. Gerald Ford, who was also in the Warren Commission report.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden, Nixon and Watergate happens.
Nixon, the most popular president of all time.
Of all time. And it turns out that Bob Woodward was actually an intelligence agent, and this is his first project ever.
Operation Mockingbird.
And then the people that were involved in the break-in, all FBI.
G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, the whole thing is a coup.
All was a coup, all was a setup.
Yeah, and we're all parroting, Nixon was a crook. That guy was a crook. He was this or that. Like, they did a great job. The PSYOP was wonderful.
I'm a patsy.
Yeah.
They say it over and over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all really, really interesting stuff. But it's just, what it boils down to with stuff like your show, like how much is real? And when you have these mysteries, one of the amazing things about mysteries is you're never going to run out of topics.
No.
There's so many of these things.
And as long as there's a U.S. government, I'm good. As long as the CIA exists.
They're always going to be hiding something. But the fun ones are always the alien ones. Mm-hmm. That's the most fun ones. The alien ones and the ancient civilization ones. Like, what do you think, when you go over the Bob Lazar story, like, what do you? How much of you cries bullshit? How much of you's like, I'm
more on the side. I think he's the most credible whistleblower because he
didn't profit from it.
And they prosecuted him for running a prostitution ring.
Which maybe he was.
Which I think he was. He pled down to pandering, but
they also raided him during the Jeremy Corbell documentary. While they're filming the documentary, the FBI raided his facility, and they said they were looking for something, and supposedly he has a version or a sample of stable element 115.
What?
That's supposedly. Yeah, and that's supposedly what they were looking for.
Well, of course.
Supposedly he had gotten that from the lab, and when he was at S4, and that he had managed to smuggle out a stable chunk of this element 115. And there was a video that George Knapp had from back in the 80s where Lazar was demonstrating how this stuff bends light and, what it does, like it has weird effects.
How soon after that raid was 115 is now called Moscovium? How soon after that raid was 115 synthesized? I think it was synthesized in Russia.
Synthesized by a particle collider, and so the when they got it is a very temporary, quickly dissolving form, but they proved its existence. And supposedly, what Lazar is saying, wherever these beings are from, They obviously have a completely different environment, and they have a stable version of this element.
Yep.
And this element is crucial to this gravity propulsion system.
Yes.
That it's a part of this reactor. It gets bombarded with radiation, produces this gravity field, allows you to just slingshot through the universe.
I don't know. Are they working to stabilize it? I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, man.
Why would they raid Bob Lazar?
That's that spectrum of believability again.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Here's a guy who's being attacked and tormented.
In the middle of filming a documentary.
I mean, I just had my first IRS audit. I don't know how you're doing.
Oh, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything. I don't work in weed anymore.
What do you think they were auditing you for? What when you go over all your episodes?
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
What do you think? Definitely coincidence. What do you think are the most problematic?
Most problematic for me are probably the CIA ones. The one I did that ended with the Agent Orange kind of expose was a kind of a dangerous one. It was the dark history of DARPA and all the bad stuff that DARPA's done since its founding. It's done some horrible stuff. And that was an episode I was afraid to release. There's been a couple of those.
Really?
MK Ultra is kind of afraid to release because I name names. A scary one was how Lyme disease might have been a lab leak.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Bobby
Kennedy fully believes that.
It was Eric Traub was like the chief Nazi biowarfare specialist that was brought here, Operation Paperclip,
and we do know that there have been some studies done where they were trying to devise diseases that they could aerial spray, whether it's through bugs or something, onto a population, overwhelm their medical system so they'd be easier to defeat.
That's documented.
The entire enemy super weak. Everybody's weak over there. And then
also documented is some ticks got out.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, 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 some ticks got out. So it's, when you look at Lyme, Connecticut as ground zero and it just spreads from there and there was no Lyme disease before, that's a scary one to release.
Yeah.
But whenever I get into Operation Paperclip, I always hammer home. These are Nazis. Werner von Braun is not a hero. He's a hero, but he's not a hero. A lot of these guys, these are all evil dudes. And most of the Operation Paperclip was just bringing over intelligence assets. They don't like talking about that. It's the 1,200 scientists that we learn about. It's not the 6,000 intelligence agents that just lived here until the 70s and 80s.
Right. All with their fucking dueling scars on their faces.
Mm-hmm.
Scary looking dudes, like right out of Indiana Jones.
Right. SS on the shoulder.
And that's what was a part of NASA. That was running NASA. Like Werner von Braun was an actual Nazi, and he was the head of NASA.
And SS Nazi.
Yeah.
So the V1 rocket program killed 3,000 people in London, but killed 30,000 Jewish slaves building the rocket. 10 times more people died building the thing. And if you didn't work hard enough in the rocket factory, they would just hang you from the rafters. But von Braun said he didn't know anything about it. And all of his team said, we didn't know anything about it. Okay.
Well, that's convenient.
Well, every time I bring up someone who's from there, I just remind everybody, these are Nazis, these are liars, these are bad dudes. That doesn't mean, they didn't do amazing things for America, because you could do both.
Yeah, that's what's weird.
The V1 rocket eventually becomes Saturn V, which takes us to the moon, allegedly.
Allegedly. That's allegedly.
Yeah,
that's my favorite one.
Same.
Did you ever see the episode I did with Bart Sabrell?
Yes, and I talk to Bart from time to time.
He's all in.
All in.
For decades.
Eventually, I'm going to do a conversation podcast, and he'll be one of the first guys I have on.
I had dinner with Bart Sabrell in like the year 2000, 2003 or something like that. I had dinner with him in Los Angeles. I had seen A Funny Thing Happen on the Way to the Moon. What year was that?
Great documentary.
Released? What year was A Funny Thing Happen on the Way to the Moon released? So it was like shortly thereafter. Somehow, I do not even remember how I got connected with him, but we had dinner in Los Angeles at this Italian restaurant. I sat down with him. 2001. Yeah, so it was probably around 2003 that Bart and I had dinner, and then 22 years later, I had him on the podcast.
I need
He's
to look
still
at it.
going after it.
Oh yeah. He still emails me, and I'm like, Bart, I'll have you on. I'm still building the studio.
Well, he's so all in on this, and the more you talk to him, the more you go, God damn it, he might be right.
He might be. I debunk a lot of his claims.
Which ones?
Not all of them. Like the parallel shadows and how how a shadow on the moon should be completely black, but that's not really true. And shadows.
Well, things are reflective, and the surface is reflective. That's part of the issue. But the parallel shadows are fucking weird. Like, you could find a reason why these intersecting shadows could exist, but it also could be more than one source of light.
Sure.
There's a lot of weirdness to it.
And shadows are not parallel. They don't work that way. Shadows disappear to the horizon.
Right.
There are no parallel shadows.
Right, but going in completely different directions is very odd.
It's odd.
It's very odd. That's not nearly as odd as there's so many different things. There's so many things, like how goofy it looks when that craft lifts off from the moon and takes off into space, and it's wobbling around like it's on a fucking string.
It looks like it's on a string, and
it looks so fake.
The camera tracks it nicely.
Yeah, pans.
But
from where?
From
Houston?
Earth, from Houston, with the 7-second delay or whatever.
How about the fact that Nixon is on the phone with them
in real time?
In real time, like you know, got a delay that would be with 1969 technology communicating. Like one of the reasons why Gus Grisham, there's the big theory is that Gus Grisham was murdered because he wasn't willing to go along with it. Gus Grisham hung a lemon on the lunar module because he wasn't able to communicate with the tower from Earth. The communication system wasn't working. And he's like, this is a fucking lemon. And he puts a lemon on a coat hanger and hangs it on the thing. And then...
Well, let's go back and look at the original films, and maybe we'll learn something.
Oh, they don't have them anymore.
Gone.
They're gone.
They don't know.
What about the telemetry data? That's really important.
Gone.
Oh.
With the episode I did on the moon, which is a fun one, I even have a NASA scientists saying we don't know how to redo the technology. We just lost it.
Yeah.
Didn't write anything down or nothing.
And then there's the reality of the Van Allen radiation belts.
That's true. That it could be explained scientifically.
Can
it? The radiation is high particles, high voltage, all that, but they're spread wide apart, so you just got to go really fast through them.
Right, but it took hours to get through it.
It did, but they still were moving fast.
Or it would kill everybody.
Or it would kill everybody. This is one of these
nobody but the Apollo astronauts ever got through that. What I always say is, like, they never even flew a chicken through that shit and had it come back alive.
No.
And they're just going to try it out with people?
Laika the dog did not survive when they threw Laika up there.
Well, how about Operation Starfish Prime, where they shot a nuke into there to try to blow a hole through it, and it wound up making it more radioactive?
Of course.
They thought they were going to blow a hole
in
the Van Allen radiation belt so they could just pop through that hole.
Right. And now, thanks to that, we've got the South Atlantic anomaly where there's just no protection anymore. We appreciate all that.
They blew out the power in Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah, they fucked up the grid. They were detonating nukes in space.
Really crazy.
People in the 1950s and 60s were buck wild.
They were.
They had so much power. There was no internet. There was no oversight. And they were doing things that were completely new, like nuclear bombs. And they're like, let's see if it does this.
Even Oppenheimer, they didn't know what was going to happen.
They had a more than 0% possibility that it was going to cause a chain reaction that would destroy the entire environment of the Earth.
Yes.
And they were like, let's see.
Well, we got to try
There's
it.
only one way to know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's detonate it.
And something like Bikini Atoll, which I think was Castle Bravo, was like 3 times more powerful than they thought. It's like we're going for 10 kilotons, but we got 30. Dude, you got to carry the one. Be careful. Be careful. Just be careful.
Carry the one.
I don't even know why we messed with it.
Yeah, it's too late.
Too late.
The genie's out of the bottle. So if you had a bet, if you had $100,000 and you can bet we went to the moon, we didn't go to the moon.
Well, that money's not enough. But gun to the head.
Gun to the head.
Gun to the head. We went to the moon without people. That's what I would go with. But let me preface by saying my head, I'm like a bobblehead. I go back and forth, and I can be convinced one way or the other. It's a very complicated issue. Like, I can be convinced both ways.
There's also the weird footage that looks like they're on wires where they're pulled up when they fall down.
You could see the reflections.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get into
weird.
It's a good episode. I get into all of that. I cover Bart. Buzz Aldrin knows how to throw a shot.
Kind of. Didn't get his hip into it. Old shoulders. But it's also the thing is that like every other technology from 1969 is cheaper, easier, and faster to reproduce today, except the moon landing.
Right.
That no one has ever done it again. No one has ever even been to deep. Not human beings have ever even been to deep space.
There's no. I don't know why. You know, if we could 3D print anything, why don't we send the 3D printer up into orbit, and then every time Elon launches a Starlink, just bring some substrate, bring some wire, and just deliver it there. Every time, because you're going to do 10,000 of them. Just bring some wire, bring some aluminum, and we can just build this stuff in orbit. We don't have to worry about escaping gravity. Just build stuff up, 3D print stuff in orbit.
It sounds a little more complicated than you're making it out to be, but I see what you're saying. Well, you know, the film footage, the lost footage that Sabrell had is also very compelling, where it looks like they're filming the moon from, 30,000 miles out, but then when they pull the covers off the windows, it shows you they're actually in near Earth orbit.
It fills up the whole window, and they even say in that film, we've got the camera right up against the window. No one can get in between it.
But then someone walks in
someone
between
walks
the camera
by,
and the thing.
and then you see what looks like a piece of plastic go whoosh,
Yeah.
and then everything opens up.
That's a hard one to explain.
It is.
And not for public display?
Not for right. That's absolutely right.
And also, why would you ever delete all of the original film? Why would you destroy the original film? Why would they lose the telemetry data?
And we don't even have a direct feed because they broadcast the feed on a wall and then pointed a TV camera at the wall.
Yeah.
And that's what we see.
Yeah, that's why it looks so shitty on television in 1969.
Because the networks were like, hey, can we get the live feed? And NASA's like, you don't need that.
It's so weird.
It's weird.
It's a weird one. It's also just weird that we keep saying we're going to go back and we still never even get out of Earth's gravity or never even get out of Earth's atmosphere. Or Earth's orbit, rather.
As soon as the Chinese start mining like helium-2 or whatever, we'll get there.
And people always say, "Oh, well, there's photographs of the lunar lander on the moon. You can see it." Like, how'd they get that buggy up there? How'd they piece that buggy together in that little tiny ass fucking lunar module?
Because you can see the tracks up there, if you believe the stuff.
Right. What does that mean? How easy is it? There's video of me selling Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh, I got to look that up.
There's what I'm saying?
I got to write that down.
It might not even be Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it's like there's AI video of me hawking all kinds of stuff that I've never even seen.
I know. You show up in my feed. I'm like, oh, he's selling chicken.
It's all fake. But that is easy to fake because it's blurry nonsense photos.
In my episode on the face on Mars, I show exactly how NASA copy and pasted cloud formations. You literally see it's the same cloud formations. And then you see the Mars photos. They copy and pasted chunks on Mars. They did that. Like, I didn't make that up. What
do you mean by that? They copy and pasted chunks on Mars?
You've got this Martian rock face.
Cydonia.
Cydonia is where the face was, and the alleged city, and all kinds
of square.
And the square's crazy.
The square, but that's a recent one that we've been seeing.
Yep.
That one's nuts.
Cydonia was one of the original landing places. And they changed it at the last minute. Why? I will land there and go to the face. Let's see. Because if you don't know the story about the face on Mars, the first image is it does look like a face, and then suddenly the images got blurrier, and then it was just kind of a plateau. It was, pareidolia. It wasn't really a face.
Right.
Well, then land there. Drive, Sojourner over there, whatever. Let's have a look.
What's crazy is that the face is right down the street from the square.
Yes.
The square, to me, is way more compelling than the face. Because if the second images were more clear and it really is just, how do you say that word again?
Pareidolia.
Pareidolia. If that's really what it is, that kind of makes sense. Because the first one's like real blurry and shitty, and it was from the 70s.
True.
Right? But this square is nuts.
Right. It looks geometrical. Right angles.
And an actual square, or at least similar to a square. It looks like a structure made out of right angles, and it's on the fucking moon. I showed it to Elon Musk. He's like, oh, very interesting. We should probably go up there and look around.
We should.
Yeah.
I mean, they're finally admitting that Mars used to have an atmosphere and oceans, giant oceans. They're finally
and they
emitting
found frozen water on Mars. Yeah, which is like, okay.
Yep.
Well, if we go back millions and millions of years, like what did it look like? What was going on there?
Remember, they sent Joe McMoneagle to remote view back on Mars.
Oh, what did he say?
He said he saw giant, tall beings there in a very advanced society. And Joe McMoneagle is part of the Project Stargate remote viewer. So he goes into his thing and he's drawing the aliens and the cities and all of that. But he didn't know where he was looking. They wouldn't tell you at first. And then he's done. He comes out of his trance or whatever, opens the envelope, and it says Mars with coordinates 1 million BC or something. He said he saw stuff. And Stargate, again, Ingo Swann saw all kinds of stuff on the far side of the moon, which I don't hear covered a lot with Ingo. But he remote viewed the moon because he always wanted to do more stuff. He's like, I don't want to look at a bridge. I want to go to the moon. And he said he saw structures on the far side of the moon that sound a lot like Carl Wolf disclosed in 2001.
What did he disclose?
Carl Wolf, Air Force airman. He's basically a technician. Think of a Xerox repairman. He has to fix some imaging equipment for NASA/DOD. It's images from the moon surveyor. So he goes in. It's a dark room. The guy's working there. The guy's like, Carl, look at this. It's pictures of the dark side of the moon. He sees domes, towers, roads, all kinds of stuff. And he can't believe it. And Carl goes home and he's told his wife, I can't wait to see this on the news. This is crazy what we found on this is a civilization on the moon. And it just goes away. And Carl Wolf said he saw that.
Remote viewing?
No, photographs.
He saw photographs?
He saw photographs of it. He saw photographs.
Who took the photographs?
It was the Moon Surveyor satellite that takes pictures all the time. It's like we have images, we have stuff around the moon. I don't know why there's no webcam. I don't know why we can't just tap into
the
image.
Throw a satellite up there.
Something. They're there. Just send a signal back. I read that they just got like 5G working in space. Send us a signal. Put a webcam on the ISS. Let us tune in. So Carl Wolf saw that stuff. Ingo Swann saw the same things, but he saw actual beings there. And he said they were able to sense his consciousness. And he snapped out of it. He said, aliens are on the far side of the moon, and they are not our friends. It's a very interesting story. Ingo Swann, very interesting cat.
So what took these photographs?
The moon surveyor, lunar surveyor, satellite.
And none of that stuff's ever been released?
Oh, they released a lot of images from the far side, but they release what they release. That's why we know there's fewer impacts on the far side, because we've seen those images.
But there's no images of these domes or whatever?
No. I've seen some that maybe are faked, that look pretty compelling. I forget what episode I just showed them in, but when I found them, it was mind-blowing. And I can't find them again for some reason. I wanted them for another episode, and I can't find the photos, which is always suspicious to me. It's like suddenly the thing is blurry off of Malibu. It's like you just can't find the stuff. But my gut tells me something's going on up there. Someone's aware of it. I'm dying to know what it is.
It would be unbelievable if Mars was the first planet that had life before Earth was capable of supporting life. It reached a very high level of sophistication and then started seeding Earth.
Right. Panspermia theory.
Yeah.
I believe we have at least one rock from Mars that just landed here. I think we have one of those. So from maybe a giant impact or something through some of Mars over here.
But the idea, I think, is that their atmosphere was deteriorating, or that they were getting further and further from the sun.
Their magnetic field was weakening, strips away the atmosphere.
And so this would be the thing. If you were a super advanced civilization, the race would get so advanced that you could leave your planet.
Yes.
And that's the only way you're going to survive, because eventually your planet is going to move over millions of years further and further away from the sun, not able to inhabit life anymore.
Right. So maybe send your DNA or whatever to the third rock.
Or Anunnaki.
Or Anunnaki.
That's the good one.
Yeah, they show up everywhere.
That's the ultimate one.
That is the big one. The Anunnaki's the big one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's one that makes you go, oh.
Because it shows up everywhere. It shows up in the Bible. It shows up in the Mahabharata. It shows up in ancient Chinese literature. It shows up everywhere. Not always called the Anunnaki, but the Anunnaki, and then they have their servile species that could be the Nephilim, could be the giants, and then they take these primitive humans, give them just enough intelligence to mine the gold. It's part of the lore.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Oh, it's the best one.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best one because when you do look at ancient Sumer and you look at their detailed map of the solar system, you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, how did they figure that out?
Right.
Like, you're talking about 6,000 years ago, they had depictions of the planets all in the proper area. Like, they weren't the exact right size, but, like, the bigger ones were in the place where the bigger ones would be, the smaller ones in the place where the smaller ones would be. It was representative. And the sun looks like a sun. Like, it's got the rays around it.
Right.
Showing that this is the center of the solar system.
Right, and this is how many thousands of years before Copernicus, right?
Yeah.
Didn't even know. Something I don't think it doesn't get enough attention is when these ancient cultures are obsessed with equinoxes. A lot of people think equinoxes when day and night are the same, but that's not what that is. When day and night are the same, it's called equilux, and it's different for everybody on Earth, depending on where you are. An equinox is when the sun is over the center of the Earth's equator. Well, how did you know there was an equator? So Stonehenge is aligned to the equinoxes. How did you know there was an equator? And how was the pyramid, the sizes are directly divisible to a number like 43,200 that could be factored in to calculate the circumference of the Earth. So you can calculate the equinox. How did they do that?
Right, and how is it pointed to true north, south, east, and west?
How did they do that?
Why does it mirror the stars of the Orion Belt?
But mirrors them 30,000 years ago because of precession.
Right.
So I'm in the camp that the Egyptians found the pyramids, not built them. But I'm glad Zahi's not here.
Well, that would, get you to the ancient civilization theory. But when you're looking at an ancient civilization that is as complex as Egypt, and then you factor in the Anunnaki story and all these other things, you got to think, like, why were the Egyptians so advanced? Like, where did they learn this from?
Christopher Dunn has the answer.
The power plant?
Power plant.
Yeah. Is that what you think?
It's one of my favorite episodes because you can either watch my stupid thing with the fish, or the better thing is to just buy Chris's books and read the science.
Oh, don't be a sheep.
Don't be a sheep. The next one's gonna have taxes are theft.
For people who don't know, if you haven't watched the show, Hecklefish talks shit from the aquarium during the entire show. It's really a funny little. It makes the show fun because it's like shows you're not totally taking it seriously.
Right.
You have a talking fish who talks shit to you the entire time.
What I'm trying to do is take weird topics, complex topics, break them down, make them accessible to everybody, have a good time, get you thinking on your own. If I get things wrong, that's okay. As long as you go out and just get interested in stuff. That's what I'm trying to do. Have fun and get you interested.
Have you been looking at all under the structures underneath the pyramid?
Yes, I'm skeptical of that research because if you look at the imaging, I don't see the coils or any of that stuff. I don't see it. They also said they found the tomb of Nefertiti. No, the tomb of Osiris. It just looked like splotches on radar. And they haven't released any of that information to the scientific community. Nothing's peer-reviewed. But when it first hit the news, I was like, that supports the power plant theory, the coils and all of that. Mm-hmm. But I have a feeling that their research will be debunked. Hope I'm wrong.
Really? Well, they released more of it. And because they released more of it, and the conversations that Graham Hancock and Brian Murarescu had with them, well, they were initially skeptical as well. They've come around more to thinking that these guys might be onto something. Because they've done this multiple times now with multiple scans. And they keep getting the same results. And it does kind of look like coils. When you look at the images, first of all, the pillars. The fact these pillars are uniform, and then the fact that the structure goes down 2 kilometers into the earth.
Yep.
Like, maybe people 4,500 years ago were so motivated, as Zahi said, that it's like, this is the project of the entire country, the pride of the country. Okay, maybe. But 2 kilometers down, Like we're starting to get real crazy.
I mean, if you look at the Khufu pyramids, like perfect, and then you look at the pyramids that were built later that we know were Egyptian built, and it's like the Timu version. It's like you're not even. It's like a mess. It's just a pile of rocks.
Yeah.
Where the Great Pyramid is precise. And there's no reasons for these different chambers. And the chemical residue, why? And why are there copper rods going down into the aquifer, which is exactly the technology Tesla was using at Wardenclyffe Tower, the same exact technology. Why? There's hydrochloric acid. We have evidence of that. And we've got the zinc sulfide, and it creates hydrogen atoms that go up the gallery. And then there's an opening that's exactly the right wavelength for hydrogen to flow through. And it resonates at 440 hertz, and it makes an F-sharp chord. And you've got it's tuned inside the king's chamber to exactly that chord. Or, maybe it's just a place for a dead guy. Why use rose quartz, which is so highly, the rose granite is so dense with quartz. It's very rare, but it creates a lot of piezoelectricity when you apply pressure to it. And hydrogen could do that if you pumped it through the king's chamber.
It's so fascinating to me that the gatekeepers are they're so reluctant to even consider any possibility that it might have been something other than what they've initially asserted.
It's frustrating, but it ruins their career and their reputation. It's like everything you said was wrong.
Over time, I have a buddy who just went to Egypt, and he hired these two archaeologists to take him on a tour, and both of them were saying there is no way the actual mainstream story is accurate. They're like, there's no way. Like, this stuff is beyond. And then as he was like going through it with them, he said he was just fucking blown away. He said, I haven't been, but he said, you can look at it all day on television and on your laptop. When you go there, you're just like, what the fuck?
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, we should go together.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go. Zahi wants me to go with him, but I just don't think I could. I think after an hour, I'd be like, dude, I got to get away from you.
Yeah.
You're freaking me out.
He'll ruin everything.
I discovered this. This is my discovery. Yeah,
He didn't even mention the limestone from Tor. Didn't even touch on it.
What's the significance of that?
It's a great insulator of electricity. It's also mined from very far away. We know it was definitely there. Herodotus talked about the limestone pyramids that could be seen from the mountains of Arabia. So Herodotus, they were still there. We know that the limestone facing was there because a lot of it was looted after a couple of earthquakes. They built bridges out of it. You can go touch it. It's there. But he didn't talk about it. But if the pyramid power plant theory is true, then you use the limestone as an insulator. Inside, you've got the granite, which creates this piezoelectricity. And then you've got this other limestone in between that kind of keeps everything modulated.
So if it was a power plant, like what was it powering and how was it doing that?
That's the big problem I have is... so if Tesla wanted to project this energy into the ionosphere, and then everyone could tap into it with some type of receiver, like a radio. But there's no evidence I can find of them powering anything. So we can make the argument that maybe if the capstone were gold, this energy could resonate through the center of the pyramid, come up through the golden capstone, and then go straight into the ionosphere. And we know that the pyramid will resonate at certain frequencies and amplify it. That's been tested at about 200 meters is the ideal wavelength. But the only other theory is the obelisks at some point were these receivers. But there's no evidence that they powered anything. But maybe they used the energy for something different. I don't know.
And if we're looking at the wrong timeline, if we're not really looking at 2,500 BC, if we're looking at 30,000 BC or something even before that, which is also a weird thing that Zahi dismissed. He dismissed this idea of the King's List that goes back 30,000 years.
Right.
Yeah.
And he says that's just...
Myth.
Right, just myth.
Yeah. We know exactly. Also, he said he didn't believe in carbon dating, which is like...
Yeah.
Well, that's convenient.
That's convenient.
Yeah.
Did not believe in carbon dating. And what about rock dating? That is a thing with certain types of rock. Limestone, not so much, but something like igneous rock, you can get a pretty good idea.
Yeah, the whole thing is very weird. It's so weird because it's so vast and so spectacular that no matter what you think, no matter what theories you have, you still have to look at it and you go, how the fuck? Like, it's so nutty that you can't even imagine people making it.
Right.
Not people as like we consider people today. Like if a civilization today, if we, let's say for some reason, no one had ever visited a part of the earth, and then they went to a part of the earth and they saw people with these structures today, we'd be like, what happened? How did you do this?
We would think they were wizards.
Wizards.
Right.
Above and beyond. 2,300,000 stones.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of miles through the mountains. You carried the big ones for the inside the king's chamber. You put them up 130 feet up in the air
with a ramp.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
But it's all just, if they did, where'd that technology go? Where'd that construction knowledge go? Like, where did their engineering go? Like, how were people that advanced that long ago?
I like the acoustic levitation theory is an interesting one where they use sound vibration to lift heavy objects. We see that occurring throughout history as part of lore. But even in the 1930s, a British, maybe he was an archaeologist, naturalist, went to see Buddhist monks, and using instruments, he watched them levitate heavy objects. And there's film of it. This is all a legend. And when he went back to the UK, they seized the film. But they were using instruments and chanting to levitate these rocks up a cliff face to build whatever they were building.
Well, how about that wacky dude in Florida that made the Coral Castle?
Oh, yeah, that's Edward Lee Scanlon. It's hard to find, but I found him using levers and pulleys and stuff to do it. It's still amazing what he did.
Yeah, by himself.
By himself. He's like 5'1", 90 pounds, and I think that door is tons, and you can push it with your finger. That door in the Coral Castle is amazing.
And supposedly did it for his girlfriend.
I didn't read that.
For his beloved. Yeah, he did it to impress a lady.
You went too far, man. You don't have to do that. Just buy a nice car. Don't do the she doesn't care.
Anybody can buy a nice car. I'm gonna rock this chick's world.
Literally gonna rock her.
She's gonna see my Coral Castle like, this motherfucker's the one.
She bailed. You bail if a dude builds you a castle.
You're like, look at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you do these shows, and you've amassed like this channel now with all these like fascinating things, which ones to you are the most exciting to create?
The most exciting,
like one of the ones you get really jazzed about.
The ones that kind of shatter my belief system, like the hollow moon, or the crop circles.
The idea of the moon being hollow is because they shot something into the moon and it rang like a bell. Right.
Right. A few things. One was they deliberately crashed their rocket into the moon, and there was seismology. Seismographs were placed in the moon to check what would happen, and it did reverberate. But mainstream science says it reverberates because it's extremely dry, and that's why sound waves travel like that. That's what they say. But other scientists have said it seems to be, if it's not hollow, there are hollow cavities within the moon.
And why do they think that?
Just the way that the sound travels, and just how there are parts of the moon where the surface dirt is, let me get this right, where the surface dirt is older than the dirt underneath. The soil on top is older. And the only way you can do that is through excavation. Moonquakes, yeah. And the moon had volcanoes on it at some point.
Passive seismic experiment seismometers were placed during the Apollo 12 mission, remained active until 1977, recording both natural and human-made moonquake alike. Human-made moonquake. Also, why are they doing that?
Right.
Why are you trying to make moonquakes? In fact, moonquakes happen fairly regularly as space debris like asteroids hit the moon more frequently than Earth because the moon's atmosphere is much less dense.
Right above it, it described that the Apollo 12 mission was the first human-made moonquake. They detonated or they crashed the module back on the surface.
1 ton of TNT. Good idea.
Oh, wow. First human-made moonquake to take place, the PSC seismometers record the resulting vibrations, which were much bigger and lasted much longer than the scientists had anticipated. They were far different from the earthquake vibrations we're familiar with.
And that next paragraph said it's because the moon is 60% as dense. Just doesn't mean it's hollow, but it's just different.
Right, right. So if the collision theory is true, which is the mainstream theory, then the moon was made mostly out of Earth's mantle, which will be less dense, is why. It just kind of clipped us.
Yeah.
But the moon is weird.
Yeah. So the hollow moon one freaks you out. Crop circles.
Crop circles. Those are the fun ones. I do the government conspiracy ones are interesting to me, but a lot of times they make me angry. So it's not really fun, but I think it's important.
Like the CIA stuff, MK Ultra.
MK Ultra and Agent Orange. That stuff really makes me angry.
Yeah.
The DARPA episode, I end up kind of losing my temper and crying a little at the end, which I didn't mean to do. And it was just in the course of the research. That's what happens. Things start to unfold. I just wanted to see DARPA's history. And as I'm learning about it, it's like, oh, these guys did some bad, bad stuff. And then when you get to Vietnam, and, you got the chemical companies, Dow Chemical and DuPont and all this, creating Agent Blue, Agent Purple, Agent Orange.
Yeah.
And more American soldiers got sick than actually got killed in the conflict. I dedicated the episode to my father-in-law, who had all kinds of injuries from Agent Orange. The government denied any responsibility for years. They finally agreed to a settlement in 1981. He applied for his benefits, and the government made do. They kept their word. He got his settlement 40 years later.
Jesus. And even that's never going to be enough to deal with all those health problems.
Right. So your country needs you, and you answer the call, and then when you need your country, take a number.
And your country needs you based on a false flag.
Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah. Which is also very dark.
LBJ.
They fake attacks to get us to go to war. And then there's Operation Northwoods, which is a really wonky one.
That was the one to get us into Cuba.
Yeah.
And that was probably the beginning of the end for Kennedy, because I believe Kennedy put a stop on Northwoods.
And Bay of Pigs wouldn't allow air support.
Right, he got screwed on that. And the Bay of Pigs, that was the end. That was where Kennedy says we need to start again. We got to dismantle this and start again.
Jeez.
I can't rely on my intelligence community. And Eisenhower, he talked to Eisenhower a lot, and Eisenhower gave him advice and said, "Watch out for the CIA." Keep an eye on them. Because remember when Eisenhower left, he gave that famous farewell address where he said, beware of the military-industrial complex.
Yes.
You make war profitable, you're going to have more war. Because America was never like that before. We had a defensive military, not an aggressive military, forever.
Profit is where the devil does his best work.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's from the Bible, isn't it?
It might be. But it's really what it is. If evil is real, justification for evil, like if you have a compartmentalized situation like they do with corporations where you have this diffusion of responsibility because you have a bunch of people that are all working together. Hey, it's not I'm just working. This is part of my job. And then you have a responsibility to shareholders to make maximum profits every quarter. And then you justify all kinds of things and you get rewarded. Great job. You did a great job, AJ. We like how you made those profits. You got a nice fat bonus. And then, you drink yourself to sleep every night.
My stepsister just retired from Grumman. She worked in top secret programs. She won't tell the family what she did.
Dun, dun, dun. She wants to live. Good. Keep your mouth shut, lady.
Keep it shut. Lisa, be quiet.
I'd keep my mouth shut,
She never said a word.
Why would you?
No.
It's not worth it.
No.
It's not worth it.
Pension's too good.
Also, you don't want to die. It's just like they get rid of people. If you're in the business of killing people, which is what military contractors are, they are in the business of killing you if you get in the business of killing people. They're like, oh, we just have to kill one more person and we can kill a whole bunch of other people and make a lot of money? Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, look, he had a heart attack. Whoopsies.
He fell out of a hotel window. The Frank Olson murder is taught by Israeli intelligence as the perfect murder.
Which one's that?
Frank Olson was part of MK Ultra and was starting to have second doubts about it, so they sent him to a psychiatrist who he didn't know was actually worked for Sidney Gottlieb and was, into programming, and he was freaking out. And he's up in a hotel room with someone else from MK, and he falls out the window. But if you look at the window where he fell, it's like, 2 feet by 2 feet. You can't just jump out the window. So he was found on the sidewalk by the doorman. That's Frank Olson, worth looking up.
Oh. He was drunk for talking to his family afterwards. They gave him $750,000.
That's right, and it took a lot of
claim.
Yeah,
settlement.
Right. Right. And it was be quiet. We'll give you the money, but be quiet about it.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's all real, and it's
just the stuff that's undeniable is enough to make you just go, whoa. What is happening? What is really going on behind the scenes?
The MK Ultra, the testimonies from the women is really heartbreaking to watch them. The sexual abuse that they endured for years at that, the whatever that was, that lodge on the water near D.C. and just tortured and crazy stuff. Operation Midnight Caller, you know that one?
Which one's that?
That's it happened in San Francisco, where they had agents hiring prostitutes, and they
Midnight Climax.
Midnight Climax behind the two-way glass.
Yeah, nuts. Bunch of weirdos.
Tax dollars at work.
Yeah, and it's because they had no oversight. You have ultimate power. It's all totally deniable.
And it was, I think it was Nixon who banned it in 72. It might have even been 69 before he came in. They kept doing it anyway. Same with bioweapons. They were ordered by executive order to get rid of their bioweapons, and it was found out years later they were just stockpiling them. They still had them.
Yeah.
And they still do.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Do you hesitate sometimes when you're doing these government cover-up ones?
Yes. Yeah, I don't want to say I'm
because they're dangerous.
They are.
Bigfoot's not dangerous.
No, Bigfoot's not going to hurt me.
Bigfoot's a fun one.
It is fun.
UFOs are fun ones.
Different dimensions.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. It's hard for me because I consider myself a patriot, very very like pro-military, pro-law enforcement, but also anti-war and pro-criminal justice reform. Like I'm a very
me too
politically confused.
Same. Yeah, me too.
I just like fairness and transparency, that sort of thing.
Yeah. You like to think that our government's good.
I do like to think that, and this journey has shown me that it's mostly not. It's really mostly not, but it's a government made of men, and men are flawed and selfish, and men will hurt each other.
And there's also justifications that can be made for doing terrible things because there's terrible people out there, and you have to stay ahead.
Always.
Yeah. Don't become a monster when you're fighting monsters.
That's exactly right. And this collateral damage is just part of it. It's just part of it.
Yeah.
So we give them a settlement to stay quiet, but this is for national security.
Yeah.
The greater good.
What other ones have freaked you out?
And it's hard to say off the top of my head. MK Ultra is a tough one. I have covered Northwoods and some of those. Operation Gladio was a crazy one. That was where the CIA was killing civilians after World War II. Alan Dulles. I'm going to do an episode on Alan Dulles, the Dulles brothers, their connection to the Nazis and all of that. That's going to be a dangerous one.
What were they doing? They were killing people for what reason?
So we had to fight communism. So they trained a secret army, a civilian army in Italy to bomb civilians and then blame it on the communists. The communists at that time were the most popular party in Italy, post-war, because they had just went through fascism, right, with Mussolini. So you just... it always swings too far the other way.
Right.
So we swing way the other way. Communism, very popular, can't have that. So civilians were killed in bombings by the CIA-trained guerrilla army, and they were trained by a Nazi general who was tight with Alan Dulles, and this was planned during the war. While American GIs were being killed fighting the Nazis, they were already planning this next phase. But civilians died in massacres, and they blamed it on communists, and it was denied, and eventually it came out. It was called Operation Gladio. Gladius is the sword of the Roman soldier.
How did they kill the people?
Car bomb. Car bomb was a big one. I think it was in Milan, but there was a few.
And they were just blaming the communists just to stop communism.
Because it was a huge. Italy was a lot of turmoil. I think it was called like the years of lead or like the decades of lead, something like that. Because people were just getting killed all the time. I don't know how many constitutions Italy's had since World War II, but it's probably over 24 at this point. It's a chaotic place.
Wow, that's my people.
It's my people too.
We're goofy.
Nepalidan. Gazirishi che fa.
What about the Richard structure?
People ask me about that, the Eye of the Sahara. I usually say, you know what? Go to Corsetti, go to Bright Insight, go to Randall Carlson.
Corsetti's the most. Randall Carlson doesn't believe that was Atlantis.
Right.
But Corsetti makes a very compelling case. Mountains to the north, river to the south.
The circular, the concentric rings.
The concentric rings, they're the correct size.
Yep.
The fact that there's still salt on the ground there.
I want to believe it.
Yeah.
And
then there's like when you pull back and you get the satellite image of the surface and it looks like it was just completely deluged.
It does.
Yeah.
Well, we know for a fact it was deluged.
Yeah.
Does it line up with Atlantis? I mean, Carlson has shown us how the surface of Africa was just altered.
Yeah.
By the flood. So it all lines up, but there's all these leaps that we have to make. Mm-hmm. I enjoy making them.
Yeah.
But on my show, I try to let people know, look, I connected some dots here. Mm-hmm. I had to fill in some gaps with a little bit of creative license. But if you're interested, go pursue it. Go learn more. I want that to be Atlantis.
Yeah, it seems like Atlantis was a real place. Because, once they found out that Troy was a real place, Troy was also dismissed, right?
Yes, it was.
They found out, no, Troy actually existed. It doesn't seem like any of those stories were bullshit. It seems like they were historical accounts. And the thing about Plato's writings about Atlantis, he talks about it having existed 900 years prior, which lines up perfectly with the Younger Dryas.
Right, and he learned it from an Egyptian priest who learned it from someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So the story goes back beyond Plato, if you believe Plato, which you can believe Plato.
Well, he was right about a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so fascinating when we think of like that kind of historical record keeping, that you're getting these depictions of what kind of a civilization existed thousands and thousands of years ago.
Right, so with Homer's Iliad, what did they think he was writing about? A fictional place? I mean, that was this.
I think I said 900 years. I meant 9,000 years.
9,000, right.
Years, yeah. Which is like, first of all, like, how do you get 9,000 years of history 2,000 years ago? Like, what are you even getting?
Yeah.
Like, how are these stories, how are they documented? Like, how do they pass them? How do they pass them on? Like, who are the original people? Like, what's the actual version of the story? Like, which one is more accurate? Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah's Ark? Like, something seems to exist in almost every ancient civilization.
They all have a flood myth.
Yeah.
And, Gilgamesh and Noah's Ark, they're very similar stories.
Mm-hmm.
And there are other cultures that have a Noah's Ark story.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my favorite currently. I've seen like a ton of videos, and I think Jimmy Corsetti does the best job about the Reichart structure, but he's all in on it.
Yes.
And I think like it doesn't look natural.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It looks like and it's like, what a coincidence that it matches the dimensions of Atlantis as described.
And it's in the right place. So,
Yeah.
When people argue for Bimini being Atlantis, it's like, nah, they didn't know what any of that was, but they knew what North Africa was.
Right. And also, it's so close to Egypt. It's so close to what we already know was a super advanced civilization that existed.
There's been no excavations of that?
I don't believe so. Of the Reichart structure?
Yeah, I'm reading all about it.
What have they done? Like deep?
1974 was discovered. They found artifacts. Looking right now, that's what I was about to show you. This isn't a great example, but there's this isn't it, another eye that looks similar to it in the same area.
Interesting.
And then the comments say that there's even 2 or 3 of these.
Whoa.
And I was reading Stephen Novella's breakdown of Jimmy's video. He says he's leaving out some known facts, like there was a canal that connected each of the circles that isn't apparent in the reshot structure. But those are the things I was just getting at right now.
But this looks like canals.
Well, that's a different one. This isn't the reshot structure.
Right.
Show the reshot structure.
And the reshot structure is strange because the coloration is different than the rest of the
That was also the depictions of the colors of the rocks is the same. Red and black. Yeah, like that is fucking crazy. That's crazy.
It is.
The one guy who found artifacts said there was some stuff like out here on the outer circles, but not very many inside.
Well, the question is like, how big was the catastrophe and how much would be left? And what would you actually see? Like how much was the structure altered by whatever the fuck happened.
Right. So when we talk about ancient advanced civilizations, we're not talking about more advanced than us. We just mean advanced.
Right.
So people will say, well, where's their plastic? Where's their...
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be the same kind of advance.
It doesn't.
Like combustion engines, all the different things that we've done, electronics, like we're just assuming that technology always goes in the exact same path. But it's whatever the fuck they were doing, whatever we know they were doing in Egypt was extraordinary in terms of like their ability to core the drills when they have these cores that they like high speed drills that seem to be like, if not diamond tipped, something of a similar vein that allowed them to dig into that fucking granite like that. Like,
right. How did they generate 2,000 RPMs or whatever?
Right.
How could they do that?
Yeah. It's all freaky, man. It's like the history. I mean, Graham has the best depiction. He said, we are a species with amnesia.
That's the perfect way to say it. You know, it's a shame that he's marginalized, but I like that Netflix is stuck by him and going to keep pumping those out.
Well, the facts are the facts. You know, just the structures that he's uncovering when you're looking at Gunung Padang, when you're looking at all these different places, when you look at, just Machu Picchu, all these different places. Like, what the fuck was going on? Like, why is this stuff so complex? Why is it so fascinating?
And why aren't we allowed to ask? Why aren't we allowed to investigate it?
Yeah.
Remember when his Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 came out, there was a British newspaper said Graham Hancock is the most dangerous man in the world. Because of the white
guys are just dumbasses. Well, they always want to connect it to white supremacy, which is so crazy because Graham Hancock is the furthest from a white supremacist, you know? He's married to a woman of color. He's like the sweetest, nicest guy. He's a vegan.
Of course.
He's
he never said they were white folks.
No, no one says that.
And who cares? I just want to know who they were.
Well, they couldn't be white folks because white folks don't live there.
No.
Like if they're Egyptians, they're Africans.
Right.
Like, the Africans were the most sophisticated civilization that we have ever seen that existed at that point in time. We don't know if they're as sophisticated as we are, but we know they did some stuff back then that we're not capable of today.
Yes.
And that's real.
It is.
And we don't know how. We don't know what technology they had. But here's the thing. If it's not from 2500 BC, if it's really from 30,000 BC, what do you think would be left? Like only maybe the stone.
That would be it.
That's part of the problem.
I mean,
steel, any kind of metal, gone.
It would only take 100 years for Manhattan to be covered by vegetation.
Right.
1,000 years, the skyscrapers would crumble.
Right.
10,000 years, it'd all be washed away.
Right. 100,000 years, you're not going to see jack shit.
Nothing.
Yeah. Who was that British archaeologist that we brought up the other day, Jamie? With the where he has this like really good point that human beings have been in essentially the same form for the last 300,000 years. Like it's not outside the realm of possibility that we have achieved very high levels of sophistication multiple times and have been knocked back down to the Stone Age again.
Sure.
By cataclysmic events.
Right. And that makes a lot of sense to me. That it's just part of a cycle.
Yeah.
You know, the doomsday clock it's kind of a real thing. You just get to a level of technology where you just are too dangerous for your own good. We're not sophisticated enough for nuclear weapons. We're not smart enough to have those.
No. Well, that's the hope, is that that's what the aliens are here for. To go, hey.
Right? Because they have.
Yeah.
But then why did they allow just the United States to detonate 60-something bombs? And
well, here's the thing. 2 of them that caused mass death, right? Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But that's also when the UFO started showing up in mass, you know. And, you know, I have this comedy club called the Comedy Mothership. And the rooms are named Fat Man and Little Boy.
Okay.
And the reason why is because in UFO folklore, after those bombs were dropped, that's when the mothership started showing up.
Right.
Yeah.
And in some tests, you can see stuff in the sky in the films. I think you can see something at Castle Bravo. Could be wrong, but there are some tests where you can see stuff in the sky. Like, what was that for a few frames? Like they were keeping an eye on. I hope they are.
Yeah. That would be nice.
Please.
That would be nice. Well, listen, AJ, I love your fucking show. You have provided me with hours and hours of entertainment. It's an awesome program. You do a really good job. It's really well done. I don't know who's doing it with you and how you produce it, but you guys fucking kill it.
Thanks, man. Great team.
It's a great show. The Y-Files, it's available on YouTube. 4.73 million subscribers, so I'm not alone. And you guys have only been around for how many years now?
2020.
That's amazing. 5 years, and you already have almost 5 million subscribers.
The CIA is just backing me up.
It's a great fucking show. That's what it is. So I'm glad we finally did this.
Appreciate
so thank you very much, man. And if you ever got anything crazy, you want to break it here, we're ready for you. If you got an episode coming out you want everybody to know about, come on back. I think we probably do this 100 times. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, bye, everybody.